Chapter 2333. People were always curious about gossip. Chen Zhao was the same, especially when it was a farce or a tragedy. It was a comedy in the eyes of a bystander. Arhin Terrell isn't an idiot, but his decisions are often like that of an idiot, Biflis said. Biflis said, because his wife cheated, he found the cheater and blackmailed him, hoping to get a large sum of compensation. Chen Zhao was speechless. His wife's lover is very rich and very powerful. Of course, he wouldn't be willing to give money to Arhin Terrell, so he bribed his teacher. After his teacher got the money, he actually helped an outsider to deal with his son-in-law, his student. When Arhin Terrell found out that his wife's cheating partner would rather give the money to his teacher than compensate him, he was furious. He went to his teacher to ask for a share of the money, but his teacher refused. Chen Zhao couldn't understand Arhin Terrell. His wife had put a dirty hat on him, but he wasn't moved at all. Instead, he was using this to get benefits. Then his teacher unilaterally announced that Arhin Terrell had betrayed the sect. At that time, Arhin Terrell didn't do anything against the sect, but he became a traitor. Isn't Arhin Terrell a little too obsessed with money? He's from a low-caste family. He's lived in the slums since he was young. To him, marrying a high-caste woman and earning a lot of money is his life goal. Under the caste system, high-caste women can't marry low-caste men. I can't believe he has such a big goal. To an outsider like Chen Zhao, the caste system was just a joke. But after he left the sect, he blackmailed that rich man for a large sum of money. This time, there were no restrictions, so he didn't have to worry when he blackmailed. In the end, he still gained a lot. Because of this, he fell in love with the benefits of blackmail. In the past decade, he's been blackmailing people. Does no one care about him? That's why I said he's actually a smart person. He's like a fish in water when it comes to blackmailing. He can always avoid the big shots and doesn't leave any evidence. Before they knew it, the two had arrived before a manor. There was a wooden sign at the door with standard slang written on it. Because Chen Zhao had interacted with the gangs in LA before, he could recognize some of them. There was a graffiti of a rabbit holding a shotgun and a smile on the wooden sign. However, Chen Zhao and Bifla didn't care about such slang. What does the pattern on this sign mean? Do you know that there was a war between humans and animals in Australia? I don't know. Bifla shook his head. Due to the rapid reproduction of Australian rabbits, a large number of fields were destroyed by them. Humans began to use all kinds of methods to kill the rabbits, such as smuggling, introducing foxes, and even using human armies and fighter jets to bomb them. In the end, all of them ended in failure. The rabbits won with their terrifying reproductive ability, so the rabbits were used by the gangs later on. They compared themselves to rabbits. As long as there was suitable soil for them, they could survive and reproduce. Nothing could destroy them, and all their enemies would fail. What an arrogant declaration. Just as they were about to enter the manor, they were stopped by the gang members at the gate. The gangster who came out from the guard post had a gun at his waist without hiding it. "Stop, who are you people?" Smiling, Chen Zhao looked at the gangster. "We're here to see Mr. Arhin Terrell. You know Mr. Arhin?" The gangster looked at Chen Zhao and Bifla, noticing that they were dressed well. He wondered if they were the representatives of other gangs. In their impression, the representatives of certain gangs were all like them, dressed in suits and leather shoes. "Wait." The gangster took out his walkie-talkie. "Hey, Mr. Roy, there are two people at the door. They say they want to see Mr. Arhin." Yes, I got it. "Who are you people? Why are you looking for Mr. Arhin?" "You don't even know who we are," Chen Zhao said calmly. "As for why I'm looking for Mr. Arhin, you don't need to know either." "You don't think anyone can see Mr. Arhin?" the gangster said viciously. Bifla glanced at Chen Zhao. "You shouldn't waste too much time with trash like this. Say it." The gangster pulled out his gun and pointed it at Bifla's temple. "Say it again." Bifla pointed casually in a pile of ashes scattered in the wind. "Look, there's no one making noise in our ears here." "Fine, maybe you're right." Chen Zhao shrugged. The gang's headquarters didn't seem to be very well guarded. They had killed a man in public, and no one else knew about it. They walked all the way to the villa, but no one stopped them. However, there were two bodyguards in suits standing in front of the villa. "Hey, who are you people? Stop right there." Bifla and Chen Zhao didn't stop. "I told you to stop." Didn't you hear me? The two bodyguards pointed their guns at the two, but the next moment, the two turned into ashes. They pulled open the glass door and saw a group of people gathered inside. They seemed to be having a meeting. They were all spiritualists. Arhin Terrell stopped talking and frowned at the two intruders. He frowned at the two intruders. Who are you people? Who's Arhin Terrell? Chun Zhao scanned the crowd. Because there were 3 or 4 dark-skinned Indians here, Chun Zhao couldn't recognize Arhin Terrell. Arhin Terrell looked at Chun Zhao and Bifla. You better answer my question immediately. I'm not a patient person. Coincidentally, we're not very patient people either. Chun Zhao looked at Arhin Terrell. You must be Arhin Terrell, right? Why are you looking for me? I was invited by Cliff and Ampa to help them solve their problem. Right, the couple that you blackmailed 2 days ago. They invited you to help them solve their problem? Arhin Terrell narrowed his eyes and looked at Chun Zhao and Bifla. Did you bring money? We didn't, but we still brought our sincerity. We personally came to tell you that this matter ends here. Huh, that's very sincere. Arhin Terrell laughed loudly, and the others followed suit. Chapter 23:34. Suddenly, Arhin's expression turned furious. He slammed the table in front of him. The table was smashed into pieces by Arhin Terrell. Arhin Terrell's face looked like he was wearing a mask, revealing a hideous and terrifying face that did not belong to a human. At the same time, a 3-meter-tall Dharma appeared behind him. What gave you the courage? Do you really think that I can forgive your offense with just a few words? I'll also make you commit the great sin of blasphemy. Arhin Terrell exuded an indescribable pressure. Everyone's expressions turned solemn and respectful. Blasphemy? Is he telling us that he's a god? Bifla and Chun Zhao both looked at each other with contempt. At their level, they'd seen all kinds of things. The guy in front of him, who had turned into such a strange appearance, had the nerve to call himself a god? Wasn't the title of god too cheap for him? Seeing Chun Zhao and Bifla's disbelief, Arhin became even more furious. Arhin Terrell was even angrier. The 3-meter-tall Dharma behind him pointed at Chun Zhao. A beam of black light shot toward Chun Zhao. The black light landed on Chun Zhao, and he took a step back. Bifla stared at Chun Zhao in shock. He didn't think that Chun Zhao would be pushed back. Even if he had only taken a small step back, this small step meant a lot. This meant that Arhin Terrell could shake Chun Zhao. But Arhin's shock was no less than Bifla's. He'd used that attack to establish his dominance, so he hadn't held back at all. But his full-powered attack had only made Chun Zhao take a small step back. It wasn't reasonable, very unreasonable. The spell he used was one of the most powerful spells of Hinduism. It was a spell of Shiva. It was said that anyone hit by it would be sent flying unless they had the power of the Ganges River. Even if a mountain were to stand in front of him, it would still be shaken. Of course, Arhin's power wasn't that great. But in the past, everyone hit by a spell would definitely be sent flying. Most of them would be corpses. Even if they didn't die, they were heavily injured. No one would only take a small step back like Chun Zhao did. Chun Zhao was the one who found it the most unbelievable, because he didn't feel any irresistible power. This power was far from being able to shake Chun Zhao. However, he was still forced back a step by this force. You were moved by him? Bifla asked in astonishment. I don't know. His power is a bit strange. I wasn't pushed back by a spell. I was pushed back by this power. Is that so? Bifla looked at Arhin Terrell. Try attacking me with that spell. Arrogant. Let me be your opponent. A man stood up next to Arhin Terrell. He was also of Indian descent. His aura wasn't weak, only half a level lower than Arhin Terrell's. Bifla glanced at the man and said, Small fries shouldn't disturb me. Bifla casually snapped his fingers. In an instant, the body of the man that Bifla called a small fry was instantly ignited. Ah, save me, save me. The others hurried forward to help extinguish the fire. But no matter if it was normal fire or magic, they couldn't extinguish the flames on the man's body. The man only struggled for a moment before he lost his voice. He fell to the ground and twitched a few times before he stopped breathing. How dare you kill my people? Arhin Terrell was even more furious. Kill them. The others also shared the same hatred. Under Arhin Terrell's command, they all pounced at Chun Zhao and Bifla. Bifla snapped his fingers again. Apart from Arin Terrell, everyone was ignited. Chen Zhao looked at Bifla. Did you create this spell based on a supervillain in a movie? I've been using this spell for a long time, Bifla said proudly. If someone had to copy someone, it would be him. However, Arin Terrell wasn't so happy. The dozen or so spiritualists present were all weaker than him, but most of them were very strong. Even Arin Terrell didn't dare to say that he could defeat 3 at once, not to mention everyone else. But so many of his subordinates were ignited with a snap of Bifla's fingers. This made him feel a chill rising from the soles of his feet. Who exactly are you? I told you, we're here to mediate. I won't cause trouble for that couple anymore. You can leave now. Arin Terrell tried his best to remain calm. In fact, his legs were trembling. Don't you understand what I said? Bifla said calmly. Use your spell to attack me. Arin Terrell's expression was solemn. Don't force me. If I use my trump card, it won't benefit any of you. If you don't attack, it won't benefit you at all. Fine. Just you wait. Arin Terrell snorted. The 8-foot-tall image behind him suddenly turned into 3 heads and 6 arms. Each of the 6 arms of the Dharma idol was holding a weapon. It looked like Shiva, one of the 3 supreme gods of Hinduism. The body facing them held a black bead in its left hand. The black bead suddenly shot out a beam of black light. The black light landed on Bifla. Bifla took 3 steps back. Arin Terrell and Bifla were both surprised. Arin Terrell had used a lot of magic power just now. It was many times more powerful than before. But such a powerful attack only made Bifla take 3 steps back. It's indeed a special power. Bifla patted his chest. He wasn't injured either, but he was still very interested in this power. Both Chen Zhao and Bifla could feel how special this power was. It was clearly many times weaker than them. What could shake the 2 of them? Are there any other spells? Bifla said. Let me experience it. Bifla and Chen Zhao just wanted to experience it. But in Arin Terrell's ears, it sounded like naked humiliation. In the past, when he used this move, his enemies would either die or be injured. Chen Zhao and Bifla were 2 exceptions. Arin Terrell took a deep breath. The 8-foot-tall image behind him turned around. Its expression was ferocious, and its eyes glowed red. Seething fire. The attack of the 8-meter Dharma idol landed on Bifla's body. But Bifla didn't feel anything. Chapter 23:35. The seething flame could make the opponent's blood boil. But Bifla remained unmoved, allowing the flames to burn its body. Be it inside or outside of his body, he couldn't feel anything. More accurately, it didn't make Bifla feel uncomfortable. Bifla himself was a master of playing with fire. Bifla shook his head, changed to another spell. This one is too weak. Arin Terrell was both embarrassed and angry. How could his magic be called too weak? But as he continued to try other spells, to his horror, he realized that the magic he'd once been proud of was completely meaningless to Chen Zhao and Bifla. Arin Terrell was treated as a toy by Chen Zhao and Bifla. Apart from incantation, all other spells were useless against Chen Zhao and Bifla. He had never encountered such an enemy before. It was so powerful that it seemed to be a different kind of creature. This kind of strength was unreasonably strong. As for the effect of moving because of him, that effect was only to make them take a step or 2 back. Boring, really boring. Bifla shook his head. Aren't there any more interesting spells? Arin Terrell saw Bifla raise his hand. In an instant, he felt his hair stand on end. Bifla's finger was about to touch him. I have other spells. Arin Terrell screamed in terror. At this moment, Bifla's finger was already pointing at him. Arin Terrell suddenly felt the air pressure surging behind him. He twisted his neck with difficulty. He saw the scene behind. Half of the villa disappeared, leaving only the raging flames in the air. All right. Bifla withdrew his attack at the last moment. At least it did not land on Arin Terrell. I have a powerful magic that is known to be able to destroy everything. It's called the Third Eye. Oh, the Third Eye? I've heard a lot about it. Bifla had heard of this spell before. Arin Terrell was a Shiva, a branch of Hinduism. As one of the 3 great gods of Hinduism, Shiva was also known as the 3-eyed god of destruction. The magic third eye that Arhin Terrell mentioned was naturally Shiva's third eye. Come, let me see you open your third eye. Befora beckoned with his finger. I can't use it. Arhin Terrell looked at Bifla with a troubled expression. Are you toying with me? Bifla's tone instantly turned cold. No. I have the cultivation method for the third eye, but I can't cultivate it. Archon Terrell quickly said, I'm willing to give this magic book to the two sirs. Archon Terrell hurriedly took out the magic book he had kept for himself. Bifla flipped through it a few times and then threw it at Arhin Terrell's face. My lord, this is real. This is authentic. I didn't lie to you. Bifla said calmly. Of course I can tell if it's real or fake, but I feel that you're lying to me. The magic of Hinduism can only be practiced by believers. I'm not a believer of Hinduism. Chun Zhao picked up the magic book with interest and flipped through it. But the magic books were all written in ancient Sanskrit. Even someone with pure Indian blood wouldn't be able to understand it, let alone Chun Zhao. Bifla, why can Hinduism's magic only be practiced by believers? In Chun Zhao's impression, the magic of other religions didn't seem to be restricted by beliefs. For example, there were people in the church who practiced dark magic. There were also many outsiders who practiced holy light magic. This is a world wall that Hinduism set up. In fact, every religion can set up a world wall for themselves. It's a man-made restriction to prevent their high-end magic from flowing out. The conditions for setting up a world wall are also rather complicated. First, they have to have enough believers. Second, they have to work together with many high-end powers. Then, they have to pay some special sacrifices. Finally, they can complete the world wall. Do other religions have it? No, they did in ancient times, but most religions destroyed their world walls later on. Now, only Hinduism still has a world wall, Bifla said. Bifla said, the world wall is not suitable in the current social system. Nowadays, all the major religious systems are promoting and spreading their influence, but the world wall is the biggest obstacle. The world wall can only restrict ordinary spiritualists. If we want to break through it, it is not impossible, but it is meaningless to us. The things we have mastered have long surpassed the limits of the world wall. Arhin Terrell knew about the world barrier, and that was precisely why. When he heard Bifla say that they both had the ability to surpass the world wall's restrictions, he couldn't help but shiver. As a believer of Shiva, he was willing to take out the magic book so easily because he knew that they couldn't learn or comprehend the contents in the book. But Bifla said that they had the ability to break through the world wall. This made him panic. I'll study this book when I'm free. It's useless to you too. Trust me, Bifla said. Bifla said, your strength is enough to break through the barrier, but breaking through the barrier also requires a huge amount of resources or even the strength of a country. Those religions can break through the barrier because they have accumulated wealth for generations, but your little bit of wealth is not worth mentioning in front of the resources needed to break through the barrier. Do we have to pay such a huge price? Chen Zhao frowned. Yes, some resources don't even exist in this world. We have to find them in other worlds. Find them in other worlds? Chen Zhao was even more surprised. Could other people go to other worlds? Of course not directly. We have to exchange with alchemists. For example, we need a huge amount of demon gold. There isn't that much demon gold in the modern world, so we have to use alchemist exchange spells and the huge amount of resources in the modern world to exchange for demon gold. So this spell is completely useless. At least it's useless for you and me, Bifla said. Chun Zhao shook his head in pity. He looked at the magic book in his hand. For some reason, he just felt that this thing was good. Huh? You seem to care about this magic book. I feel that it's good. Really? You actually feel that? Looks like this magic book is indeed good. Bifla didn't disagree. Instead, he agreed with Chun Zhao. Chapter 23:36. Since you've taken the spell book, then he's my trophy, Bifla said, pointing at Arhin Terrell. Him? Spoils of war? Is there something wrong with your understanding of trophies? That spell of his is very interesting. Aren't you curious as to why that spell could shake you? Chun Zhao glanced at Arhin Terrell. He was indeed curious. After all, Arhin Terrell was so weak, but he could shake Chun Zhao with a spell. What if someone else used the same spell? What if it was Bifla instead? Chen Zhao had to admit that this spell also made Chen Zhao jealous. However, he couldn't just stuff all the good stuff into his pocket. I'll study his spell, and you study the third eye spell. If we make any breakthroughs, we can share them. What do you think? Sure, Chen Zhao agreed readily. The two didn't care about Arhin Terrell's attitude at all. His personal opinion wasn't important either. Then, Chen Zhao took out his phone and called Li Pan. Okay, it's done. Li Pan didn't expect it to be over so quickly. However, thinking of Chen Zhao's strength, Li Pan felt that it was reasonable. Where's that Arhin Terrell? Is he dead or alive? He's alive now, but I'm not sure how long he can live. My friend thinks he's fun, so he brought him back, Chen Zhao said calmly. Li Pan remembered that she'd seen Bifla beside Chen Zhao before. That person didn't communicate with Chen Zhao. Even if he wasn't as scary as Chen Zhao, his status and strength wouldn't be too far off. From Chen Zhao's tone, it seemed like he didn't even have to worry about the consequences. After hanging up, Li Pan looked at Ederson, Amber, and Cliff. It's done. Done? So fast. Ederson's reaction was exactly the same as Li Pan's. It had only been an hour or so. It was done just like that. Could that guy be one of Li Pan's friends? Cliff and Amber were thinking the same thing. They didn't know who Li Pan had asked for help. However, such a short time was probably enough for a car ride. What problem could it solve? Don't worry, Li Pan said. That person has the ability. Really? He doesn't need to lie to me. I can only entrust him with a small favor. At this moment, Li Pan even somewhat regretted her refusal and unwillingness that day. Li Pan could have made Chen Zhao owe her a big favor. But in the end, she didn't get anything. Maybe that $1 million check was a fortune to her. But Li Pan wasn't stupid. She knew that $1 million check was nothing compared to a favor. Even if Chen Zhao could fulfill her most basic request, it would still be worth more than $1 million. Moreover, the third night seemed extremely dangerous. But with Chen Zhao's protection, it wasn't as dangerous as imagined. Of course, Ederson was still worried and said, Cliff, Ampa, stay here for the time being. I'll go out and ask around. Yes, thank you. It's nothing. It's not a big deal. Ederson was quite loyal. Don't worry. If there's really no way to resolve this, I can arrange for you to return to Los Angeles through other channels. After comforting Cliff and Ampa, Ederson left the motel with Li Pan. Li Pan, tell me the truth. Does that person really have the ability to resolve my friend's problem? Ederson, I know you don't have a good impression of him, but you can't deny his ability. I'm not talking about his character. I just want to know if my two friends are safe. Since he said it's resolved, then it's resolved. If you don't believe me, you can investigate it yourself. Ederson was still doubtful about Li Pan's words. So, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Walter, do you know Arhin Terrell? Instantly, a hurried voice came from the other end. You did the Wahan Manor in the suburbs? What Wahan Manor? What did I do? I don't understand. If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. I won't say anything. I really don't understand what you're saying. You're still pretending. I really don't understand what you're saying. You really don't know what happened in the Wahan Manor? I don't know. What does this have to do with Arhin Terrell? That's the headquarters of a gang controlled by Arhin Terrell. But 30 minutes ago, the place was razed to the ground. Not a single living person was seen. The only things found at the scene were some incomplete limbs and a few charred corpses. There were strong traces of magic at the scene, and Arhin Terrell disappeared without a trace. The strangest thing was the reaction of the organizers of Holy Glory. It was obvious that many ordinary gang members were attacked by spiritualists and died tragically, but the organizers of Holy Glory said that it was just an ordinary gang killing. They won't interfere in this matter. When Ederson heard Walter's words, his hair instantly stood on end. Is what you're saying true? This really has nothing to do with you. How could I have that kind of ability? That's true. But why are you asking about Arhin Terrell? I'm asking about Arhin Terrell. You've already told me everything, Ederson said solemnly. Fine. I'm sure now that you're playing with me. With that, Walter hung up. Ederson's mind was a bit muddled. So Li Pan was telling the truth? With just one call from Li Pan, that guy had slaughtered an entire gang? Actually, Chen Zhao was also being cursed by Zhang Tianyi. You asterisk shoal, Zhang Tianyi scolded. Even if you did it, can't you be more discreet? Do you have to make it so everyone knows? But Bifula killed everyone. I didn't kill anyone. Chun Zhao shrugged casually. So you should be cursing Bifula. Without hesitation, Chun Zhao pushed all the blame to Bifula, who had helped him carry his daughter. While playing with Zhirlin, Bifula said, I'm helping Chun Zhao, so no matter how many people I kill, it'll be on him. I'm a pacifist. I told you to stop killing, but you can't stop yourself. Celestial Master Zhang, do you believe him? Chapter 23:37. Zhang Tianyi clearly didn't believe him. Bifula's words couldn't be trusted either. But it didn't mean that Chun Zhao's words could be trusted. Chun Zhao was very murderous. It was normal for Bifula to kill all the gangsters. But it would be bullshit to say that Chun Zhao had stopped him. Their circle was only so big. Everyone knew each other. I've already suppressed this, but the impact is very bad. Chun Zhao and Bifula acted as if nothing had happened. Zhang Tianyi's words went in one ear and out the other. I didn't find Arhan Terrell's body in Wuhan Manor, Zhang Tianyi asked. Where did he go? Chun Zhao looked at Bifula. He was obviously trying to sell Bifula out. Zhang Tianyi looked at Bifula. Where is he? What? Did someone ask you for him? Bifula asked. Not only did he ask for the person, he also asked for a magic book from me, Zhang Tianyi said. Just then, Chun Zhao and Bifula turned their heads at the same time, avoiding Zhang Tianyi's eyes. Zhang Tianyi was an old fox. Just from Chun Zhao and Bifula's actions, he knew that the item and person were in their hands. I can ignore the person who asked me for the item, but I have to share the item, Zhang Tianyi said righteously. It's not like it's anything good. Do they have to abandon their principles? The person who asked me for the item is Diko Wendis, the great guardian of Shiva. Since he's here, it means that Arhan Terrell's item isn't ordinary. But you don't have to be so shameless, right? According to my investigation, ever since Arhan Terrell betrayed the Shiva religion, he has never been hunted down by the Shiva religion. Apostasy is an unforgivable crime in any region, but the Shiva religion, which has always been known for its strict enforcement of the law, actually did not pursue Arhan Terrell. It can only be said that Arhan Terrell has something on the Shiva religion, or he has a precious treasure of the Shiva religion in his hand. The Shiva religion did not dare to pursue Arhan Terrell for fear of breaking the vases, and he also used the treasure as a protective talisman. Zhang Tianyi paused and said, Shiva religion is not a small religion. It is one of the largest religions in India. It is a big religion with at least 200 million people believing in it. The treasure that can be valued by a religion of this scale is definitely not something ordinary. Chun Zhao casually tossed the book onto the table. Take it if you want. Although Chun Zhao had thrown it out casually, he was actually quite reluctant. After all, Chun Zhao still felt that this magic book was unusual. All spiritualists believed in their own feelings. Chun Zhao was no exception. He rarely regretted having such strong feelings for something. For some supernatural items that he had obtained, it was either that he already knew the pros and cons of the item, or that it was not meaningful to him at all. Zhang Tianyi picked up the magic book. Just like Bifula, he flipped through a few pages, then shook his head and tossed it back onto the table. Not this. Diko Wendis didn't want this. But I don't know. That Arhan Terrell only took out this magic book. Zhang Tianyi frowned. Although the content of this magic book is quite advanced magic, it is restricted by the boundary wall. Diko Wendis would not come to me specifically for this kind of thing. He didn't say what magic book he wanted. No. Zhang Tianyi shook his head. Usually, top spiritualists like them only talk to each other in private. Even if they wanted something, they would beat around the bush and would not say what it was directly. After all, the things that people like them wanted were all extremely precious. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were rare treasures. If they knew their true intentions, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't be greedy. Just like Zhang Tianyi right now. He looked like a sage in front of others. In reality, he was just a normal person with emotions and desires. He didn't even know what it was, and he was already greedy. Seems like the key is still with Arhan Terrell. Zhang Tianyi narrowed his eyes and looked at Chun Zhao and Bifula. Where is he? Zhang Tiany's attitude was clearly not giving Bifla a chance to refuse. He's with my subordinates. Bifla thought for a moment and finally told Chun Zhao where Argentero was hiding. You didn't get anything from him? Zhang Tiany asked. That would have to be in time, Bifla said in annoyance. I just made arrangements for him, and you came looking for me. If he knew how important Argentero was, he would be more careful. Take me to him, Zhang Tiany said. Bifla could only accept Zhang Tiany's request obediently. There is no need to say that he had to go against Zhang Tiany or that Bifla could compete with Zhang Tiany. Whether it was in terms of mentality, status, or strength, Zhang Tiany was still in the lead. Bifla brought Zhang Tiany to his base in the suburbs. Chun Zhao followed them too. However, before they even got close to the base, the three felt a chaotic aura in front of them. Bifla, Zhang Tiany, and Chun Zhao's expressions all changed. The three charged out of the car they'd been in. Bifla turned into a beam of fire and soared into the sky, charging toward the base. Chun Zhao carried little Jerlin. He wasn't flying slowly, but he wasn't fast either. At the moment, the base was already occupied by slaughter and chaos. The disciples of the fire worship sect were fighting against a group of unidentified men in black. It was also obvious that the group's strength, magic, and numbers were far greater than the disciples of the fire worship sect. This resulted in heavy casualties among the fire worship sect disciples. Only a few dozen people were still trying their best to resist the attacks of the men in black. Just then, a beam of fire descended with a rumble. Amidst the flames was Bifla, who was brimming with anger. Don't be fooled by Bifla's usual aloof and arrogant attitude. He ordered his subordinates and the people around him. However, those who truly understood him knew how protective he was. He wouldn't allow others to bully his subordinates, let alone watch them being attacked and slaughtered. Hey, he's here so quickly. Among the men in black, a tall man saw the furious Bifla in the fire and called out in a low voice, "Stop him." The tall man ordered his subordinates to stop Bifla while he retreated alone. Two other men in black retreated with him. We've achieved our goal. There's no need to waste time with the sect of fire worship sect's leader here. Let's go. The furious Bifla walked toward the group of men in black step by step. All of you deserve to die. Chapter 23:38. However, in the next moment, the enraged Bifla's temperature dropped instantly. Naturally, this drop in temperature was a physical drop in temperature. The black-clad men in front of him suddenly joined forces and released a terrifying cold wave. In just an instant, Bifla was frozen into a block of ice. It was not just Bifla. Half of the estate was covered in ice and snow. The temperature in the estate dropped to 0 degrees Celsius. Sect leader. When the remaining fire worship sect disciples saw their sect leader being attacked, they immediately charged toward the black-clad men with all their might. The sect leader of the fire worship sect has a bad temper, but he's so weak. Stop him. I'll go kill the sect leader of the fire worship sect. The black-clad men discussed for a moment. Two of them stayed behind to block the fire worship sect disciples, while the rest charged toward the block of ice that Bifla had turned into. As long as they broke the block of ice, they would be able to kill the sect leader of the fire worship sect. To any spiritualist, getting rid of the sect leader of a large sect was an unparalleled honor. The fire worship sect was one of the top sects in Central Asia. It was considered a first-rate religion in the world. Therefore, these black-clad men were already imagining the honor they would receive after killing Bifla. However, at this moment, the block of ice suddenly exploded. Countless ice shards flew in all directions. Everyone at the scene was so frightened that their expressions changed drastically. However, the strange thing was none of the fire worship sect disciples were injured by the ice shards that flew in all directions. None of them were injured no matter how close they were to the ice shards. On the other hand, the black-clad men who were close to the ice shards had turned into beehives. Those who were further away were injured as well. Bifla's eyes were wide open, filled with indescribable fury. The temperature in the fire worship sect's estate was rising rapidly. It was not accurate to say it was rising. It was turning into a purgatory. The rage in Bifla's eyes seemed to want to burn all of his enemies to ashes. When the fire worship sect disciples saw their sect leader unleashing his invincible might, they knelt on the ground in excitement. They could feel Bifla's warmth. The flames did not harm them at all. Instead, they were healing their injuries. However, to the black-clad men, it was an unprecedented pain. Bifla could kill all of them at any moment. But he didn't. What he needed now was to vent his anger. The clothes of the men in black began to melt and stick to their skin, let alone attacking Bifla. They couldn't even face Bifla right now. The three men in black who had escaped first were flying forward at high speed. One of the women pulled down her veil and looked in the direction of the fire worship sect's estate. At this moment, the fire worship sect's estate was engulfed in flames. Although they were a few kilometers away, they could still feel the scorching aura and terrifying pressure coming from behind them. Brad, it looks like those people won't be able to stop the sect leader of the fire worship sect for long. Fortunately, we made a move first. If we were to face the sect leader of the fire worship sect, our outcome might not be any better than those fellows. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of them. The moment the three men in black saw that figure, their scalps went numb. Zhang Tianyi, the #1 expert in the supernatural world, the sect leader of the fire worship sect, was like a little brother to him. At this moment, Zhang Tianyi was flying in the air toward the fire worship sect's estate. However, when he saw the three people running over, he couldn't help but slow down. Yo! Zhang Tianyi chuckled. The expressions of the three men in black were unprecedentedly grim and nervous. Brad, the woman who took off her veil, softly snorted. I know. Brad also took off his veil. He deviated from his original direction and blocked Zhang Tianyi's way. Greetings, Lord Celestial Master. Zhang Tianyi stopped as well. He looked in another direction and saw two graceful figures flying past him. TSK, TSK. What a pity. I prefer to fight young and beautiful girls. Zhang Tianyi had a regretful expression on his face. Lord Celestial Master, I know I'm no match for you. However, please stop for the time being. Since Bifla wants to spare your life, don't make a move. Just obediently surrender. Lord Celestial Master also has times where he miscalculates. We're here not because the sect leader of the fire worship sect wants to spare our lives. It's because he doesn't have the ability to keep us here. We're leaving openly in front of him. Zhang Tianyi laughed mockingly. You? Leaving openly in front of Bifla? Aren't you overestimating yourselves? If Bifla isn't willing, none of you will be able to escape. The sect leader of the fire worship sect is only SOSO. If he really had the ability, he would have caught up to us by now. He didn't chase us because he's currently transforming into a demon. He doesn't want me to see him losing control. At the same time, he doesn't want to kill you because he lost control. It's not that he doesn't have the ability to chase us. If he doesn't even know Bifla's strength, how can he escape from him? Lord Celestial Master, do you know that I'm holding you back now? Brad said with a smile. My attitude is the same. Unless I'm willing, those two girls won't be able to escape from me. Then why did you let them go? Because there's an even worse fellow waiting for them behind. An even worse fellow? Is there anyone more terrifying than Lord Celestial Master in this world? I don't know if he's scarier than me, but he's definitely everyone's nightmare. Zhang Tianyi said with a smile. All right, you've delayed for so long. It's about time to show your abilities. Oh, Senna, there's another aura in front. The two masked women looked at the figure in front. It was a man carrying a child. He had an Asian face. Kill him. Carrying little Jerlin, Chun Zhao strolled toward the sect of Fire's base. Seeing the two men in black charging toward him, Chun Zhao held little Jerlin with his left hand and reached out with his right. Just then, a woman had already charged before Chun Zhao. She was very fast, but no matter how fast she was, she couldn't be faster than Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao reached out and grabbed, but Chun Zhao realized that his hand was empty. The woman's body actually passed through Chun Zhao. She didn't turn into energy. Instead, she turned into an incorporeal body. Chun Zhao was surprised. He didn't expect the woman to be incorporeal, and he couldn't attack her at all. The moment the woman passed through Chun Zhao, she chopped at the back of his head with her hand. But her attack was also useless against Chun Zhao. Nicole! I know. The two women were shocked. They didn't expect their attacks to be unable to hurt Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao turned around and punched at the woman behind him. But Chun Zhao's punch also missed. What's going on? Chun Zhao didn't expect that even his punch couldn't hit the woman. Chapter 23:39. This time, Chun Zhao gathered the power of the world and punched. But it still missed again. This woman couldn't be attacked at all. But her attacks could hit Chun Zhao again and again. This made Chun Zhao very unhappy. Nicole, attack the girl in his arms, Asuna called from afar. Nicole immediately turned to attack Zhilin in Chun Zhao's arms. Chun Zhao was instantly enraged, but he still couldn't do anything to Nicole. For Zhilin's safety, he could only retreat temporarily. At the same time, a black veil covered Nicole, but the results still disappointed Chun Zhao. After the black veil fell, Nicole still stood where she was, unharmed. She hadn't been swallowed by the dark lava. Since the enemy could change targets, couldn't he? Since he couldn't do anything to this woman called Nicole, he'd change targets. Chun Zhao suddenly charged at Asuna. Chun Zhao was carrying Zhilin, so he couldn't move at full speed. But he was confident that he was fast enough. However, Chun Zhao's fist missed again. The moment Chun Zhao's fist missed, he immediately retreated. Damn, what kind of spell did these two women use? He couldn't be hurt at all. Didn't that mean he was invincible? Nicole, we still have 30 seconds. If we can't end the battle in 30 seconds, we should retreat, Asuna said in a low voice. No need. Just 10 seconds. With that, Nicole slashed through the air. A palm print landed on Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao immediately felt a wave of power flow into his body. In an instant, his magic power seemed to have stopped flowing. At the same time, he fell from a dozen meters in the air. Chun Zhao hurriedly steadied himself and tried his best to protect Zhilin in his arms. But Nicole's attack came again. Chun Zhao panicked too. He stomped heavily on the ground. The ground was shattered by his stomp and gravel flew everywhere. But just then, Asuna, who was far away, dodged the flying gravel in a panic. As Chun Zhao dodged Nicole's attack, he also noticed Asuna's dodging. This doesn't make sense. When he attacked her just now, she clearly ignored all his attacks. She was the same as Nicole. Why was it that she was in such a sorry state just because of the scattered gravel? Chun Zhao was confused, but since she had dodged, it meant that she was not immune to damage. Chun Zhao's retreating colleague punched the ground again. Once again, countless gravel splattered everywhere. But the strange thing was that Osena didn't dodge again. What was going on? Why didn't it work this time? But just then, Chun Zhao realized that Nicole, who had been attacking him, had actually retreated. In that instant, Chun Zhao's thoughts cleared up. At the same time, only one of them could be absolutely immune to any damage. However, the other person was not immune to the damage. There was some kind of connection between them. Nicole, let's go. Osena saw that Chun Zhao had tested them twice in a row and knew that Chun Zhao had found out their secret. It was no longer a question of whether they could get rid of Chun Zhao. Instead, it was a question of whether they could leave. If they delayed too long, once Baifla and Zhang Tianyi caught up, they really wouldn't be able to escape. Although the two of them had special abilities, it didn't mean that they were confident that they could defeat Baifla and Zhang Tianyi. Nicole glared at Chun Zhao and then turned to leave. But now, Chun Zhao was annoyed. No one had ever been able to come and go as they pleased in front of him. Chun Zhao looked at Nicole and Osena's backs. Unhurriedly, he picked up a stone and aimed it in the direction that Nicole and Olsen had escaped. Pop! The stone shot at Nicole, but it missed. The stone hit the forest in front of Nicole. In an instant, all the plants on the branch collapsed. It was as if a cannonball had pierced through the entire line. This time, it was Nicole and Osena's turn to explode. Such terrifying, destructive power. The two couldn't help but look at Chun Zhao behind them. Chun Zhao was still holding Lil Zhilin. With the other hand, he flicked his fingers in their direction. Guess who I'll shoot this time? The two women stared at Chun Zhao in fear. If Chun Zhao had shot one of them with a special ability, they would all be unscathed. But if Chun Zhao had shot the one without special powers, he would have been killed. The one who was shot would definitely die. Imagine what it would be like to be shot by a sniper bullet. Just the airflow from a sniper bullet's trajectory could cripple a person's limbs. If it hit any other part of the body other than the limbs, it was almost certain death. On the other hand, Chun Zhao's pebble was many times stronger than a sniper rifle's bullet. Just then, Nicole said, "Sir, do you believe that the moment you attack my sister or I will have enough time to kill the girl in your arms?" Chun Zhao flicked his finger hard. Pop! Boom! Amidst the terrifying sound waves, there was an unparalleled impact. However, the stone missed again. But this lethality still scared Nicole and Asuna. This time, Chun Zhao grabbed a handful of stones from the ground. Nicole and Ursina's nerves were taut. "Papa, shoot that bad woman." Jerlin suddenly pointed at Osena. "Huh? Why?" "Because I saw a shadow run onto her," Jerlin said. "Shadow? What kind of shadow?" "Ah, it ran onto that bad woman again." Jerlin pointed at Nicole. "Darling, how did you know?" "I saw it," Jerlin said. "What kind of shadow?" Chun Zhao asked. Jerlin had the protection of a guardian angel, so she could also see things that Chun Zhao couldn't. Chun Zhao already knew about this. Jerlin had also awakened the Nirvana magic. Over the past 2 days, Chun Zhao could feel Jerlin's magic growing in his body. This bit of magic was very weak for a regular spiritualist, but Jerlin was only a little over a year old. At least among children of the same age, not to mention those who had not awakened. Even those who had awakened might not have as much magic power as little Jerlin. "Like a shadow on the ground," Jerlin said. Chun Zhao was stunned. He couldn't see the shadow moving between the two women like Jerlin had said. But under the two women's feet, one had a shadow and the other didn't. A smile appeared on Chun Zhao's face. Nicole and Osena immediately felt that something was wrong. Their biggest secret had been completely exposed. And the person who would truly see through their secret was a baby who hadn't weaned yet. Of course, if Jerlin knew what they were thinking, she would definitely retort loudly. "I'm weaned." Chapter 2340. But no matter what Jerlin thought or what they thought, Chun Zhao just wanted to kill them. Chun Zhao only wanted to kill them now. Nico and Asuna knew that Chun Zhao's next attack would definitely kill them. Just then, 4 metal discs suddenly appeared in the sky. The 4 discs were all over 3 meters in diameter. All of them appeared very abruptly, without any warning. Chun Zhao didn't notice them either. Chun Zhao suddenly had a bad feeling. The 4 discs suddenly shot out 4 beams of light. The 4 beams all carried powerful water, earth, fire, and wind elements. Oh no! Chun Zhao suddenly picked up Jerlin and turned his back. At the same time, he erected a black screen on the black lava. But the screen was instantly penetrated. Chun Zhao picked up Jerlin and ran. The 4 beams of light still chased after him. Leaving 4 ditches in the ground they swept past. Chun Zhao tossed out the stones in his hand casually. Countless stones hit the 4 discs. The discs clanked, but they weren't damaged. However, under the impact of the pebbles, the 4 metal discs spun in the air like gyroscopes. The 4 beams of light also lost control and deviated. The surrounding ground was left with spiral-shaped ditches. At this moment, the 4 metal discs gradually disappeared in midair. When Chun Zhao looked at Nico and Asuna again, he realized that they'd disappeared too. Ran? No, they couldn't be that fast. No matter how fast they ran, could they leave Chun Zhao's sensing range instantly? The 2 women were definitely nearby, but they were extremely special. Chun Zhao couldn't lock onto them. This was probably related to their strange attack immunity spell. Since he couldn't sense them, he couldn't tell who was real and who was fake. Where did that guy come from? I don't know. I've never heard of him. Good thing we avoided his eyes and ears. Otherwise, we'd be in big trouble. How long do we have to hide here? Asuna looked up at Chun Zhao in the distance. We can hide for as long as we want. Why isn't he leaving? Nico also looked in Chun Zhao's direction. The 2 of them were currently using telepathy to communicate. Because they were sisters and had a very special relationship, they didn't even need to exchange glances to know each other's thoughts. Chun Zhao searched the surroundings repeatedly, but he still found nothing. Suddenly, Chun Zhao's eyes narrowed. He thought of an idea. Chun Zhao grabbed a stone slab from the ground. This stone slab weighed at least a few hundred kilograms. Then, Chun Zhao threw it heavily. Who? In an instant, all the vegetation along the path of the stone slab was instantly flattened. Everything in front of him suddenly became clear, and all the obstacles disappeared. Even the bulging mound was flattened in an instant. The power of this stone slab was many times stronger than that of the pebble from before. The effect it could produce was naturally extraordinary. The stone slab left a 3-meter wide path in its path. As for how far they had flown, it was basically impossible to estimate. Anyway, there was no end in sight. Nicole and Asuna immediately covered their mouths. They did not dare to make any noise. But looking at the path that was just inches away, they still broke out in a cold sweat. If Chun Zhao moved another 3 meters to the left, they would be hit by the flying path of the stone slab. But this was not Chun Zhao's last test. He was forcing them to come out. Chun Zhao picked up another big rock. It was just as big as the previous one. Similarly, he chose another direction and threw it. Another path was opened. The large rocks flew until they disintegrated and lost their destructive power. But this kind of terrifying destructive power still made Nicole and Asuna terrified. Only then did Chun Zhao use the power of one hand. He still held little Jerlin in his arms. Then he kept repeating the same action. Soon, Chun Zhao had gone one round. There were only a few sparse patches of plants in the surroundings. Nicole and her Santa broke out in cold sweat. They had already experienced Chun Zhao's terror up close. This guy was simply a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. In just 10 minutes, Chun Zhao had turned the small forest into a wasteland. Chun Zhao glanced at the grass that was neither too big nor too small. A smile appeared on his face. The two women had either died under his sweep or were dead. Otherwise, he would be hiding in the bushes. Chun Zhao wasn't in a hurry now. He was like a cat chasing a mouse. At that moment, the 4 metal discs that had disappeared reappeared. He attacked Chun Zhao from behind. This time, Chun Zhao was prepared, although he wasn't sure where the metal discs were hidden. However, when they appeared, he could immediately sense it. So, as soon as they appeared, Chun Zhao charged at the 4 metal discs. Bang! Chun Zhao smashed a metal disc with a punch. At the same time, Nicole and Osena, who were hiding in the bushes, immediately ran away. Chun Zhao also noticed Nico and Asuna. Chun Zhao hesitated for a moment. Should he continue to destroy other metal discs? Or stop Nicole and her Santa? In that instant of hesitation, the owners of the 4 metal plates seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. The other 3 metal discs that were not destroyed immediately disappeared. Chun Zhao wanted to keep the remaining 3 metal discs, but he failed in the end. Suddenly, a cloud of fire spread from the horizon. From the cloud of fire, a fireball landed on the ground, blocking Nicole and Asuna. The moment the fireball landed, a ring of fire ignited on the ground. It enveloped everyone within it. Bifla's body slowly emerged from the flames. This time, Nicole and Asuna were completely in despair. Thank you, Bifla said coolly, glancing at Chun Zhao. I didn't kill them. Chun Zhao nodded with a smile. Of course, he wouldn't admit that it wasn't that he didn't want to kill them. It was just that he hadn't found the chance. Don't be careless. These 2 women use a strange spell. One of them can ignore all attacks and can switch at any time. Bifla glanced at Nicole and Asuna. He lifted 2 fingers and shot out 2 death rays. 2 death rays shot toward Nicole and Asuna at the same time. Poof! The death ray pierced through Asuna's body and blood splattered. However, Nicole stood there unscathed. Really, Bifla was also shocked. Even though he was knowledgeable, he'd never seen such a spell. Bifla didn't kill them. He'd already vented enough. He was still angry, but he could control it now. Chapter 23:41. Just then, a person fell from the sky. Everyone looked over and realized that it was Brad. After Brad, Zhang Tianyi landed slowly. Brad wasn't fatally injured, but his face was swollen. Zhang Tianyi, on the other hand, was gasping for breath. He put his hands on his waist and looked like he was about to cry. You two are really too much. You don't understand this old man at all. This guy is really hard to deal with. This old man spent a great deal of effort and used all of my means to take him down. I almost lost my life. On the ground, Brad wanted to cry too, because Zhang Tianyi had indeed attacked more than 100 times. But each time he was slapped. Simply put, Zhang Tianyi had slapped him more than 100 times. Apart from that, he didn't use any other spells. Every time Brad used a spell, it didn't matter what it was used for or whether it was effective on Zhang Tianyi. Either way, he would get a slap. Then Zhang Tianyi would curse him. Brad believed that Zhang Tianyi was tired from beating people and thirsty from cursing. However, did he have the ability to subdue him after expending a great deal of effort? The injuries on his face were all caused by Zhang Tianyi's hands-on treatment. After this battle, he finally understood how terrifying Zhang Tianyi was and the difference between him and Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi's strength was the kind that made no sense at all. If he wanted to hit someone, he didn't care what techniques you had. He didn't care what extraordinary power you had as long as you had a pair of palms. He could beat you so hard that even your mom couldn't recognize you. Zhang Tianyi was just that unreasonable. He wouldn't even use spells against you. No matter how many tricks you had, he would just slap you. So when Brad heard Zhang Tianyi's crying, he didn't feel any pain. He only felt wronged and cursed inwardly. As for Chun Zhao and Baifla, they just looked at Zhang Tianyi expressionlessly. Their only reply was a chuckle. Celestial Master Grandpa is so shameless. You beat him up, and he's still complaining. Shameless, shameless. Little Jerlin made a face at Zhang Tianyi. Hee, baby, come, let Grandpa hug you. Cheerfully, Zhang Tianyi ran to Chun Zhao and reached out to take Jerlin. No, Grandpa Heavenly Master stinks. Look at your father. He's not much cleaner than me. I don't want you to hug me. Humph. Little Jerlin nestled in Chun Zhao's arms, still making faces with her cute little face. Blade's eyes flashed. He saw Nicole and her Santa not far away. His heart sank to the bottom. Did the two of them not escape? That's not good at all. He had originally thought that he could hold Zhang Tianyi back. Orsina and Nicole would be able to escape. Moreover, he also believed that his plan had succeeded. Who would have thought that Asuna and Nicole would still be stopped here? Baifla was held back by the cannon fodder, and Zhang Tianyi was being held up by him. Was it the man carrying the little girl who stopped Asuna and Nicole? Who was that guy? How could he stop Asuna and Nicole? Others might not know, but how could Brad not? Asuna and Nicole were a handful. Now, Zhang Tianyi and Baifla had also arrived. It was impossible for them to leave now. Suddenly, Zhang Tianyi snorted and looked up at the sky. The sunlight was suddenly blocked by something. Chun Zhao also looked up. He realized that metal discs had appeared in the sky one after another. These were the same discs that had attacked Chun Zhao before. It was just that the number this time was many times more than the previous ones. They were densely packed and neatly arranged. There could be hundreds of them. I was attacked by a few of them just now. Were they? Whose? Chun Zhao asked. Zhang Tianyi and Baifla were confused too. They seemed to be guessing who did it. These metal discs all emitted a powerful elemental aura. Moreover, to be able to control so many metal discs at the same time, the magic level must be extraordinary. So many metal discs hovered in the air, but they did not attack them immediately. But this confrontation was actually a threat to the three. Unfortunately, Chun Zhao, Zhang Tianyi, and Baifla, whom the mastermind had threatened, were all people who would not be threatened. The three's pride, or rather, their arrogance was so similar. Cowardly scoundrel. Zhang Tianyi snorted and stepped forward. Zhang Tianyi was serious this time. Zhang Tianyi formed a seal with his hands and shouted, Star Lord Huang, Feng Shu Zhang, Bailey Piaoxing, punishing Heaven's Sword, King of Zhou break. All of a sudden, the hundreds of metal discs were pieced together. The chaotic elemental aura suddenly merged into one. It turned into an indestructible metal barrier. Zhang Tianyi pointed at the metal barrier. The metal barrier looked as if it had been stripped of its scales. The metal plates broke off the metal barrier piece by piece and fell to the ground. Chun Zhao did not know Taoism, but he knew that Zhang Tianyi had just chanted a Taoist mantra. Of course, This was mainly because Fei Lai had been fascinated by feng shui and had searched everywhere for feng shui books. Chun Zhao had used his identity to obtain some. At the same time, he had also obtained some Taoist books. The mantra that Zhang Tianyi had just chanted really appeared in the Ziwei Do Shu Wang log. Legend had it that feng shui originated from the era of King Wu of Zhou. It was said that Jiang Zia had created it when King Wu conquered Zhou. The Ziwei star was also known as the Master of Dipper. Therefore, when it came to feng shui, most people would mention the Ziwei Star Lord. However, Chun Zhao was more concerned about the fact that Zhang Tianyi had not used an ordinary spell. Zhang Tianyi didn't use any huge amount of transcendence energy. He just stepped on Mount Sumeru and pinched the stars. It looked like the tricks of a charlatan, but the seemingly indestructible metal barrier was forcibly peeled off by him. Of course, neither friend nor foe would think that the old man was a swindler. Fuck, show yourself. The Big Dipper, the Six Directions, the Ziwei Star, the Nangong Palace, the fire. Zhang Tianyi once again made a hand seal. This time, a small flame burst out from Zhang Tianyi's fingertip. The seemingly insignificant flame spun a few times in the air and turned into a flaming dragon. The flaming dragon crashed headfirst into the metal barrier. With a loud boom, all the metal discs shattered and flew everywhere. At the same time, it kicked up a huge sandstorm. Amidst the dust and sand, a huge figure appeared. If not for the sandstorm, he probably would not have shown himself so easily. Come out. You've already been exposed. There's no point in hiding anymore. Chapter 2342. The figure hiding behind the sand finally stopped hiding. It wasn't exactly generous, but at least it was facing it calmly. It was a giant dragon with a huge body and a terrifying draconic might. It also radiated a terrifying magic power. However, this dragon was very special because its entire body was covered in metal armor. Even its wings were covered in thick metal. This dragon's size had reached the level of a dragon's father. Its magic aura was also extremely strong. But what the three cared about was the rippling elements on its body. Usually, dragons were single elemental. Occasionally, there would be dual elemental dragons. However, this metal dragon was quadruple elemental. Chun Zhao was surprised. Was this metal dragon the culprit behind the attack on the fire worship sect base? He had to admit that this metal dragon was very powerful. But did he really think he could fight Zhang Tianyi head-on? What a joke. Even Chun Zhao wasn't confident. He thought that he was stronger than Zhang Tianyi in terms of combat power. But at their level, combat power wasn't necessarily the deciding factor in a battle. Who knew what kind of spell Zhang Tianyi would throw at him? It was even possible that he could be suppressed directly. As soon as the metal dragon appeared in front of him, it either had a trick up its sleeve or was stupid. However, Chun Zhao really couldn't imagine how the metal dragon could escape. Putting Zhang Tianyi aside, Chun Zhao and Bifla wouldn't just stand by and watch. Zhang Tianyi also frowned. The metal dragon's aura seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember. I've seen you before, Zhang Tianyi said, pointing at the metal dragon. Puffed. It's my honor to be remembered by the Celestial Master. Even the proud WIRMS had to put away their pride and arrogance in front of Zhang Tianyi. Most of the giant dragons viewed other races, including humans, as mere ants. However, they were facing Zhang Tianyi, an ant who could crush most dragons to death. Don't talk. Let me think. I can definitely remember. Where did I meet you? Zhang Tianyi lowered his head in deep thought, his expression serious. The metal dragon wasn't in a hurry either. It let Zhang Tianyi's mind wander. Suddenly, Zhang Tianyi clapped his hands. I remember now. The genius of the giant dragon clan, Udal Loken. The metal dragon grinned. You finally remembered, Celestial Master. Fuck. How did you get yourself into this state? Back then, you were still a little handsome dragon. Because of you, my great Celestial Master. The metal dragon let out a horrifying laugh. Bifla and Chun Zhao looked at Zhang Tianyi at the same time. Did they misunderstand? Or did this big guy use the wrong words? Don't make it sound so ambiguous. We've only met once, and it was 120 years ago. That's right. 120 years ago, during my dragon race's ancestral dragon's birthday, you followed your master to my race's dragon island. Then, you defeated me and used my name as a genius to achieve your own accomplishments. Wait, let me sort out my thoughts. I remember that you were the one who challenged me. Why does it seem like I'm using you? Moreover, I remember that we got along quite well in the following days. Isn't it too late to sort out who was in the right and who was in the wrong? Udal Loken sneered at Zhang Tianyi. In order to defeat you and wash away the humiliation you've inflicted on me, I've been working hard. But no matter how hard I try, I can only live in your shadow. Even now, I possess the power of the Dragon Father, but you're still like a mountain that's always pressing down on me. Air. And should I say sorry? Ha! I'm joking with you. Udal Loken suddenly laughed. I can't even count the number of times I've been defeated by others in my life. How can I remember it just because you defeated me? Air, but I'm serious about pursuing power. Udal Loken's tone suddenly changed. It's very uncomfortable to face you here, but since I've been exposed, I can only fight. You're not just facing Celestial Master Zhang. The flames on Bafla's body burned again. Oh, I remember now. And you, an ant. Bafla soared into the sky and punched at Udal Loken. At the same time, a terrifyingly high temperature rose. The metal on Udal Loken's body seemed to be melting. Wow, it's hot. Jerlin covered her head with her hands. Even from a few hundred meters away, she could still feel the heat. Zhang Tianyi casually cast a small spell on Jerlin. Wow, so comfortable. Grandpa Celestial Master, give me another one. Chen Zhao's attention was on Bafla. Udal Loken also seemed to be unable to endure the terrifying flames. He looked up and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath at Bafla. However, his breath could only travel less than 10 meters before it was suppressed by Bafla's flames. Dragons of all attributes could spit dragon breath, which would also be mixed with their own attributes. It could be said that all dragons were experts at playing with fire. But today, Udal Loken met an enemy who knew how to play with fire even better than him. Bafla. Udal Loken also did not expect his dragon breath to be suppressed by Bafla. Such pure flames. Udal Loken murmured. Udal Loken muttered to himself. Bifla's flames erupted with even more terrifying power. In an instant, Udal Loken was swallowed by the sea of fire. Ah, Zhang Tianyi, I like you. Those were Udal Loken's last words. Bafla stopped his attack and turned to look at Chen Zhao in surprise. Zhang Tianyi, that's a male dragon. Fuck, that guy's a fake. He's just messing with us. Zhang Tianyi stomped his feet in anger. Bafla calmed himself down and returned his attention to the battlefield. Engulfed by the sea of fire, most of Udal Loken's body gradually melted. However, the only thing that melted was his metal body. He did not find Udal Loken's flesh and blood. Was it really a fake? Udal Loken only had a metal head left. I've been discovered? What a pity. But, Zhang Tianyi, I meant what I said just now. I'm a gay dragon. Zhang Tianyi's face kept twitching, but he could not do anything to this guy. It was useless even if he destroyed the metal head. It was just a remote-controlled shell. Chapter 2343. Not many people in the world dared to tease Zhang Tianyi. Clearly, Udal Loken didn't plan on fighting Zhang Tianyi head-on. Also, because he didn't come with his real body, he didn't have any worries. He could tease Zhang Tianyi without restraint. Even if Zhang Tianyi stomped his feet in anger, there was nothing he could do. Chen Zhao and Bifla watched from the side. Even though Bafora hated Udal Loken to the core, Bafora didn't care. But there was nothing he could do. Chen Zhao was even more curious about how this dragon, called Udal Loken, could control such a metal body. In terms of strength alone, the controlled steel WYRM was not weaker than ordinary WYRMS. In fact, it was much stronger. It was just a puppet that was being controlled, yet it already possessed such strength. Then how strong was its real body? Of course, Chen Zhao was an outsider in this conflict. At least, before Bifla asked him for help personally, he was an outsider. Even though Chen Zhao had participated in this battle, Udal Loken glanced at his subordinates. I'll leave them in Celestial Master Zhang's hands for now. Please take good care of them. I'll take them back soon. Huh, you want to take them back? That depends on whether you have the ability. Bifla grinned hideously at Udal Loken's almost melted metal head. Trust me, Udal Loken said confidently. Before long, you'll return them to me personally. Suddenly, a beam of red light pierced through Brad's head. Brad was still in shock, but the next moment, his soul had already left his body. He didn't even know what had happened until he died. And the person who killed him was Bifla. Bifla pointed at Nico and Asuna. At the same time, he looked at the remaining metal heads. Tell me, why do you think we'll return them to you? In Chun Zhao's impression, Bifla had always been very calm. Until today, all of Bifla's mania and anger had been revealed. Zhang Tianyi didn't expect Bifla to be so direct. Shouldn't they keep them alive? That way, he could get the necessary information from them. But Bifla killed one just like that. Judging from his actions, he seemed to want to kill the remaining two. Zhang Tianyi felt that it was inappropriate. But today, Bifla was the person involved. He was most qualified to decide the life and death of these two women. Therefore, Zhang Tianyi did not speak. Udal Loken said nothing more. He didn't expect Bifla to respond so forcefully. He was afraid that if he said another word, Bifla would really kill Nicole and Asuna. Blade was his right-hand man. But in the end, they were not as important as Nicole and Asuna. Although Brad's death was regrettable, it was still barely acceptable. But once Nicole and Asuna died, then his plan would be completely ruined. Therefore, he did not want to provoke Bifla any further. Looks like they're really important to you. A cruel smile appeared on Bifla's face. It should be because of their special magic constitutions. It seems that I really need to make good use of them. The metal skull finally melted completely, and he remained silent for the last few minutes. Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi looked at Bifla. These two captives belonged to Bifla. Their lives were also decided by Bifla. Bifla, are you going to kill them? Zhang Tianyi asked. He was also quite interested in Nicole and Asuna's magic. After all, absolute immunity to other people's attacks was almost unimaginable. Even Chun Zhao, who had the best physique and defense among the three, did not dare to say that he could be immune to all attacks. At least, if there was a strong enough magic attack, it could break through Chun Zhao's defense. But Nicole and Asuna were different. They could make any one of them absolutely immune. According to that dragon's train of thought, he definitely wants us to pry open their mouths. If I continue with this train of thought, I might fall into his trap. So, you gonna kill them now? Bifla lowered his head and thought for a while. No, I'm more curious about what they can tell me. I also want to know what that dragon said. In the end, we'll personally return them to him. Zhang Tianyi also wanted to know why they'd return the two of them. Did he have something on them? Was he confident that this could threaten Chun Zhao and Bifla? Or did he have the ability? Or was he using normal people to threaten them? It didn't seem feasible. Since guessing won't work, we'll pry open their mouths first. We're just guessing here. What can we get? Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. This kind of brain-wasting work was really not suitable for him. No need, Asuna said honestly. Whatever you want to know, we can tell you as long as we know it. How can we do that? Chun Zhao said. Intelligence without torture might not be true. Both Asuna and Nicole stared at Chun Zhao angrily. Chun Zhao's words were too vicious. He was going to force them to their deaths. It's just a joke. Don't be so serious. We're here to kidnap Arhan Terrell under Master Udal's orders. Where's Arhan Terrell? Where did you hide him? I don't know. We're only in charge of delaying and destroying. Someone else will naturally complete the kidnapping. Everyone was obviously not satisfied with this answer. Then tell me the dragon's real goal. To become a god. Fuck. Why is it this super stupid goal again? Chun Zhao cursed. Papa, you can't curse. Zhang Tianyi and Bifla glanced at Chun Zhao. What kind of father are you? You're cursing in front of kids. Other than that, don't you have any other deeper motives? Like maintaining world peace? Nicole and Asuna both looked at Zhang Tianyi as if he was an idiot. Then what are the specific steps? The three could actually easily accept Asuna and Nicole's goal, because there really have been gods in this world before. Thus, it was theoretically possible to become a god. Why do you think we should know? You're his subordinates and should be an important part of his plan. Why shouldn't we know? We can't understand Master Udal's great ambition. Becoming a god isn't a great ambition, Chun Zhao complained. It's also very childish. Nine Heavens Divine King. Chapter 2344. After this, Bifla stayed behind to deal with the aftermath. After all, the sect of fire had been attacked, and many disciples had died. He didn't have time to care about anything else. The most important thing was to take care of the remaining disciples. Chun Zhao and Zhirlin would only cause trouble if they stayed. Then Bifla chased them away. This wasn't a joke. The father and daughter stayed in the sect of fire for 10 minutes. Bifla went berserk. Chun Zhao wanted to help take care of the injured. After all, being a doctor was his main job. He was confident that he could take care of the injured. In the end, he imbued vitality into one of the injured. The injury healed quickly, but it was too effective. The person Chun Zhao had infused with vitality had been injured in the back. In the end, because of the excessive vitality, he grew another arm on his back. Bifla almost fainted from anger. On one hand, it was because Chun Zhao treated randomly. On the other hand, Chun Zhao's treatment method was too extravagant. It was even wasteful. Have you ever seen someone donate to an orphanage only to end up in a bank? Chun Zhao's treatment method was similar. Zhirlin was much worse than Chun Zhao. She ran around the half-destroyed sect of Fire's base. When she saw the injured lying on the ground, she ran up to them and poked their wounds. You even used a very innocent tone to ask me if it hurts? Was this something a human would do? The injured knew that Zhirlin was the daughter of their sect leader's friend. Even if she had tears in her eyes, she shouldn't be angry. Chun Zhao felt helpless too. He really wanted to help. In the end, the father and daughter were chased out of the sect of Fire's base. When they returned to the city, it was already midnight. Compared to a sleepless city like Los Angeles, Istanbul was much quieter. Of course, Istanbul's historical value was countless times that of Los Angeles. Under the night sky in Istanbul, there were always countless spiritualists moving about. The strongest spiritualists in the world were gathered here. But no one came to cause trouble for the father and daughter. They returned to the hotel successfully. Chun Zhao comforted Zhirlin and put her to sleep. On the other hand, Chun Zhao stood on the balcony of the suite and absorbed the yin-yang qi. Suddenly, he saw a few spiritualists chasing each other on the road outside the hotel. Upon closer inspection, he recognized two of them. They seemed to be Cliff and Ampa. They were the ones being chased. The 6 spiritualists chased after them. Upon closer inspection, the spiritualists chasing after them seemed to be Indians. The 6 spiritualists were clearly stronger than Cliff and Ampa. However, they seemed to have some misgivings, so they did not use any offensive methods. Every time he attacked, he would use binding and control spells. Cliff and Ampa, on the other hand, were barely able to resist. But looking at the situation, it wouldn't be long before he was defeated and captured. Chun Zhao considered whether he should attack or how he should do it. At this moment, an extremely loud gunshot resounded through the night sky. A spiritualist fell to the ground. Chun Zhao's vision was excellent, so he could see clearly. The spiritualist's neck was pierced through, and the powerful penetrating force, coupled with the airflow, almost completely broke the spiritualist's neck. Raising an eyebrow, Chun Zhao searched the surroundings. Looking in the direction of the bullet's trajectory, he saw a sniper on the rooftop of a tall building. It was at least 2,000 meters away from the scene. All the spiritualists present were terrified. They didn't have the ability to stop bullets. Now, they had to face a sniper hiding in the dark. Cliff and Ampa also lay on the ground, not daring to get up. The sniper's first shot was to attack the people chasing after them. But who knew what his real goal was? Just then, there was a second gunshot. This time, it didn't hit anyone. However, it left an extremely exaggerated bullet hole in front of the Indians. The area around the bullet hole seemed to have been corroded by something, leaving a bowl-sized hole. They're spiritualists. Everyone, raise your shields, one of the Indians shouted. At the same time, he rolled on the ground and hid behind a roadblock. Right now, the sniper in the dark was observing the scene through the scope of his sniper rifle. Tisk TSK. Too slow. I only noticed now, the sniper said proudly. Okay, stop talking. Finish it quickly. Don't drag it out. His partner's voice came from the sniper's earpiece. Got it. The sniper switched to regular bullets this time. He'd used magic bullets for the second shot, just to make the spiritualists think that he would continue using magic bullets. When they used their magic shields, it was time for the sniper to harvest. Magic bullets were very different from regular sniper rifle bullets. Magic bullets had many special additional effects. Regular bullets, on the other hand, were much simpler, pure physical damage. If the necromancers were hiding behind some obstacles, using magic bullets would be the most effective. The various attributes of magic bullets could help the sniper destroy those obstacles. But the magic properties of magic bullets weren't strong, so they could easily be blocked by magic shields. Everything had its pros and cons, and that was the disadvantage of magic bullets. But this time, the sniper switched to regular bullets. Of course, it was normal compared to magic bullets. But compared to real ordinary small caliber bullets, it wasn't the case. Because he wasn't using small caliber sniper bullets. It was super large armor-piercing bullets. And he wasn't using an ordinary mid-range sniper rifle either. It was a long-range sniper rifle. In the military, super large caliber bullets were mostly described as cannons. With the effect of a sniper rifle and a large caliber armor-piercing bullet, it could basically penetrate about 60 centimeters of concrete within its range. Bang! A sniper rifle shot directly blew up the head of a spiritualist hiding behind a concrete barricade. It wasn't accurate to say that it was a headshot. It was more like a headshot. The spiritualist thought that he was protected by a magic shield and a barricade, so he should be safe. But the power of the sniper rifle taught him a lesson. Beautiful. The sniper didn't care that he was in a sniper position. He shouted loudly and excitedly and couldn't help but kiss his rifle again. Don't waste time there. Finish the battle quickly. Got it. Don't rush me. The sniper then aimed at the third spiritualist. He was about to pull the trigger when the sniper suddenly had a very uncomfortable feeling. It was the feeling of being watched by others. The sniper immediately rolled and hid in the shadows. At the same time, he tried to determine where the feeling of being watched was coming from. Through the scope, the sniper finally found where the gaze was coming from. It was in the hotel next to the position where he was sniping. A man stood on the balcony of one of the suites. The man had been watching everything on the battlefield, and, at the same time, he was also watching the sniper, the divine emperor of the 9 heavens. Chapter 23:45. A third party? The sniper's heart jumped. Or was the man not a third party, but the superior of the Indian spiritualists? He could observe him from so far away, and it was nighttime too. Was he a perceptual spiritualist? Due to the demands of the times, there were many special and complicated branches of perceptual spiritualists in the world. Some perceptual spiritualists were very dangerous. Aluo, I found a perceptual spiritualist. He's watching me. He saw all my previous actions. Can you confirm his identity? No. Tell me his location. I'll take care of him. You continue your mission. That guy doesn't look easy to deal with, the sniper said. You better be careful. Maybe he's just bait. Aluo moved quickly. He quickly brought his men to the hotel. Their ambush location wasn't far from the hotel. Their original plan was to have the sniper attack while they were in charge of support. If the Indian spiritualists escaped, they would take care of them. But now that the plan had changed, they could only give up on the ambush and go around the hotel. Soon, Chun Zhao heard knocks on the door. Chun Zhao knew who they were, or rather, what they wanted. But Jerlin was sleeping soundly in the bedroom. Chun Zhao didn't want to cause too much of a commotion. Chun Zhao opened the door and saw 8 people outside. Everyone was wearing a field uniform and was armed to the teeth. When Chun Zhao opened the door, all 8 of them had their guns pointed at him. But in the next moment, a black curtain silently rose behind them, covering the head of the person standing at the back. The person couldn't even make a sound before he fell to the ground. Show, my daughter's sleeping. Chun Zhao smiled faintly and gestured for them to keep quiet. But the people in front of him didn't care. The leader raised his gun and smashed it at Chun Zhao's head. It was a public place, but the upper floors of the hotel were all spiritualists. The owner of the hotel also had countless connections with spiritualists, so there weren't many random people here. Chun Zhao didn't need to be secretive here. Even if he attacked, it would be fine as long as he didn't cause too much damage. The moment the leader was about to pull the trigger, Chun Zhao suddenly grabbed the barrel and twisted it upward. The barrel broke. At the same time, he closed the door behind him. To Chen Zhao, these spiritualists couldn't even be considered decent. In a few seconds, everyone was lying on the ground. These people were also dumbfounded. After all, they had fought many big and small battles. They were confident that they could fight against any spiritualist. In the end, he encountered such an enemy today. He wasn't some legendary figure in the spirit world, but his methods had made them suffer greatly. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. Chen Zhao pinned them to the ground. When he came back to his senses, Quan Du was already lying on the ground. Of course, Chen Zhao wouldn't bring them back to his room. Instead, he opened the door next door, Bifra's suite. Chen Zhao didn't kill them. Their injuries were neither light nor heavy, but at least they weren't dead. Tell me, who are you? Why did you attack me? These people clenched their teeth and persevered. No one made a sound. Chen Zhao picked up a gun and aimed it at one of the female team members' head. Even so, you still won't say? Stop. The leader finally yelled. If you dare to kill our people, you'll bring big trouble to yourself. No matter who you are, we won't let you go. Really? You're threatening me now, right? Chen Zhao didn't like being threatened. Stop. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Chen Zhao turned around and saw a few familiar people standing at the door. Warrencom, the Holy Knight, and his followers, Harkinson, Wallace, and Yuna. They were all old acquaintances who'd fought alongside him. Chen Zhao put the gun away and tilted his head to look at the acquaintances. Hi, Chen. Yuna greeted Chen Zhao. Long time no see. Don't tell me they're your subordinates. No, but they're our colleagues, members of the Holy Knight's Eurasian branch. Warrencom, kill this guy. He attacked us. The Holy Knight on the ground roared. Chen Zhao glanced at the Knights Templars on the ground and pursed his lips. So narrow-minded. Warrencom, how about I kill them all, and you pretend this never happened? What do you think? The Holy Knights on the ground were all shocked. Warrencom and the other three looked helpless. All right, stop joking around. Let them all go. They attacked me just now. You're just going to let it go? Chen Zhao said, annoyed. It's a misunderstanding. You didn't actually get hurt or lost, right? But my heart is hurt. I'm depressed now. I was attacked by the Holy Knights I worked with before. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I won't be able to let it go. They just misanalyzed and thought you were an enemy, Warrencom explained helplessly. We're working closely with the Eurasian branch right now. When we heard the sniper's words, we also thought it was an unknown enemy. We didn't know it was you until we checked in at the hotel. To prevent both sides from getting hurt, we came to stop the conflict from escalating. Chen Zhao thought about it. Warrencom's explanation was acceptable. Of course, if it wasn't for Warrencom and the others. Even if it was a misunderstanding, Chen Zhao would still kill them all. Chen Zhao helped the Templar up from the ground and patted the dust off him. Okay, it's a misunderstanding. You can go now. You'd better remember this. Before the leading Holy Knight could say anything, Chen Zhao clamped his mouth shut. Don't say anything else, or I'll kill you now. Even if you want to take revenge, you should do it secretly, right? The Holy Knights from the Eurasian branch all looked unhappy. After all, they'd been humiliated in front of their faces and couldn't fight back. Even their words had been blocked. It felt like a fishbone was stuck in their throats. The Holy Knights from the Eurasian branch left, but Warrencom and the others didn't. They clearly wanted to catch up with Chen Zhao. Of course, Chen Zhao also had some questions to ask them. Should I ask? Or will you tell me yourself? Chen Zhao looked at the four before him. They'd worked together twice. They might not be like brothers, but they'd been through life and death, especially when they'd worked together for the first time against the Root of the Fallen. That battle had been full of danger. Back then, Chen Zhao wasn't very strong. Everyone had almost lost their lives in that battle, so they still had a deep trust. Otherwise, Chen Zhao wouldn't have let them go so easily. Chapter 2346. Warrencom and the others hesitated for a moment. After exchanging glances, Warrencom finally said, "This situation is a bit troublesome and highly confidential." Highly confidential? I love hearing confidential information. Come, share it with me. Chen Zhao didn't know how to accommodate Warrencom at all. Not long ago, The great sage of the Knights Templar prophesied that a treasure is about to appear and that it will bring disaster. This treasure comes from India's Shiva religion and gave us some clues. What treasure? Chun Zhao was even more interested. Who didn't like treasures? If possible, Chun Zhao would be happy to put it in his pocket. I don't know. Maybe only the great sage knows what treasure it is. Our current mission is to find the key clues and people that the great sage mentioned. These clues and people will lead us to the treasure. In other words, you Templars came to Istanbul this time to play a treasure hunt. Chun Zhao wanted a clear time and place. It was best if he could directly fight for the treasure. He didn't want a treasure hunt where all sorts of information were put together and he had to guess and guess. So, when Chun Zhao found out what Warrencom meant, his interest disappeared. Moreover, he still had doubts about the treasure that Warrencom mentioned. Maybe it was a treasure to them, but it was useless to him. After all, Chun Zhao wasn't the same as before. His power had increased, so had his horizons. The location of the treasure shouldn't be in Istanbul. We're here mainly because there are a few key people and key clues here. Are Clive and Ampa the key people you mentioned? You know that couple? Kind of, Chun Zhao said. What do you plan to do with them? We don't plan to hurt them. They're in danger now. India's Shiva people are chasing after them. We want to protect them. Until you find the treasure, right? You can say that if the treasure falls into the hands of evil people, there will be extremely serious consequences. So, we have to find it first and keep it safe. Chun Zhao had to admit that Warrencom's words were very Western. If others obtained it, they would all be evil and have bad intentions. Only if they obtained it could they maintain world peace and ensure safety. Of course, it was not wrong to think that way. It was safest to hold the weapon in one's own hands. Even if Chun Zhao was involved, he would have the same thought. When a person or a force stood at a certain height, they would no longer treat the person above them as a target. Instead, he treated the people below as his targets. It didn't matter if this person was hostile or not. As long as he posed a threat, he was an enemy. This was the Western way of thinking. Chun Zhao, on the other hand, had a pure Eastern mindset. This thing belonged to him. Of course, from the perspective of profit, he wasn't sure what it was. Chun Zhao really wasn't interested in spending too much effort and time fighting over a treasure that he didn't know what it was or what it could be used for. Is stealing this treasure a big problem? Chun Zhao didn't understand why Warrencom was so serious. The trouble lies in the Hindu religion of Shiva, Warrencom said. This supreme treasure originated from them. Do you think they're willing to let their clan's supreme treasure be seized by outsiders? Then just give back to them. They are not some evil religion. Those that could be passed down to the present and spread openly were religious doctrines that could be accepted by society, the government, and even most people. So, Chun Zhao felt that he was the villain when the Holy Knights wanted to steal someone else's treasure. The key is that the Hindu religion of Shiva is in constant internal conflict. Many of the higher-ups are unclear about their intentions. Some extreme higher-ups are even trying to restore the Shiva doctrine of the past. Chun Zhao immediately understood what Warrencom meant. Many religions that seemed righteous now weren't so glorious in the past. Even the church had many dark secrets in the old era. Changing the doctrine to what it was in the past would be a small matter. A small matter could be a religious war, but a serious matter could cause the entire country or even the world to be shaken. Fortunately, the vast majority of people in this world were rational. Even in the Hindu religion, those extreme people were definitely the minority. Other than the internal conflict of the Hindu religion, there's another force that we holy knights have to be careful about. Oh, which one? The dragons. Warrencom said seriously. They're the most troublesome one. You're talking about the entire dragon race? Or individual dragons? Of course, it's individual dragons. Currently, the entire dragon race and humans have cooperated closely for the past few decades, so both sides are still in the honeymoon period. In the short term, the overall political stance of the dragon race will not change, but there are still some dragons who still have an arrogant attitude towards humans. And according to the prophecy of the great sage, there is an extreme dragon race force participating in the battle for the treasure this time. Hearing Warrencom's words, Chun Zhao couldn't help but think of the attack on the fire worship sex base. Would it be the same group of people? Their ultimate goal was that Indian Shiva's most precious treasure? Chun Zhao couldn't help but think of the magic book he'd taken from Argentero. Chun Zhao had thought that the higher-ups of Shiva wanted this magic book back. But the result was unexpected. This magic book was meaningless, both to Shiva and to Chun Zhao, a predator. It seemed that he had to discuss this with Bifla and Old Zhang. He wanted to see what they thought. However, based on the current situation, everything was very unclear. Everyone only knew a little information. What Warrencom knew was that the treasure came from Shiva. That was all Zhang Tianyi knew too. Right now, there should be 3 people who might know what the treasure was. The great guardian of Shiva, Dakal Windus, the dragon Udal Loken, who controlled everything from behind, and the great sage of the Holy Knights. However, the 3 of them were hiding behind the scenes like thieves. If Chun Zhao was really interested, he might go find one of them and find out more. However, Chun Zhao wasn't interested in it either, so he only treated it as gossip until now. Chun, help us. Yeah, Chun, we're looking forward to fighting with you again. Yun also looked at Chun Zhao seriously. The other 2 old friends had the same look. Chapter 2347. The information that Warrencom had given Chun Zhao was basically information that Chun Zhao already knew. Or rather, it was information that Chun Zhao wasn't interested in. Warrencom and the others still treated Chun Zhao as the Chun Zhao of the past, although they didn't have any grudges or conflicts. However, there was still a gap between the 2 sides. Warrencom and the others hoped that Chun Zhao could work with them again. Unfortunately, Chun Zhao rejected them this time. Even if Chun Zhao wanted to work together, he would work with Zhang Tianyi and Bifla. He wouldn't work with them. If they were to cooperate with the Holy Knights, they might be able to get their hands on the treasure one day. How would they split the benefits then? There was only one treasure, and the Holy Knights had to keep it in their hands. If they gave Chun Zhao a few cents as compensation, who could Chun Zhao complain to? But it was different if he worked with Zhang Tianyi and Bifla. Even if they wanted to keep the treasure, they could at least give him a decent compensation. Of course, it was obvious that Warrencom and the others really wanted to fight alongside Chun Zhao again. But after Chun Zhao's direct rejection, he gave up on the idea. Chun Zhao didn't continue on this topic. After exchanging contact numbers with them, they left directly. When Chun Zhao returned to the balcony of his suite, Cliff and Ampa were nowhere to be seen. They'd probably been taken away by the Holy Knights. Chun Zhao continued to absorb the essence of the sun and moon on the balcony. But after he was full, he took out the magic book he'd gotten from Argentero. Because of the world wall, Chun Zhao could memorize the contents of the book, but the content couldn't connect him with the elements. The contents of the magic book were like lines of cold, lifeless mathematical formulas. Chun Zhao remembered that Bifla had once said that there were 2 conditions to break the world wall. The first condition was that he had enough power and could withstand the backlash from breaking the world wall by force. Chun Zhao already had this condition, but the second condition was much more complicated. It was a ritual to break the world. Not only was it complicated, but it also required a large amount of resources. The amount of resources depended on the strength of the world wall. For a super religion like India Shiva, the strength of the world wall set by the sages would definitely be unimaginable. So, the resources needed would be astronomical. Actually, Chun Zhao didn't doubt whether he could break the world wall. His strength was sufficient, and in terms of resources, he had a large amount of wealth in hell. Even if they lacked some resources, they could exchange with Beelzebub's Zophie. As for how the ceremony should be carried out, he had people to consult. He now had a demon alchemist loyal to him, felt Nitak. If he still couldn't do it, she could look for the handsome boy or Beria for advice. The 2 of them would definitely be able to think of a solution. The reason why Chun Zhao was interested was because he felt something for this magic book. This mysterious feeling made Chun Zhao feel that he could learn something from it. Chun Zhao didn't know what he would get, but feelings were hard to say. It was just a moment of inspiration. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he was very sure. But breaking a world was no small matter. It consumed a lot of resources. Even Argentero, a follower of Shiva, had said that he couldn't cultivate. Therefore, He wasn't sure if he could gain anything. This was also why Chen Zhao hesitated. What if he wasted a lot of manpower and resources and ended up with nothing? Chen Zhao definitely wouldn't be happy. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. It was West. West, can't you see what time it is? President, the last trial will start the day after tomorrow. What's the last trial? All the remaining team members will be randomly split up. They'll draw lots at the same time and then have a one-on-one battle, West said. Oh, so why are you calling me? Now, only Hallie's, an elite, and Gaia have qualified for the final round of trials, but the three of them have no confidence in the final round of the arena. What can I do? Motivate them? No, be our opponent. Are you sure? Chen Zhao didn't understand West's suggestion. He felt that the most important thing now was to motivate them, but if he sparred with them, it wouldn't be motivating them anymore. It would be beating them up. Others might not know, but West knew how difficult it was. Chen Zhao felt that sparring with them was meaningless. It might even have the opposite effect. If he wanted to find an opponent to spar with, he should find someone who was on par with him or someone who wasn't that much stronger. Not someone like Chen Zhao as an opponent. If Chen Zhao sparred with them, the only thing he could do was stand where he was and do nothing. Once Chen Zhao made a move, they would lose. They should know Chen Zhao's strength, not to mention going easy on him. Chen Zhao didn't know how to act. If he pretended to use a few moves, they would probably see through it immediately. It would only make them less confident. The three of them requested this. Why? They said that if they can get used to fighting with you, the other participants won't be able to pressure them. That's a new theory, but are you sure they can do it? Let's try. With their current emotions and fighting spirit, they might be eliminated in the first round. Okay, I'll go now. After all, Chen Zhao had brought the team here. He didn't have high hope for them to participate in the Holy Glory battle this time. They didn't even pay much attention to them, but Chen Zhao still hoped that his team could get good results. Even if they didn't get the title of Holy Glory, at least they wouldn't lose too badly. Furthermore, looking at the bigger picture, the remaining three members of the supernatural organization were already the last fig leaf of the North American supernatural world. Looking at the other major regions in the spirit world, there were basically dozens of people from each major region who made it to the final round of the arena. Only the North American spiritual world had Gaia, Allies, and an elite. If they were eliminated in the first round, the North American spiritual world would be in a slump for another 10 years. Of course, there was a more direct way to inspire the North American spiritual world. Let Chen Zhao participate in the Holy Glory battle. Chapter 2348. Clearly, Chen Zhao wouldn't participate. Even if he wanted to, Zhang Tianyi and 23rd Blood Mary wouldn't let him. If Chen Zhao participated, with his personality, he would probably eliminate everyone from the other teams. Then he would leave all 10 spots for his own team members. Chen Zhao would definitely do something like that. Chen Zhao glanced at Zhirlin on the bed. She was sleeping soundly at the moment, but Chen Zhao definitely couldn't leave her alone in the bedroom. So, he used dark lava to gently lift her up. She wouldn't feel any strong movements. Soon, Chen Zhao carried Zhirlin to the hotel where the members of the supernatural organization were staying. There were also many spiritualists staying in this hotel, but it was different from the hotel Chen Zhao was staying in. This hotel was for the teams participating in the Battle of Holy Glory. It could be said that the organizers of the Battle of Holy Glory had booked the entire place. Chen Zhao knocked on West's door. The 10 team members were all in his room. Chen Zhao placed Zhirlin in West's bedroom. Then, he walked to the others. Gaia, how is it? Haven't you recovered? Chen Zhao realized that Gaia was in low spirits. He glanced at an elite and Helis, who were sitting side by side. They were also frowning. Gaia sighed. It's not about our condition. We just don't have much confidence in the upcoming arena trials. Chen Zhao was a bit surprised. He didn't think that even the usually confident Gaia would be so pessimistic. The arena trials can actually give you so much pressure. We've come into contact with quite a number of participants and seen quite a few battles. We realized that not only are many spiritualists strong, but they also have a strong restraining effect on us. It can't be that coincidental that you guys met them. Didn't they say that it's all random? It's random, Wes said, but it's also based on ability. Some special spiritualists can use magic to pick the right person. So, the drawing isn't completely fair? That's right. The drawing of lots is a competition in itself. Even so, you shouldn't be completely unconfident. It's not to the extent of having no confidence at all, but it's just that I'm not confident, Gaius said. Okay, since that's the case, let me help you build confidence again. Chen Zhao clapped his hands. Let's find a big place and spar. There's a large-scale barrier under the hotel that's specially used for spiritualists to spar and spar. There's actually such a place in the hotel. This hotel specializes in providing services for spiritualists. Not only is there a large-scale barrier, but there are also magic shops, spirit medium services, and magic trading centers. If there's a chance in the future, I should really come here and take a look. Of course, now is definitely not the time. After all, they still had business to attend to. The group arrived at the lowest level of the hotel. Judging from the environment, this should be the second floor of the underground garage. However, it had already been modified, and there were many signs of the supernatural world on it. Moreover, the only way to get down here was through the introduction of magic power in the elevator. The other entrances and exits were also sealed. This was to prevent ordinary people from accidentally entering this place. After all, the hotel was open to the public, and ordinary people would occasionally check in. At this hour, there were still people coming and going. Furthermore, all of them were spiritualists. It seemed that spiritualists were also nocturnal creatures. Where's the barrier? Chen Zhao asked. There's someone in charge there. Chen Zhao followed the group to a sealed area. Although the outside was blocked by walls, Chen Zhao's little world could still pass through them. However, when Chen Zhao's senses tried to go deeper, it was blocked by a pure magical barrier. This magical barrier was probably the barrier that West had mentioned. When the group arrived at the entrance, they were stopped by a female spiritualist from outside this area. Hi, Quinn, West greeted him. There's a team inside, the spiritualist called Quinn said. How much longer? West asked. Half an hour. Is there anyone else after that? Nope. Okay, then we'll make a reservation in half an hour. Reserve 3 hours for us first. West paid the deposit and waited outside obediently with the group. Chen Zhao also waited obediently. He didn't plan on breaking the rules here. However, after half an hour, the people inside still didn't seem to want to come out. Why isn't it done yet? West looked at Quinn. Quinn was a bit unhappy too. She was the representative for the barrier. She relied on this to collect some fees and cash in the special area. Therefore, what she hated the most was other people dawdling. It was time, but they still didn't want to come out. Follow me. Quinn led the way inside. When Chen Zhao entered, he saw a magical barrier that covered an area of around 1,000 square meters. Inside the magic barrier, there were 5 to 6 spiritualists, and 2 of them were sparring with each other. Hey, Moabi, Quinn called. Your time's up. Just then, a spiritualist came to the edge of the barrier. We still need to use it. We'll pay you after we go out. Quinn hesitated for a moment and then shook her head. The rest of the time has been reserved. You have to leave and come out. Is it them? Moabi looked at West and the others. You're from North America? Let me think. Sorry, I don't remember. Moabi's expression was frivolous and provocative. Clearly, as the only representative of the supernatural world in North America, no one had high hopes for them in this spiritualist event. Many people even felt that the supernatural organization's team could participate not because of their strength. It was just because they were from North America. It was like the regional quota in football. Are you going to use the barrier too? What for? You're wasting time. Moabi continued to mock them without holding back. How about you leave this place to us? We'll show you what a high-end battle is. Moabi, you'd better watch your words. If you continue to speak so carelessly, I will forever refuse to let you and your team members use this venue. Quinn was doing business here. She didn't like Moabi's provocative and troublesome behavior. She hoped that everyone would follow her rules, pay honestly, and use the place without interfering with each other. The members of the supernatural organization were obviously very unhappy. Of course, Chen Zhao was the most unhappy. Open the barrier, Chen Zhao said. What? What are you doing? Going in to teach them a lesson. 9 Heavens Divine King. Chapter 23:49. Cain looked at West and the others. West was helpless. He wanted to say something, but Moabi spoke first. Teach me a lesson? I'll let you use one hand, Moabi said arrogantly. Or both hands. Is that enough? Moabi, I think you should just stand there and not move. Even if you don't do anything, he won't be able to beat you. Moabi's companion smiled. It seemed that they were very confident in Moabi's abilities. Of course, it was also because Chun Zhao and the others were spiritualists from North America. In the spiritual world, there was severe regional discrimination. For example, spiritualists from Huaxia, North America, and Europe would take a magic exam. One of the questions was, what should they do if they encountered an evil spirit? For the spiritualists from Huaxia and Europe, this was a technical question. For the spiritualists from North America, it was a math question. Because the spiritualists from Huaxia and Europe would write down the methods to destroy the evil spirit. On the other hand, the spiritualists from North America would have to calculate how many people they would need to destroy the evil spirit. Although this was just a regional joke, it also showed how weak the spiritual world in North America was. Almost all major events in the spiritual world were ruled out from North America first. Even Cain, who was neutral right now, didn't have high hopes for Chun Zhao. Teach Moabi a lesson? He wasn't the strongest, but he had a certain reputation in the spiritual world. Chun Zhao actually lost his mind because of Moabi's provocation. However, Chun Zhao had actually lost his mind because of Moabi's provocation. Now, the people from the supernatural organization were already very displeased. Even the low-profile West didn't plan on stopping Chun Zhao anymore. Cain, we're using this barrier now, so we have the right to ask anyone to go up. Am I right? Cain looked hesitantly at Moabi and the others in the barrier. If you want us to leave, sure. Defeat any one of us. Moabi seemed to be certain that Chun Zhao and the others couldn't do anything to them, so he became even more arrogant. At the same time, he gave Chun Zhao a thumbs down. Everyone from the supernatural organization stared at Chun Zhao with a dark expression. Open the barrier. Chun Zhao's expression was also dark. He had never cultivated his heart and mind. Never. Chun Zhao's current strength didn't come from cultivating his mind. All of them had grown step by step through battles. In the end, Cain still opened the barrier. Moabi stared arrogantly at Chun Zhao, who had just entered the barrier. What, just you alone? Are you sure you don't want two helpers? If they come up, they'll stop me, Chun Zhao said indifferently. Stop you? That's right. For an idiot like you who is seeking death, they are indeed trying to stop you from doing stupid things. Cain looked at the people in the barrier and then at West. Are you sure you don't want to stop him? No, I think some people do need to suffer, West said matter-of-factly. Cain was also clear on whether West was referring to the Asian who had entered or Moabi and the others when he said some people. She really couldn't see any chance of Chun Zhao winning. Chun Zhao walked toward Moabi. Can we start? Moabi was still arrogant, his hands behind his back. Come, you can start your attack. Chun Zhao wouldn't go easy on him. He suddenly charged towards Moabi and threw a punch. Bang! Instantly, Moabi's body stretched strangely. Then his entire body bounced out, smashing into the barrier and bouncing back. Surprised, Chun Zhao lifted his foot. Bang! Like a ball, Moabi was kicked away again. But after bouncing a few times on the opposite side of the barrier, he shot toward Chun Zhao again. Interesting. So it's a rubber man. Chun Zhao had heard of some special strengthening spells. This rubber man was clearly one of them. Like the main character in a certain comic, his body had the elasticity of rubber. Moreover, this elasticity didn't just work against physical attacks. Even magical attacks will be turned into potential energy by the rubber man. It was like borrowing force to fight force. No matter how much force the enemy used to hit him, he could use his elasticity to release it. He could also use the opportunity to bounce back. This was also why Moabi was so arrogant. He didn't care even if Chun Zhao had to use both hands. Chun Zhao sent Moabi flying again. This time, Chun Zhao's strength was 10 times stronger. The bouncing sound in the barrier was even clearer. Moreover, Moabi had lost control of the direction of his ejection. When Chun Zhao's strength was transmitted to him, he could clearly feel it. How terrifying was Chun Zhao's strength? At this moment, he finally couldn't laugh and talk as freely as before. 100 tons of force seemed to be easy for him. Let's try 500 tons of force. Pa, 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 pa. Even the sound of Moabi's ejection changed. One of Moabi's companions was knocked down by Moabi and instantly lost consciousness. Hurry, hurry, help, me, stop. Moabi was actually speaking coherently, but his voice was blurred and sluggish. It was mainly because he'd ejected too quickly. He'd completely lost control of his body. Even 500 tons of force didn't completely break him down. Try 1,000 tons. Chun Zhao punched again. This time, the sound was extremely dull. Moabi coughed out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, 3 of his companions had lost consciousness because of his ejection. This time, Chun Zhao didn't make him eject in all directions. Instead, he made him eject in a straight line. It was like bouncing a ball against a wall. No matter how fast Moabi's ejection was, Chun Zhao could still keep up with his punch. Pa, 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 the barrier flickered. Kane's expression changed slightly. This was a sign that the barrier's magic was unstable. However, the barrier was so strong that it was almost indestructible. Chun Zhao suddenly increased his strength by 10 times. Boom! This time, Kane didn't bounce back. Instead, he was embedded into the barrier. The barrier didn't completely recover. A human-shaped hole appeared in it. The hole was filled with cracks. Wes watched all this calmly. At the same time, he took out a check. Sorry for breaking your barrier. The supernatural organization isn't very strong, but we have money. Moabi's surviving companions heard Wes' words and felt that they were extremely harsh. Chapter 2350. Chun Zhao looked at those people. He clenched his fists so hard that they cracked. However, those few people felt their blood run cold when they heard it. How strong was Moabi? They knew it the best. Actually, Moabi's attack power was average. However, his passive counterattack ability was something that few people could withstand. However, Moabi had suffered a lot today. Chun Zhao had basically used his upper limit to defeat him. Are you going to scram? Or do I have to throw you out? Chun Zhao asked the spiritualists. The spiritualists lowered their heads and fled with the unconscious Moabi and a few other companions. However, Chun Zhao still felt a bit strange. He knew how much power he'd used. In terms of damage tolerance alone, Moabi was already higher than everyone else in the Supernatural Organization's team. And it wasn't just a little bit. It was much, much higher. Even Gaia, who had the best defense, only had a defense limit of 100 tons when she transformed into her dragon form. But when Chun Zhao had attacked Moabi, he'd used 5,000 tons of power. What did that mean? Moabi's defense limit was 50 times higher than Gaia's. Of course, it didn't mean that Moabi was 50 times stronger than Gaia. It could only be said that Moabi was specialized in this. But if one ability was outstanding, he would have a corresponding breakthrough in other areas too. Chun Zhao was sure that Moabi's other areas were extraordinary. And this was just one person. In the final trial of the Battle of the Holy Glorious Ones, there were many spiritualists more outstanding and powerful than Moabi. It was no wonder that Gaia, Helis, and Unelite were so dispirited. Of course, every spell had its own weakness or a magic system that countered it. They couldn't be absolutely invincible. Helis, Gaia, and Unelite worked together, but they couldn't do any damage to Chun Zhao. Helis Abyss demons were once Chun Zhao's opponents. However, the current abyssal demons were a thing of the past. Chun Zhao was now many times more powerful than before. In the past, the demons could at least harm Chun Zhao. But now this unconscious body only had 70% of its power when it was alive. It couldn't harm Chun Zhao at all. Gaia's strongest form was her dragon form. However, even if she transformed into a dragon, she would only be in the form of a young dragon. Her body could only reach about 15 meters. Coupled with dragon's might and dragon's breath, he displayed impressive combat prowess. However, Gaia in his dragon form was not that powerful. As for Unelite, He really had no advantage over Chun Zhao in terms of speed. However, the battle between the four of them was full of tricks. After all, they were the top fighters of the supernatural organization. After such a long period of cultivation, they had each grasped or developed some trump cards. Of course, he wouldn't use these trump cards on Chun Zhao, putting aside whether or not it would be effective against Chun Zhao. Using their trump cards would put a certain burden on themselves. They didn't want their condition to decline before the final trial arena opened. Actually, they weren't trying to find any secrets from him, or they could ask Chun Zhao to give them advice. In fact, Chun Zhao couldn't give them any advice. From start to finish, Chun Zhao had been fighting straightforwardly. He didn't use any fancy moves or techniques. It could even be said that Chun Zhao wasn't stronger than any of them in terms of battle techniques. Chun Zhao was able to defeat them purely because of his superior level. They wanted pressure. They wanted to work hard to adapt to Chun Zhao's pressure. If one day they could adapt to Chun Zhao's attacks, then they might not be invincible. But there was almost no one who could defeat them. This was what they needed. So, Chun Zhao suppressed his power as much as possible. At the same time, he suppressed the three of them. After fighting for 3 hours, Gaia, Halley's, and Angelide's only achievement was destroying Chun Zhao's expensive clothes. They'd already used up all their magic and stamina. On the other hand, Chun Zhao stood there half-naked. West and the others stood outside the barrier. After a while, they turned around and went out, spending another 3 hours. After a short rest, Gaia, Halley's, and Elite started a new round of attacks. But it was too slow for them to recover like this. Chun Zhao used his domain to forcibly recover their magic. Of course, this method of forcibly restoring mana was not that wonderful. It was like a person being forced to eat food. Chun Zhao was used to this kind of intense recovery, but it didn't mean that others could get used to it. No, it wasn't a habit. It was more like acceptance. To Chun Zhao, it was as simple as breathing. But to Gaia, Halley's, it was like using a balloon to inflate their bodies. 3 hours passed. Another 3 hours passed. From early morning to the evening of the next day. Apart from asking West to take care of Jerlin, Chun Zhao didn't spend any other time with them. He spent the rest of the time with Gaia, Halley's, and Elite. But it was about time. If they continued, they'd really be hurt badly. Even if Chun Zhao could continuously recover their magic. But their willpower and physical fatigue had reached their limits. If they continued, they'd really be crippled. Chun Zhao gave them some medicine so that they could rest. He basically had nothing to do with the supernatural organization's team. After dinner, Chun Zhao carried Jerlin out to the night market. Istanbul also had a bustling night market. Different from most European and American cities, Istanbul's night market had more of an Eastern atmosphere. Chun Zhao carried Jerlin to a rather famous local night market. When the father and daughter arrived, there was already a sea of people. The not-so-spacious market was packed with people. Everyone basically brushed shoulders with each other. Chun Zhao could only put Jerlin on his neck. Jerlin was in charge. If she wanted to buy something, Chun Zhao would just snort. "Papa, Papa, go there, go there." "Which way?" "Over there. The one with the colorful sign." "What's that for sale?" Even Chun Zhao couldn't unleash his domain in such a chaotic environment. When he looked up, he could only see other people's heads. Right there, right there. Go forward." Chun Zhao carried Jerlin and squeezed through the crowd. Finally, he stopped before the shop Jerlin pointed at. However, this shop didn't fit in with the atmosphere of the market. The lights were dim, and there weren't many people inside. Chapter 23:51. The shop wasn't big, but it looked like an alley. Especially under the dim light that alternated between light and dark, it looked very deep. Chun Zhao walked into the shop. There were many masks on both sides of the shop. But looking at the masks, Chun Zhao found them rather strange. Chun Zhao picked up a mask and tried it on his face. But he could still feel faint magic from a mask. This wasn't a normal shop. Chun Zhao didn't know what the mask was for. He didn't dare to let Jerlin play with it. The mask looked very creepy. Who knew if there would be something bad? Chun Zhao looked around and realized that there was someone in the corner of the shop. The person was sharpening a mask with a file. He also had faint magic on him. His tools and materials were all messily placed. He wore a pair of thick glasses. There were also a dozen different masks hanging on his waist. When he saw Chun Zhao, he was first stunned. Then he looked at the mask in Chun Zhao's hand. Spiritualist? The person asked uncertainly. Chun Zhao nodded. You too. Sort of. What do you mean, sort of? Chun Zhao asked. I can feel the magic on you. I'm not a traditional sorcerer or sorcerer. It's only because my ancestors have mastered a special skill that I was able to come into contact with the supernatural world. However, I don't know any magic or sorcery. We call ourselves the masked sorcerers. Special skill? Are you talking about this mask? Yes, the masker said. What's the use of this mask? To change one's aura, the masker said. It's like what we often say. Some superstar has a strong aura, or someone has a good aura. With that, the masker held the half-finished mask in front of Chun Zhao. Suddenly, Chun Zhao felt that the person behind the mask was a cultured professor. But the mess on him made him look like he'd just finished an experiment in the lab. The masked master put down the mask in his hand. In an instant, his unique aura disappeared. He turned back into the unkempt craftsman. Papa, I want that. Give it to me. Jerlin pointed at the mask hanging on the wall excitedly. Even children can wear it. This isn't meant to be worn. It's effective as long as it's on the person's body. The one in my hand is a half-finished product. As for children, this mask only changes the person's temperament. It won't change anything else, so it's meaningless to children. Because a person's first sense is their vision. When people see a child, they take it for granted that the person is a child. When their first sense can't determine the person's identity, their feelings will take over. This mask is misleading, not a scam. Fine. Apart from scamming, I can't think of any other use for this mask. Chun Zhao shrugged with a smile. The masked master shrugged casually. If you insist, then there's nothing I can do. Papa, I want. Jerlin looked at Chun Zhao, feeling wronged. Chun Zhao completely ignored her request. Fine. How much is this mask? Chun Zhao took a mask off the wall. This mask was very characteristic of China. It looked like a fox. This mask isn't suitable for children. Take that one. The masker pointed to a mask not far away. Buy that one. It's 50 NIS. Chun Zhao saw the mask artist pointing at a cartoon mask. Darling, do you like that one? Not really, but I'll take it. And that one. Jerlin didn't reject anything. It seemed like even children couldn't resist cartoons. It was the same for little Jerlin. The masks she chose were all cartoon masks. Are these magic masks too? No, those are normal masks. My shop isn't just open to spiritualists. I'll take all of them. How much are they? I'll give you 200 NIS. After paying the bill, Chun Zhao carried Jerlin out. However, Chun Zhao felt a bit awkward. He didn't know what it was, but it was just awkward. Jerlin, on the other hand, was quite satisfied with the mask she'd gotten. She even wore a Conan mask. Chun Zhao turned back to look at the shop. He couldn't figure out what exactly was awkward. However, not long after, he saw a large group of police officers appear in front of him. The police officers were blocking and isolating the market. At the same time, they came over. Of course, they weren't here for Chun Zhao. Instead, they went to the mask shop. Then the police cordoned off the entrance of the shop. Chun Zhao stopped and looked at the shop. Chun Zhao also covered the shop with his senses. However, he realized that his senses couldn't penetrate deep into the shop. Not long after, more than 10 spiritualists arrived at the scene. The dozen or so spiritualists seemed to be related to the government. They took out their identification and showed it to the police, and the police left. Then, the spiritualists took over the scene. They should be similar to the supernatural organization and had deep connections with the local government. 2 of them set up a barrier around the cordoned area. The barrier could prevent normal people from seeing what was going on inside. However, it was useless against Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao saw the spiritualists carry a few corpses out. They gave Chun Zhao the feeling that they were normal people. They didn't have any magical aura. Even if they were dead, if they were spiritualists, there would still be some magic left in them a few days after they died. However, the corpses didn't show any signs of decomposition. They should have died in 1 or 2 days. However, they didn't have any magical power, so they should be normal people. What made Chun Zhao very uncomfortable was that the faces of the corpses were all bloody. It looked like they'd been skinned. Chun Zhao immediately had a bad feeling. He took off Zherlin's mask. Zherlin was young, but she was smart. She'd also learned a lot by following Chun Zhao. Therefore, she seemed to have thought of something, and she looked unhappy. Zherlin was unhappy, but Chun Zhao was even more unhappy. There were very few things that could make Chun Zhao lose. This time, the father and daughter had clearly been tricked by the masker. Damn it, don't let that asshole fall into my hands. Chun Zhao was filled with hatred. He made up his mind. If he met the masker again, he would pull out his tendons and skin him alive. Just then, another group of people came. Chun Zhao was quite familiar with the leader of this group, the 23rd Blood Mary. Chapter 2352. The 23rd Blood Mary was also surprised to see Chun Zhao here. She told her people to go in first while she walked toward Chun Zhao. Grandma Mary. Little Zherlin still called out obediently. The 23rd generation Blood Mary also showed a gentle and kind smile to little Zherlin. Darling, you're here too. 23rd generation Blood Mary took over and carried little Zherlin. Chun, let's sit over there. Okay. Along the way, the 23rd generation Blood Mary hypnotized little Zherlin. The two found a bench by the street and sat down. Chun, did you get the news and come here first? News? What news? Mary 23 turned to look at Chun Zhao. She was trying to tell if Chun Zhao was playing dumb or if he really didn't know. After a while, Mary said, Nine-tailed fox Tamamonome appeared in Istanbul. Chun Zhao's expression was very interesting. First, he was shocked, then confused, and then angry. Suddenly, he understood the source of the awkwardness he felt just now. The mask maker he saw was none other than Tamamonome. He should have guessed it long ago. Her first reaction when she saw him was shock. That wasn't a reaction when she saw a guest. If she was a real mask maker, she should have gotten used to guests. Neither a normal person nor a spiritualist should have that reaction. She'd recognized him, which was why she'd reacted like that. She didn't expect him to appear here either. She didn't expect to reunite under such circumstances. Chun Zhao didn't notice it. It was because of her aura. She didn't just change her appearance. Her aura was also different. She was like a real mask maker. She'd also hinted that the real use of the mask wasn't to wear it on the face. She just had to carry it with her. She'd also had a dozen masks hanging on her waist. But this way, Chun Zhao owed her a favor. She knew that the masks were made of human skin. That was why she dissuaded him from buying those masks for Zherlin. Why is she here? I don't know. Then how do you know she's here? Chun Zhao didn't completely believe everything the 23rd Blood Mary said. This old woman was as good at tricking people as Zhang Tianyi. Mary, the 23rd generation, could also feel Chun Zhao's distrust. He said, I really don't know why Tamamo no Mei is here. We received a call from her. She called the Holy Glory organization and said that she was here. If we didn't come quickly, she would start killing people. That's why we rushed here. Are you saying that she exposed her whereabouts on her own? And on purpose? The 23rd Blood Mary added, we couldn't figure out her intentions either. Then, the Istanbul Orthodox Church sent people over. They were the ones you saw just now. Then I took over. The 23rd generation Blood Mary paused and said, then we found those bodies. Did Tamamonome kill him? We can't come to a conclusion yet, but our preliminary judgment is that she wasn't the one who killed it, but the owner of the shop. The 23rd generation Blood Mary's face was pale. The owner of the shop is making his horrible and twisted masks with human skin. Moreover, we also found a large number of remains under the turf behind the shop. There were hundreds of them, and the time span of the victims spanned decades. What about the owner of the mask shop? He's dead. He was probably killed by Tamamo no Mei. In other words, Tamamo no Mei's role in this incident isn't that of a villain. Instead, she's a positive person who reveals the dark truth, and she even killed the bastard who caused the massacre. That seems to be the case. The 23rd generation Blood Mary nodded. But don't you think it's suspicious? A powerful demon would actually come all the way to Istanbul and cause trouble for a butcher who has nothing to do with her. It's not normal no matter how I think about it. Chun Zhao also found it unusual. Imagine a battle maniac suddenly coming to a small village to punish evil and promote good. it wouldn't be a simple righteous act. In terms of evil, the owner of the mask shop might not be as evil as Tamamo no Mei. So, even Chun Zhao believed that Tamamo no Mei had her own motives. This was also why the 23rd generation Blood Mary was nervous. After all, if Tamamo no Mei had any tricks up her sleeves, it wouldn't be a small fight. Even the 23rd generation Blood Mary wasn't confident that she could handle it. After all, Tamamo no Mei was still in the dark. One could only be a thief for 1,000 days, not a thief for 1,000 days. Not to mention that Tamamo no Mei was hiding. Even if she revealed her true form and caused a ruckus in Istanbul, that would cause a terrifying earthquake. As for Chun Zhao, he was quite dissatisfied with Tamamo no Mei's concealment. However, he was completely uninvolved in this matter. Even if he had some grudges with Tamamo no Mei, it didn't mean that he had to get involved. Chun Zhao would never do something that would bring trouble to himself. The 23rd generation Blood Mary had seen Chun Zhao appear nearby and thought that he knew something. If Chun Zhao could get involved, it would be a great help to her. After all, Chun Zhao had defeated Tamamo no Mei before. So, he had the most right to speak on Tamamo no Mei's matter. But when she heard Chun Zhao's reply, she was instantly disappointed. Not only did Chun Zhao know nothing about it, but from his attitude, it was clear that he planned to stay out of it. Of course, Chun Zhao stayed out of it because of Tamamo no Mei. He had defeated Tamamo no Mei before, but Tamamo no Mei had 2 divine weapons, especially the Kusanagi sword. It was a weapon that could make Chun Zhao feel threatened. If it wasn't necessary, Chun Zhao really didn't want to fight to the death with Tamamo no Mei. Tamamo no Mei was too dangerous. She also had the other divine weapon, Yada no Kagami. Tamamo no Mei might have already figured out how to use the 2 divine weapons. If Chun Zhao wasn't careful, he might end up in her hands. Do you have any other information? Seeing that she couldn't convince Chun Zhao to get involved, Mary could only take a step back and hope that she could get some useful information. Chun Zhao thought back to the entire process of meeting Tamamo no Mei's mask master in the mask shop. Suddenly, Chun Zhao remembered the fox mask. Little Jerlin had wanted it, but Tamamo no Mei had stopped her. Judging from the texture and feel of the mask, it should be an item from a long time ago. It shouldn't have been made from the skin of the victims. Could the fox mask be related to Tamamo no Mei's operation this time? Chapter 2353. Chun Zhao didn't tell 23rd Blood Mary about this. Not far away, the mask shop kept bringing out items. Everything was packed up. 23rd Blood Mary hurried to take care of it. Chun Zhao didn't linger either. He carried Jerlin and left. He passed by the coastal park. The lights were dim here. There were many tourists. It looked like the night view of the coastal cities in China. Not far away, a beautiful woman sat cross-legged on a stone block. Chun Zhao walked over to the woman. When he reached the stone block, he looked up at the woman. "Long time no see," Chun Zhao greeted her. The woman wore jeans and a strapless top. She supported her chin with one hand. Her hair fell over her shoulders and waist. She had some makeup on, but she looked extremely flirtatious. "I'm surprised," the woman said coolly. "I didn't think we'd meet again like this. I didn't think we'd meet again. It's fate, I guess." Chun Zhao also smiled faintly. His gaze landed on the woman's waist. He could faintly see the fox mask under her hair. "Thank you for helping me get this mask." Chun Zhao was a bit surprised. "It's hanging there. Anyone can get it. I can't think of a reason to thank me. Your daughter is a guide and you're a spellbreaker. I waited in that shop for 3 days but couldn't find a mask until you and your daughter appeared." "You mean some kind of spell was cast on the mask?" "Yes." "Then what does the mask mean to you?" "The green hill leaves, the white bones mourn, the endless yellow sand, the golden millet in my dream, the long way home. The mirage is ethereal, the tearful eyes, the green gauze curtain." "What's this poem called? I've never heard of it. Is there more?" Chun Zhao really didn't know much about poetry. He'd never heard of the woman's poem either. "Whatever. You're a common person. I don't want to talk to you anymore." Chun Zhao pouted. "Fuck, you're calling me a common person just because I've never heard of this poem? That's too much." The woman stood up. "I'm leaving. Okay, goodbye. I made those masks. They're just ordinary toys. After I came out of the seal, I learned some craftsmanship in Japan. Did you throw them away? The woman looked at Chun Zhao unhappily. No. Chun Zhao took out the mask. He had placed it in his spatial ring. The woman nodded in satisfaction. Your daughter is so talented. How about becoming my disciple? If you don't want to, then so be it. It's not good to be so sarcastic. If a woman was unhappy, Chun Zhao wouldn't accommodate her. Although they couldn't be considered as mortal enemies, they couldn't be considered friends either. What's more, this woman had a notorious reputation. Letting his daughter be her disciple would really have no future. The woman pulled a strand of hair from her head. It's for your daughter. I've seen stingy people, but I've never seen someone so stingy. Chun Zhao's face twitched. Is your hair made of gold? Guanyin Bodhisattva gave the monkey at least 3 strands of hair. And you only gave 1 strand of hair? This strand of hair of mine is a secret technique of the Green Mountains. It's called black hair, not in vain. What's the use? As long as you wear an accessory with this strand of hair, you won't be deceived. Chun Zhao was a bit stunned. Then he licked his face and accepted the strand of hair happily. I have a daughter. I plan to have a few more in the future. Your hair seems pretty good. The woman's face twitched. She turned into a wisp of smoke. Fuck, she ran so fast. Chun Zhao murmured, recalling the poem the woman had just chanted. This woman was too strange. Or was there something hidden in the poem? If he looked at it literally, it was like the inner monologue of someone who was looking for a way home. Tamamo, Mei was looking for a way home? Legend had it that the nine-tailed fox's hometown was Qingqiu. But according to modern scholars, the legendary Qingqiu should be in Gaoqing County, Hezi, Shandong. How could there be miles of yellow sand in Shandong? Whatever. This had nothing to do with him. He shouldn't think too much. Chun Zhao shook his head. This wasn't his expertise either. Even Fei Lai might be better at it than him. Fei Lai's lips moved from feng shui to studying metaphysics and ancient Huaxia's supernatural theories. Chun Zhao decided to talk to Fei Lai later and see if she could discover anything. The next day was the final trial of the Battle of the Holy Glory. All the participants would enter the final ring. All the teams were split up to draw lots, so it was possible to draw one of their own team members during the draw. Of course, even during the drawing of lots, there was no lack of Dharma spells and divine powers. As long as one was capable, it was possible to get a bye. This seemed like cheating, but it was actually giving some people a chance. Some people were just not good at fighting. They'd had to go through so many difficulties. Now that they were good at something and were forbidden from using what they were good at, the Battle of the Holy Glory would be meaningless. They could just set up a ring at the beginning. The Battle of the Holy Glory was a grand event in the spiritual world because the decennial Battle of the Holy Glory didn't just choose the strongest person. Of course, the one with the strongest combat power had a great advantage. Just like the church's team, Matthew's team members were extremely strong and rarely had a worthy opponent. Thus, they were the seeded team for this Battle of the Holy Glory. But there were a few seeded teams and many dark horse teams. In short, it was like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Whoever had the ability to walk to the end and stand in the final ring with their own abilities had nothing to say. The final trial wasn't held in the Four Seasons Palace. Instead, it was in another alternate space. It was a vast and boundless grassland. Chun Zhao carried little Jerlin. When he came to this alternate space, he was even a bit surprised. In terms of area, this alternate space was even larger than the Wasteland Market. Of course, in terms of scale, it definitely couldn't compare to the Wasteland Market. The Wasteland Market had projections of buildings in the real world. It was a masterpiece created by the efforts of countless spiritualists over thousands of years. The alternate space they were in now was very simple. There were only lush turf and sunlight shining in from the real world. Spiritualists kept coming in from the outside. They were more or less like Chun Zhao. They were all spectators. The participants of the Battle of the Holy Glory had already come last night. They came here first mainly to familiarize themselves with the environment. Just then, a figure appeared in the sky. The figure appeared from the source of light. Under the illumination of the light, it looked extremely majestic. It's Grandpa's celestial master, Jerlin shouted, pointing at the figure in the sky. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 2354. Today, Zhang Tianyi was dressed in traditional Taoist clothing. He wore a white robe and held a horsetail whisk in one hand and a sword hilt in the other. He wore a jade crown on his head, and his gaze was sharp and solemn. Zhang Tianyi stepped through the air, and everyone immediately made way for him. Zhang Tianyi waved the horsetail whisk in his hand, and a wisp of clear air spread out. Everyone felt a wave of fresh air brushing past their faces. Tianjiao Yuan Jing, therefore you have thoughts. Only the three pure ones can flourish. May you always be with me. The moment Zhang Tianyi opened his mouth, he spoke a Taoist mantra. Most of the people present did not understand what he was saying. Chun Zhao vaguely remembered that there was such a passage in a Taoist book he had bought for Fei Lai. It wasn't that Chun Zhao had seen it before. Fei Lai had read it when she was studying. This book seemed to be called the Records of the Supreme True Words of the Three Pure Ones. When Chun Zhao had first heard Fei Lai read it, he had felt that it was choppy and he couldn't understand it at all. But when Zhang Tianyi recited this, Chun Zhao felt the surrounding spiritual qi move around Zhang Tianyi. At this moment, someone in the crowd cried out in alarm. Heavens, I've broken through. Great Celestial Master, please accept my bow. After saying that, the man bowed his head and kowtowed. He kept knocking his head on the turf, knocking it again and again. Chun Zhao pursed his lips. Was this guy hired by Zhang Tianyi? At this moment, people in the crowd broke through one after another. Only then did Chun Zhao believe that Zhang Tianyi wasn't bluffing with his Taoist words just now. It really had a magical effect. Unfortunately, Chun Zhao didn't feel anything. All right, you can all leave. Zhang Tianyi waved his horsetail whisk again, and all the people who were kneeling on the ground were lifted up by an invisible hand. Zhang Tianyi took a few more steps forward and stopped again. Earth fighting formation, gold probing hand, 10,000 nourishing water. Zhang Tianyi threw out a small gold nugget. The gold nugget began to twist and wriggle as it grew larger. It was originally the size of a fist, but in the blink of an eye, it became the size of a basketball. In the next instant, the squirming thing suddenly exploded, and a large amount of water gushed out. The water seemed to be endless as it spread in all directions. But when he reached the crowd, he stopped. Sky wall limit, water shape, 1,000 trees fill the top. Soon after, a towering tree grew out of the swamp. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought that it was a 1,000-year-old tree. However, under the urging of Zhang Tianyi's spell, the towering tree once again ignited with raging flames. What Zhang Tianyi used was the 5 elemental Dharma. Although the 5 elemental Dharma was a relatively common Dharma spell in Taoism, but when Zhang Tianyi used it, it was miraculous and extraordinary, as if it was an immortal technique. Using that small and ordinary piece of gold to create a swamp was exactly in line with the 5 elements' mutual generation of metal and water. Then, water gave birth to wood gave birth to fire, fire gave birth to earth, and earth gave birth to metal. Of course, the gung metal was no longer ordinary gold. Instead, it was an extremely rare material. Grandpa, Heavenly Master spells are so fun. I want to learn them too. Then he's doing magic. I really don't know if he's bored or something. Chun Zhao scoffed. Zhang Tianyi looked at Chun Zhao from afar. It was noisy, but Zhang Tianyi still heard Chun Zhao's words. But now is not the time to argue with Chun Zhao. Holding the gung metal in his hand, Zhang Tianyi said, "This is the gung metal of the 5 elements. Celestial Master, why did you forge this in front of everyone?" No one dared to question Zhang Tianyi at all. They did not think that Zhang Tianyi's actions were confusing. They only felt that they were not smart enough to understand Zhang Tianyi's intentions. In addition to this piece of gung metal, I've also hidden 4 other 5 elemental extraordinary items here. They are water element, fire element, stone element, and wood element. If these 5 elemental extraordinary items are combined into one, they will be able to break through all defensive techniques in the world and seal the opponent's 5 elemental energy. Hearing Zhang Tianyi's words, everyone was in an uproar. Force control spells were actually defensive spells. In other words, no matter what spell the opponent used, it could be broken. Moreover, it could seal the opponent's 5 elements power. In other words, as long as it was metal, wood, water, fire, and earth spells, they would all be sealed. This was equivalent to taking off the opponent's clothes and tying them up so that they could not attack. After all, most spells in the world were related to or branched from the 5 elements. Even though the Western spiritual world did not have the 5 elements theory, most spells still followed the principle of the 5 elements, reinforcing and restraining each other. As long as you're a fellow Taoist here, you can search for these 5 wondrous items. As long as you find 4 of them and combine them with this gunmetal in my hand, you'll be able to form the spell breaker hairpin. The item will belong to whoever manages to form it. Also, if you're a participant in the Battle of Holy Glory, as long as you successfully form the spell breaker hairpin, you'll be able to obtain the title of Holy Glory. The crowd was in an uproar again. Celestial Master, I don't mean to offend you, but your rule is unfair to most spiritualists. After all, if it was just a competition in the ring, it would still be a competition of strength. But if the title of Holy Glory Cultivator was decided this way, the final outcome would become very complicated. Individual combat ability would no longer be the deciding factor. This was why many people felt that it was unfair. But Zhang Tianyi did not think so. I'm giving those participants who aren't good at fighting a chance. If anyone has any objections, you can step forward. I'm not being unreasonable. Zhang Tianyi said that he was being reasonable, but his attitude was completely unreasonable. He was not discussing with others at all. He was just here to inform them. At the same time, Zhang Tianyi raised his right hand, and the originally flat turf suddenly bulged. A slope appeared in front of everyone. Zhang Tianyi casually waved his hand, and the originally uneven slope was suddenly cut off. The slope became flat and smooth. This move directly dissuaded those who were about to argue with Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi flew above the platform and used a divine ability to divide the platform into 5 parts. Each part of the platform was engraved with the words metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Now, I'm going to talk about the rules of this ring. Zhang Tianyi said, these 5 rings correspond to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. If your magic attribute happens to correspond to the 5 elements, then you will be automatically enhanced or suppressed. Of course, in addition to choosing your opponent, each contestant also needs to choose a ring. If you're defeated or fall off the ring, you will lose. If the winner kills the opponent, it will also be regarded as being eliminated and will be severely punished. So, you'd better not take revenge in the ring. If any of you think you can escape from the old Taoist's eyes, just do it. All right, let's start drawing lots now. Because there are a total of 510 participants, there will be 2 people in the first round who will advance directly. As for the losers, they will be directly eliminated. There are no revival matches in this ring, so please take each match seriously. Chapter 23:55. Then it was time to draw lots. Just like Zhang Tianyi had said, as long as you were capable, you could do whatever you wanted. The participants of the Battle of Holy Glory didn't even hide it when they drew lots. They openly used magic to draw lots. Of course, some people were happy while others were worried. Not every participant knew how to use this kind of magic. In fact, most spiritualists weren't good at it. Just the first round of drawing lots took a few hours. Then it was time for the 5 rings, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, to compete at the same time. Apart from Zhang Tianyi, who was hosting the matches, there were also a few disciples from Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master sect in charge of recording the results of each ring. After the first match, the next team took over without any delay. There were more or less spectators gathered around each arena. Of course, there were also some participants of the Battle of Holy Glory. Most of them were observing some of the stronger opponents. That way, they would be prepared. Of course, there were also some people who wanted to hide their strength. However, those who were able to survive until now were not weak. Apart from a few extremely strong ones and a few extremely weak ones, middle-class spiritualists were still the majority. Therefore, those who wanted to hide their strength were mostly thrown off the ring before they could use their trump cards. Chen Zhao went to the fire ring. Gaia was in this ring. Halle's and Unelite had already competed. They were quite lucky. Their opponents weren't weak, but they'd all defeated them. Gaia was the third. Gaia had the blood of a fire dragon, so the fire ring was like adding wings to a tiger for her. The fire ring released high temperatures, and the intense fire elements in the surroundings allowed Gaia to use 120% of her strength. Gaia's opponent was a spiritualist who specialized in mind magic. Mind magic was very difficult to defend against. Most of the time, the victim didn't even know it. However, it required high concentration when casting mind magic. The special environment made it hard for the spiritualist to concentrate. The temperature in the fire ring was 70 degrees. Plus, the surging fire elements made it extremely difficult for him to cast spells. Gaia's Firebird could counteract the impact of mind magic. In terms of individual strength, magic characteristics, and environment, Gaia had the absolute upper hand. Gaia had already gained the absolute upper hand. Chun Zhao was surprised. In the previous two matches, when Halle's and Unelite had fought, Chun Zhao had been surprised. Helis' opponent was relatively weak, so Helis won easily. Next was Angelite's match. The arena was made of wood, and both sides were proficient in the rarer enhanced speed attribute, so the match became a pure competition of speed. In the end, Unelite crushed his opponent with an absolute advantage and won relatively easily. Looking at Gaia, the environment, strength, and opponents, Gaia had crushed their opponents in almost every aspect. Chun Zhao didn't believe that all three of them were so lucky. Since all three of them had chosen such an opponent at the same time, Chun Zhao believed that someone had arranged it. They didn't have foresight, prophecy, or any magic related to luck. Therefore, Chun Zhao believed that they wouldn't have won so easily if no one had arranged it. There was even a high chance that he would lose. He had watched many arena matches before. It could be said that there were many opponents on the same level as them. At least 40% of the participants were on par with them. If they were to fight, they would have a 50% chance of winning. About 5% of the participants were obviously above average in terms of strength. The remaining 1% were overwhelmingly stronger than them. They weren't even on the same level as them. Of course, there were also 10% who weren't strong enough and stayed until the last round due to various reasons. However, all three of them had met this 10% or the other 40% who weren't strong enough. Chun Zhao could only believe that there must be some shady business involved. Of course, as the winner, he, in the supernatural organization, definitely wouldn't announce it to the world. Chun Zhao couldn't help but look at the central area surrounded by the 5 arenas. At the moment, no one entered the empty space. There was only a chair and a wooden table with a tea table in the huge space. Zhang Tianyi just sat there, sipping his tea with a leisurely look on his face. As if sensing Chun Zhao's gaze, Zhang Tianyi gave Chun Zhao a meaningful smile from afar. Chun Zhao spat silently. Gaia didn't have any other thoughts about this opponent. After all, she didn't know how strong her opponent was, so she transformed in the fire arena. When she turned into a fire dragon, many people around the arena gasped. After all, spiritualists with dragon blood were very rare. One could even say that they were the only ones. Of course, there were actually many cases of humans and dragons mating. Some of them also gave birth to offspring, but most of them were humans. Because dragons had low fertility, even if they mated with other races, most of their offspring would be from other races. For example, Gaia's parents were actually ordinary people. It was just that one of her ancestors was a dragon. The dragon blood in her body was already very thin. It was only awakened in her generation. This was why awakened people with dragon blood were so rare. The spiritualists below gasped. Of course, they were surprised, but not shocked. After all, they were spiritualists and had seen everything. The mind mage's expression changed when he saw Gaia's fire dragon form. He was already listless. Facing Gaia, he could feel the dragon's might surrounding him. He couldn't even release his spiritual power completely. He could only barely block the dragon's might. Gaia suddenly flapped her wings, forming a terrifying heat wave that pounced at the spiritual mage. Seeing that things were bad, the spiritual mage immediately used his spiritual power to create a psychic barrier in front of him. Although the psychic barrier was invisible and intangible, it could deflect most magical and physical attacks away from its original direction. Gaia's attack was naturally deflected by the barrier, but this was only Gaia's probing attack. Her follow-up attack followed closely. A scorching dragon's breath suddenly sprayed at the spiritual mage. The spiritual mage could only use a portion of his spiritual power. Not only did the spiritual mage block Gaia's dragon's breath, but it also condensed the dragon's breath in front of him, forming a fireball. Gaia's dragon's breath was blocked, but she kept spewing out high-energy dragon's breath. Meanwhile, the spiritual mage tried his best to control the fireball condensed by Gaia's dragon's breath. The two seemed to be in a stalemate. They kept doing the same thing. Chapter 2356. Spiritual power could be understood as an extension of one's limbs. When one's spiritual power reached a certain level, it would turn into telekinesis. It was like being able to move one's limbs freely. Anything that could be done with one's limbs could be done with telekinesis, or even better. As for the mind sorcerer who was fighting Gaia, his mental strength had already reached the level of telekinesis. Not only could it block physical attacks, but it could also block magical attacks. It could even control the opponent's magic. The more dragon breath Gaia spat out, the bigger the fireball her opponent created. Now, it was up to the person who couldn't take it anymore and would be eliminated. Gaia's continuous output also made the fireball created by the spiritual mage even more terrifying. One must know that the fireball in front of him was not condensed from ordinary elements, but was condensed from dragon breath. Usually, when an elementalist used magic to gather fire elements, the fire spell they created was equivalent to refining the fire element. The energy level would increase by 10 times. Dragon breath's energy level was much higher than fire spells. So, if the fireball created by the spiritual mage went out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Zhao watched the battle in the ring. "Papa, can Auntie Gaia win?" "She already won," Chen Zhao said. "But that uncle seems to have blocked Auntie Gaia's attack." Chen Zhao chuckled and didn't explain further. They indeed seemed to be in stalemate. But the fireball created by Gaia's opponent was too terrifying. There wasn't enough space in the ring for him to release the fireball's power, even if he chose to die with Gaia. If the fireball went out of control and exploded, he would definitely be the most injured. Moreover, Gaia was a fire dragon to begin with. She had high resistance to fire damage. Plus, she had a much stronger body than her opponent. So, even with the same amount of damage, they would suffer different injuries. Moreover, judging from the stalemate between the two sides, both sides were about to run out of mana. So, Gaia would definitely win. Of course, as one of the participants, Gaia didn't know. She felt like she was about to suffocate, but she didn't want to admit defeat. After all, Halle's and an elite had already passed the first round. It would be too shameful if he lost the battle, even though he had the advantage. At that moment, the mental mage on the other side shouted, "I surrender! I surrender! I surrender!" He already felt that the fireball in front of him was about to go out of control. He felt like he was holding a ticking time bomb. This time bomb would explode as soon as it left his hand. He did not intend to perish together with his opponent. Of course, if he really had such a thought, he might be the only one who would die in the end. He might not be able to say that the other party would come out unscathed, but at the very least, the other party would not die. Therefore, after analyzing the final result, he decisively gave up persisting. Zhang Tianyi suddenly moved and appeared in the sky above the fire arena. Winner of this round, North American Supernatural Organization, Gaia. With that, Zhang Tianyi pointed at the fireball that was about to go out of control. The fireball immediately broke free from the Mind Mage's control and was thrown high into the sky by Zhang Tianyi. The fireball exploded in a dazzling brilliance high up in the sky. For a moment, it was almost comparable to the reflection of the sun in the sky. Of course, it was only for an instant. Even if it was just the reflection of the sun, it had infinite brilliance. Everyone looked at Gaia in the arena in surprise. This was because Zhang Tianyi's disciples were in charge of announcing the results of all the previous matches. However, Zhang Tianyi had taken the initiative to announce the results of this match. Could Gaia be another foreign disciple that Zhang Tianyi had taken in? No one found it strange that Zhang Tianyi had taken in a foreign disciple. As the number one person in the supernatural world, or even the number one person in the world, the number of people who sought to become his disciple could be said to line up from Jinling to Shanghai. As for Zhang Tianyi's criteria for choosing disciples, he basically took in anyone he found pleasing to the eye. Therefore, other than a few personal disciples and direct disciples, there were plenty of outer sect disciples. Some of the disciples followed Zhang Tianyi and listened to a few lessons, or just a name. However, to be able to become Zhang Tianyi's disciple, even in name, was extremely impressive and useful. In the underworld, basically everyone would give face to Zhang Tianyi's disciple. The onlookers were puzzled, thinking that Gaia would become Zhang Tianyi's disciple again. However, this was understandable. After all, Gaia had displayed extraordinary strength in the arena. Even in this trial filled with strong people, she was a very outstanding one. Moreover, she also had the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, becoming Zhang Tianyi's disciple wasn't unacceptable. Gaia didn't care about the other people's random thoughts. She returned to human form, looking somewhat tired. Chun Zhao walked over to Gaia, who had jumped off the arena. "How is it, Gaia?" Gaia glanced at Chun Zhao. "I'm tired. This time, I took advantage of the geographical advantage. If it was another arena, it's hard to say who would win. A win is a win. There's no geographical advantage. Since you chose the fire arena, it's your luck," Chun Zhao said, comforting her. Zhang Tianyi had said before the match that luck was also a part of strength. However, Gaia couldn't smile. She already felt so pressured in the first match. Her next opponent would definitely be stronger. She had no confidence at all. "You still haven't used your trump card today, right?" Chun Zhao suddenly asked. Gaia nodded. "Yes, I hid one. Then that's it. If you used it, you'd definitely win too. So, you didn't win because of the geographical advantage. It's your own ability. My opponent has it too," Gaia said, "but he probably had to pay a huge price, so he didn't use it. Even if he used his trump card, he might not be your match." Chun Zhao didn't get to the bottom of the matter. Gaia didn't voluntarily tell him what her trump card was. This meant that she didn't want to say it yet. She probably wanted to save it for when she really needed it in the arena. Of course, the fact that the three of them entered the second round side by side was also a joyous event worth celebrating. If not for the second round tomorrow, Chun Zhao wanted to throw them a party to celebrate. The first round of the arena still brought them both mental and physical pressure and fatigue. Therefore, they needed a full rest. The first round lasted for about 12 hours. Some of the battles in the arenas lasted for a long time, while some of the battles in the arenas ended almost instantly. But after the first round, Zhang Tianyi found Chun Zhao. "Chun Zhao, the battle of the Holy Glory is about to end." Yes, more accurately, the trouble is about to end. Ever since Chun Zhao started, he had encountered countless troubles. The Battle of the Holy Glory was a grand event in the spiritual world, but it was also a gathering of troubles. It seemed like all the troubles would explode here. Nine Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 23:57. Chun Zhao ignored Zhang Tianyi's words and pretended that he didn't understand. "Thank you, old Zhang. But as the saying goes, capable people do more work, right?" Zhang Tianyi's face twitched. He wanted to point at Chun Zhao's nose and scold him. But looking at Chun Zhao's shameless face, he held it in. "It's just that I can't do it alone. With Blood Mary working with you, there's probably no one in the world who can trouble you. Those so-called troubles are just clowns before you. Mary's old. She extended her life for a few years, but she won't do anything if she can." Zhang Tianyi looked at Chun Zhao with a bitter expression. Thankfully, Bifla is also in the enchanting state now. His combat ability is even greater than Blood Mary's, and he's knowledgeable. He can take over Blood Mary's position. Zhang Tianyi was a bit angry. He turned to stare at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao's eyes darted around. He didn't meet Zhang Tianyi's gaze. "Chun Zhao, it's boring if you do this. What do you think is interesting? I gave your three teammates a lot of benefits," Zhang Tianyi said straightforwardly. "You arranged it yourself. I didn't ask you to do it. Do you believe that I'll eliminate them in the next round? Zhang Tianyi threatened. Perfect. I didn't plan on letting them get the Holy Glory title anyway. It's not valuable, and they know what they're capable of. Zhang Tianyi's face darkened. He looked at the stubborn Chen Zhao. What exactly do you want in order to help me? Chen Zhao thought about it. Zhang Tianyi's headache was probably a tough job, but Chen Zhao also wanted to see if it was profitable. So, he looked at Zhang Tianyi hesitantly. If that's the case, I'll make a list for you. You help me kill the people on a list. For every person you kill, I'll give you a secret technique of Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master Sect. Whether it's you or your subordinates, as long as it's suitable, you can practice it. You think I'm too greedy? Chen Zhao waved his hand. Actually, I'm happy to help you, but you treat me as a dirty killer. Isn't that inappropriate? Zhang Tian's face darkened. This bastard's appetite was really not small. Let's do it this way. Each target will get a secret technique and a refreshing cleansing pill. What the hell? It's a type of medicinal pill that allows the human body to feel a stronger fluctuation of spirit energy. Although it can't really cleanse the tendons and meridians, its effects are very close. Zhang Tianyi said, this kind of pill is rare even in our Longhu Mountain Celestial Master Sect. Every refreshing, cleansing pill requires precious materials and a skilled alchemist to refine it. It takes up to 81 days to obtain a finished product. This thing works on me? It's useless. You and I are both in the Shangqing realm and have long comprehended heaven and earth. That pill can only enhance our perception of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Compared to our own small world, it is many levels lower. However, it is a rare treasure for your men. Chen Zhao didn't really believe Zhang Tianyi's words. 3 out of every 10 things the old man said were lies. It was still unknown whether these mystic arts and pills had any value or were of little value. Moreover, he had to commit murder and arson. No matter how he looked at it, this matter did not seem reliable. Chen Zhao believed that Zhang Tianyi would not kill the innocent. However, he might be tricked by Zhang Tianyi and fall into a trap. Who are they? Chen Zhao asked. Zhang Tianyi took out the list that he had prepared. Chen Zhao suddenly felt like he had been tricked. All of his reactions, and even the conditions he had proposed, were all within Zhang Tianyi's expectations. Chen Zhao took the list in annoyance. However, when he saw the introduction of the first person on the list, a trace of murderous intent flashed across his eyes unconsciously. Darling, how about going to play with Grandpa? Grandpa Celestial Master, where are you taking Zherlin? Zherlin stared at Zhang Tianyi. Where do you want to go? I want to go to the zoo. I want to see Big Simba. Zhang Tianyi looked at Chen Zhao. What's Big Simba? I have 2 lion cubs. One is called Simba, and the other is Nana. My daughter says that Big Simba is an adult male lion. Fine. Zhang Tianyi reached out and carried Zherlin over. Is there anyone on the list that I need to pay special attention to? Or do you need to pay special attention to them? No. If we only look at their abilities, there's no one that we need to pay special attention to, Zhang Tianyi said. Zhang Tianyi said, but most of these people have very deep backgrounds and powerful forces. There was a sanatorium in the outskirts of Istanbul. It was a private sanatorium. Usually when rich people needed it, it would be rented out. Of course, it was more like a holiday villa than a sanatorium. However, there were many advanced medical equipment in the villa. There were also doctors all year round. There was even a special clean and sterile operating room. The rich people who stayed here could get good medical support if they needed anything. Even if there were some illnesses that the doctors here couldn't handle, they would ask the best local or nearby doctors for medical support. But recently, there was a special guest staying here. It wasn't exactly a guest, because the guest was the owner of the private sanatorium. There were a few people in the living room of the sanatorium. They were all dressed differently. One of them sat in a wheelchair, but he didn't look dispirited. Instead, he had an extraordinary aura. Chairman, how's your recovery? The one who asked was extremely large, taking up the entire 2-meter-long sofa by himself. His clothes also looked like they were about to burst. The muscles on his face gave off a fierce feeling. I still can't fully control this body. so I can't move too freely. However, I can already use mana. The man in the wheelchair was the famous chairman of the Hermit Order, Avit Kong Senator, a man who carried all the sins of the world. At the same time, he carried the heavy and laughable mission of ruling the world. This body of his wasn't his original body. Instead, it was obtained through a trade with a secret organization. This body could be said to be the perfect body. The body of a top-notch, strengthening-type spirit controller, be it in terms of speed or strength, had already reached a superhuman level. Coupled with his original mana source, he was able to transfer his soul, consciousness, and mana. This allowed him to reach the pinnacle of spirit controllers in every aspect. However, this perfect body wasn't truly perfect, even though his transfer ritual went very smoothly. But to activate this perfect body, a certain special method was required. Blood, the blood of a human child. Chapter 2358. Furthermore, the blood required to power this body wasn't the blood of a normal child. Rather, it was the blood of a few exceptionally talented children. There were spiritualists all over the world, so their children would naturally have a higher chance of awakening compared to normal children. Because of that, their children were naturally more talented than normal children. And as for where the world currently had the most spiritualists, of course, it was Istanbul. The density of spiritualists here far exceeded other places by 100 times. Furthermore, the spiritualists here were the most outstanding in the world. Of course, there were also quite a few spiritualists who brought their own children with them. Because of that, Avit Kong's son and his subordinates came up with a series of plans. They would search for children suitable to extract their heart blood in Istanbul and capture them. Of course, they had their own plans for the targets they chose. If it was the child of a normal person, it would be the easiest to capture. But if it was the child of a spiritualist, then they would have to investigate the strength, background, and influence of the parents. Because of that, many members of the Hermit Order appeared near kindergartens, hotels, and scenic spots. Kindergartens were the most likely places for local children. Hotels and scenic spots were the most likely places for foreign spiritualists and their children to appear. When they caught the child, they would eliminate the root of the problem and kill the parents as well. This was to prevent the situation from escalating and hindering their later plans. The Hermit Order's past deeds had proven that when it came to killing and robbing, no one could compare to them. Because of that, no one had noticed their plan until now. At least, that was what they thought. Guild leader, is this body really as outstanding as they say? Avit Kong's son glanced at the big man. Even if I can only sit in a wheelchair right now, you still won't be able to defeat me, the big man grinned. President, I don't mean to look down on you, but you clearly don't know me well enough. Bolt, you can try. Avit Kong's son sat in his wheelchair, his gaze still as confident as ever. This big guy called Bot wasn't a pushover. Even if he was facing his boss, he wouldn't back down because of this. As he stood up, a thick mane grew out of Bolt's body, making him look like a beast in human form. His body emanated a vicious and brutal aura. Your savage magic is much stronger than Hulu's. Seems like I've underestimated you. Avit Kong's son looked at Bolt with praise. Hulu's, Mr. President, you're comparing me to that half-baked person. That's an insult to me. Bot's ruthless aura grew heavier. Since I haven't truly used the Wild God's power, if Lord President is willing, we can still pause. Once I truly use the Wild God's power, then President will have to defeat me to end this battle. Although Avit said he underestimated Bolt, his face showed an inexplicable confidence from start to finish. It seems that the guild leader still refuses to admit that he made a mistake. Bolt's face began to change into that of a wild beast. A pair of thick canines grew out of his mouth, and spots appeared on his mane, making him look like a leopard in human form. Just use the power of the God of Desolation, Avit Kong's son said lightly. Lord Guild Leader, it's not wise to get so close to a believer of the gods of the wilderness. Bolt was originally an enhancing-type spiritualist, and after worshipping the savage gods, his enhancing-type magic coupled with savage magic allowed his physique to improve in all aspects. No one could defeat him at such a close distance. In other words, He could defeat anyone at such a distance. He was confident that he could defeat even the supreme heavenly master. A smile appeared on Avik Constance's face. Bolt abruptly raised his right arm and swung it down. The other members of the Hermit Order hurriedly dodged when they saw this. Bolt's attack directly tore apart Avik Constance in front of him. At the same time, the ground in front of him was torn apart. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was only Bolt's physical attack, without any magical properties. Just that alone was enough to cause such terrifying damage. Oh no, guild leader. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Avik Constance was indeed powerful, but that was a thing of the past. Avik Constance was heavily injured not long ago, causing him to be paralyzed. Apart from his head, the rest of his body had completely lost the ability to move. This was also the reason why he had to change his body. Although Avik Constance said that his new body was very good, it was even better than his previous body. It was even more outstanding than his previous body, and it even made up for the weakness of his previous body, which was not strong enough. But he still couldn't move in the end against Bolt's terrifying attack. There was no way their president would be able to escape. Amidst the smoke, Avik Constance's voice came again. Not bad. Not bad at all. Much stronger than I imagined. Avik Constance sat in his wheelchair and scathed. Bolt's attack seemed to have deviated and didn't hit him. Bolt retracted his arm and looked at Avik Constance in surprise. How did you dodge it? Others might think that he was being merciful, but he knew very well that he wasn't being merciful. He was serious about that attack. Looks like you still have your consciousness. You weren't corroded by the power of the wild gods. That's because I only used a little bit of power. It's not enough to corrode me. But I'm going to be serious from now on. I'm looking forward to your seriousness. Avik Constance smiled. As soon as he finished, Avik Constance's expression changed. Our battle ends here. There seems to be an uninvited guest. Everyone was a bit surprised. An uninvited guest? They didn't notice anyone approaching them. At this time, a presence suddenly appeared in their range of perception. Bolt's gaze focused. The power of the wild god in me seems to be reacting to this presence. Hatred, anger, pain. Looks like the disappearance of Hulu's and the others has something to do with the owner of this presence. Everyone's expression changed. Not a single one of Hulu's, Mafa, and the others was weak. They could even fight against the strongest seeded team in the Battle of Holy Glory. But they disappeared in the barren lands without a trace. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find any clues about their disappearance. This made them wonder if they were dead. And now, Bot's words had shocked everyone. A man with a pig's nose said, "It's him. I can smell the blood of Huaymi, Tyke, and Hulu's." Chapter 23:59. The pig-nosed man quickly confirmed that this person had killed their companion. Moreover, Hulu's and Marfa's disappearance was related to this uninvited guest. Everyone was more or less filled with murderous intent. Marfa and the others were like their underlings or disciples. They were much weaker than them. But no matter what, no one would be happy even if their dog was beaten. By then, Chun Zhao had already arrived at the courtyard. What everyone saw was a masked man. He looked like a bank robber. After all, few people in the spiritual world wore masks. Most people recognized each other through aura or magical power. Everyone's aura and magical power were different. No matter how a person's face changed, their aura and magical power wouldn't change. There were many ways to change one's appearance, but none could change one's aura and magical power. Thus, it was much more reliable to recognize magical power and aura than to remember one's appearance. Of course, Chun Zhao didn't think that much. What they didn't expect was that the man should at least cover his tracks with this outfit. He didn't walk in like this. Chun Zhao glanced at the people in the living room and opened the floor-to-ceiling windows. Who's the leader of the Hermit Order? Avik Constance. I am. Avik Constance didn't plan to hide his identity. He didn't think it was necessary. Who are you? Look at my outfit. It's obvious that I'm trying to fool people. Do you think I'll tell you who I am? It's okay. I'll make you take off your mask later. Avik Constance said nonchalantly. If you have the ability, you can give it a try. Then what business do you have here? To kill you. Why? I heard that you've kidnapped many kids recently. According to my intelligence, my daughter is also one of your targets. To prevent you from hurting my precious daughter, I've decided to kill you first. Ha! Don't you think it's funny? Since you know that my target is your daughter, shouldn't you escape with her? Why are you walking into my trap? Isn't it easier to kill you? Why are you so confident? Since you know that your daughter is my target, you should know who I am, right? Yes. Chen Zhao nodded. Then where does your confidence come from? You're not facing an ordinary person. Where did your confidence come from? Chen Zhao rubbed his chin and seemed to be thinking seriously. After a while, he said, "It should be the confidence I got from my past opponents." Guild leader, allow me to test his strength, Shifeng said. The man with the pig nose said. Avit Kong nodded. Go. Leave one alive. The pig-nosed man pounced at Chen Zhao. As he did so, his head suddenly turned into a boar's head. Chen Zhao could smell the faint scent of the same species from him. Gluttony bloodline. The boar head opened its mouth and pounced at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao blocked the boar's head with his hand. But at that moment, the boar's nose suddenly sniffed. He realized that his magic had been sucked away by the boar's head. His hand was also stuck to the boar's body. Hee. Is it because you can't let go? Your magic power is the most delicious thing I've ever swallowed. The boar head chuckled. He really liked Chen Zhao's magic power. Every time he swallowed someone else's magic power, he would have difficulty digesting it and would have adverse reactions. But he felt that Chen Zhao's magic power didn't need to be digested. He could use it directly. Plus, there were no adverse reactions. He'd never encountered magic power that suited him so well. So, he started gluttonous. One had to admit that the man's magic power was enormous. It was so enormous that it was terrifying. But the boar head wasn't afraid. His special bloodline allowed him to have 30 times more magic power than normal people. Suddenly, the boar head realized that the man didn't seem to have any intention of resisting. This reaction was completely different from the people he devoured in the past. There was no panic, no retreat. The man's eyes just watched him devour the man's magic power calmly. The boar head realized that his magic power had reached 60% saturation. But the man before him hadn't been sucked dry yet. Wasn't this guy's magic power too enormous? According to a normal ratio, the boar head's magic power was equivalent to 18 times that of a normal person's. The boar head suddenly didn't want to devour anymore. He wanted to pull away from Chen Zhao. But Chen Zhao grabbed the boar head's chest. Don't rush. Even if you die, don't starve. Eat more. It was the boar head's first time hearing such a request. Eat more. But when he connected the whole sentence, it made his hair stand on end. Help me. The boar head couldn't get away. He could only ask his companions behind him for help. Bolt grabbed at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao raised his right arm and grabbed Bolt's claw. At the same time, he twisted and broke Bolt's arm. At the same time, Chen Zhao lifted a leg. Crack! The whipping leg almost broke Bolt's spine. Bolt was sent flying. Whoa! The wild god's power in Bolt didn't kill him so easily. But his injuries were very serious. Everyone felt like their heads were going to explode. Bolt wasn't the strongest among them, but his body and strength were definitely the best. It wasn't just them. Even when compared to all the spiritualists in the entire spirit world, there were few who could rival them. But before this man, he couldn't even defeat them? The power of the wild god? This was the second spiritualist Chen Zhao had met who used the wild god. Of course, Chen Zhao's understanding of the power was limited to the introduction he'd heard when he'd met Hulu's last time. You're very strong. You didn't die. Everyone was speechless. Being defeated in one blow and not dying. Was this considered powerful? At the same time, it also proved how terrifying the man before them was. The boar head panicked even more. He devoured such a large amount of his magic. Not only was he not panicking, but he'd also heavily injured Bolt in one move while dealing with the devouring. Was this guy a monster? Just then, a terrifying bolt of electricity swept over. Everyone's hair stood on end. Where's my sister? A woman's palms gathered terrifying electricity, and she glared at Chen Zhao. Your sister? Oh, the woman who could also release electricity in the barren plateau. Chun Zhao recalled. Do you want to see her? I can send you there. Chun Zhao lifted his right arm and faced the woman. Chapter 2360. Whoosh! There was an extremely crisp sound of something piercing through the air. The woman's head was pierced by a strong electric current. There was a black spot between her eyebrows, and smoke came out of her mouth, nose, and ears. Just then, an Asian woman suddenly attacked Chun Zhao. The woman was originally empty-handed, but a red tasseled spear suddenly appeared. The red tasseled spear danced ferociously and moved like a dragon. It stabbed directly at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao raised an eyebrow. It was his first time seeing such a weapon with Chinese characteristics. Chun Zhao blocked the spear with his finger and knocked the spearhead away. However, the woman felt the huge force from the spearhead. Although she was already scared, she reacted quickly. She turned around and used the force to counterattack. Another eagle soars the sky, swept toward Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao reached out to grab the spearhead, but the red tasseled spear in the woman's hand suddenly disappeared. Chun Zhao was stunned. In the next instant, he saw the spear go around his arm and slash toward his face. Hiss! The black cloth on Chun Zhao's face was torn off. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Chun Zhao was also stunned. He touched his face. Everyone thought that the other party was famous. At least with such power, he wouldn't be nameless. But seeing Chun Zhao's face, no one recognized him. Sorry, looks like you're all going to die. In that instant, everyone felt as if their hair was about to stand on end. This guy is dangerous. Very dangerous. Chun Zhao's right palm suddenly covered the boar's head. The wild boar head wanted to dodge, because at that moment, he felt that he was really going to die. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm a spy. I'm not with him. I'm not from the Hermit Order. I'm from the Scarlet Church. The mouth of gluttony on Chun Zhao's palm was already open, about to devour the boar's head. In that instant, Chun Zhao stopped his hand. You're from the Scarlet Church? What evidence do you have? Chun Zhao was a bit hesitant. Did this guy give him the information? The boar had no choice now. If he was a little later, Chun Zhao would kill him directly. If he really died in Chun Zhao's hands, it would be too unjust. The boar hurriedly pulled up his sleeve. Chun Zhao looked at the boar. There was nothing on his wrist. What are you going to show me? Are you messing with me? The boar head used a little bit of magic power, and a red mark appeared on his originally empty wrist. Chun Zhao raised an eyebrow. The red mark was the Scarlet Church's emblem. This is a dark engraving. It will only appear when I pour magic power into my arm, the boar head said. Chun Zhao temporarily gave up on killing the boar head. I'll let you live for now, but don't think you're safe. After we leave here, I'll verify your identity. As for the others, they all had different expressions on their faces. Perhaps it was because the wild boar had hidden himself too well. So much so that they did not expect the wild boar head to be a spy. But Avit Kang's expression was ugly. After all, his subordinate said that he was a spy in front of him. This feeling made him extremely angry. Suddenly, Chun Zhao felt a huge force coming at him from behind. A group of fat kids sneak attacked Chun Zhao from several meters away. However, his sneak attack only made Chun Zhao stagger a step forward. Chun Zhao turned to look at the boy. The fat boy's face turned pale. That attack, just now, was his full power. But the effect was actually just making Chun Zhao stagger a step. Chun Zhao raised his right arm. The fat boy suddenly took a deep breath and then roared, "Ha!" In an instant, Chun Zhao's magic power stagnated. He actually lost balance for a moment. It felt like Li Pan's magic forbidden zone. Just as Chun Zhao paused for a moment, the boy opened his mouth again and roared, "Break!" Bang! The boy's roar turned into a huge force that smashed directly into Chun Zhao's face. However, this time, Chun Zhao did not even move his feet. He only tilted his face slightly. Chun Zhao touched his face. It's been a long time since someone dared to slap me. Wait, it's a misunderstanding. The boy quickly waved his hand. This time, Chun Zhao didn't stop. He punched out. Shocked, the boy roared, "Defend!" 3 shields made of mana appeared around the fat boy's body, hovering around him. However, the 3 magic shields shattered the moment they came into contact with the fist shadows. The boy's body also shattered in an instant. In an instant, The hall was filled with minced meat and blood. Everyone was shocked again. Where did this guy come from? Everyone present was terrifyingly strong. No one dared to say that they would definitely win. But Chen Zhao had already defeated them one after another. He had even killed 4 people, and they were all defeated in a crushing manner. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive. The boarhead's face was also filled with shock. If he had not stopped in time, he would probably have followed in the boy's footsteps. He had been undercover for so many years and knew the boy's strength very well. The boy might not be stronger than him, but if the boy had attacked first, he would definitely have died. But now, the boy had been defeated by Chen Zhao in a few moves, and he had died without a whole corpse. Attack together, Avit Kong ordered. How could he not understand now? The guy in front of him was not here to die at all. He was really here to kill. Chen Zhao's smile was slightly terrifying. Just then, the woman who had been standing at the back suddenly reached out and scattered seeds. Then, the seeds suddenly turned into huge man-eating flowers. Seeds? Chen Zhao was dazed for a moment. Was this Mord's plant magic? Ever since Chen Zhao had come into contact with the spiritual world, he had met all kinds of spiritualists. Mord was the only spiritualist he had met who knew plant magic. According to Mord, he was the only one in the world who knew plant magic. But now, there was a woman who knew plant magic. Chen Zhao stood still. Before the man-eating flowers could land, the dark magma suddenly turned into a black claw. It passed right in front of the man-eating flowers and instantly tore them to pieces. But the black claw did not stop. It continued moving toward the woman. Seeing that the woman was about to be torn to pieces, the woman with the red-tasseled spear came to her rescue in time. The red-tasseled spear swept past and shattered the black claw. But the next moment, the dark magma gathered again, forming countless black blades that attacked the spear-wielding woman. The spear-wielding woman parried left and right, but could not block the countless black blades. The spear-wielding woman was about to die under the black blades. Forced, the spear-wielding woman yelled, "I'm a disciple of Dragon Tiger Mountain Sage Sect. Fuck." Chen Zhao could not help but curse. On the other hand, Avit Kong's son felt like vomiting blood. Chapter 2361. Chen Zhao immediately changed his direction and attacked the woman who had used plant magic. The woman also yelled, "I'm a spy from the Druid Church. I don't know you." Whether or not Zhang Tianyi and 23rd generation Blood Mary subordinates were real, Chen Zhao couldn't attack them before figuring out their identities. But he didn't know anyone from the Druid Church. Kill a stranger. So, Chen Zhao didn't stop because of the woman's yell. The black blade formed from the dark magma was already very close. The woman didn't understand why the boarhead and the spear-wielding woman could live as spies. Her identity as a spy didn't work at all. Thankfully, the spear-wielding woman swung her spear again, shattering the tide-like black blade. "What are you doing? Don't think you can interfere with my actions just because you're old Zhang's disciple. Plus, your identity isn't confirmed yet." Chen Zhao looked at the spear-wielding woman unkindly. He wondered if he should kill the woman as well. But if he killed her, then he might have to kill the Scarlet Church's spies as well in order to silence them. Thinking of this, Chen Zhao looked at the boarhead. The boarhead panicked. He could feel the murderous intent in Chen Zhao's eyes when he looked at him and the spear-wielding woman again. Chen Zhao had been able to be a spy and stay by Avit Kong's side for many years. Moreover, in order to not arouse his suspicions, other than being cautious, he also had a meticulous mind and high IQ. He probably felt that the spear-wielding woman's obstruction made Chen Zhao want to kill. And if he really killed the spear-wielding woman, he had to die too in order to silence her. The boarhead broke out in a cold sweat. The devil before him wasn't a kind person. Only Avit Kongson wanted to vomit blood. He'd thought that his subordinates were all loyal. But when he turned around, he realized that there were 3 spies among them, and they belonged to different sections. In the past, I didn't know her identity, but now that I know, I can't kill her. The Druid Church and my Dragon Tiger Mountain Celestial Master Sect have sworn an oath of alliance, so in terms of relationship, she and I are fellow disciples. I can't watch my fellow disciple die in front of me and do nothing. Whether her identity is real or fake Chun Zhao said coldly. I don't even know who you are. At this moment, the man who had been standing behind a Viet Cong with flames burning in his hands suddenly extinguished the flames in his hands. Viet Cong's son turned his head to look behind him and saw his adopted son looking at him with a complicated expression. He couldn't help but be shocked. Robert, I raised you myself. Chun Zhao also looked at the man called Robert. His spell looked like a fire spell, but Chun Zhao felt like he had seen it before. Now that he saw Robert extinguish the flames in his hands, he was even more certain. His magic was very similar to Bifla's holy fire magic. Lord President, I'm sorry. I'm a spy from a fire worship sect. Viet Cong felt the world spin. At that moment, he felt that everyone was betraying him. Everyone present was his trusted aide, and he had never hidden any of his plans from them. Only now did he realize that half of his trusted aides were spies. This meant that his every move was actually under the control of the sections. He was actually naive enough to think that all of his actions were secretive, and he thought that he was hidden. Looks like I don't have to keep hiding anymore. At this moment, the last spy also surfaced. Chun Zhao looked at the man who'd spoken last. He hadn't done anything yet. He'd been watching from the back with his arms crossed. Chun Zhao had noticed him before. He had a strong aura of dark magic on him. But now, the dark aura on him gradually retracted. It was replaced by thick and extremely pure holy light magic. Let me guess. You're from the church? Chun Zhao asked the man. Chun Zhao had seen many spiritualists who could use dual magic. However, it was Chun Zhao's first time seeing a spiritualist who could use both holy light and dark magic, which countered each other. Chun Zhao had heard that both were very difficult to cultivate. One had to have the corresponding magic element and extremely high talent. Moreover, holy light and dark magic conflicted with each other. Of course, this also proved the man's talent and ability. Avid's body trembled. You all deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. Chun Zhao actually understood how Avid felt right now. Of course, Chun Zhao's feelings were complicated too. At first, he'd only planned to kill one person. It wasn't that he couldn't get over it. In fact, he'd long since gotten over it. He was just unhappy about being ordered around by Zhang Tianyi. That was why he'd come with a mask. He only wanted to kill Avid, the main culprit. As for the others, he'd let Zhang Tianyi take care of them. But because his mask had been picked, he felt the urge to kill again. He'd had the urge to kill again. In the end, he'd only killed one, and they all jumped out on their own. Chun Zhao hadn't changed his original intention of calling himself a spy. But there was more sympathy in his eyes when he looked at Viet Congson. He was too pitiful. He only had 7 subordinates, but 5 of them were spies. Chun Zhao had to admit that this guy had bad taste in picking people. Come, I'll free you. If you die, you won't have so many troubles. Chun Zhao didn't want to kill him now. They were all very complicated. If any information was exposed, a large sect would be in trouble. Plus, Zhang Tianyi knew that he'd come here. Would he be able to silence Zhang Tianyi? It would be easier to kill Viet Cong's senator. Avid's bitter smile suddenly turned into a sinister one. Do you really think you can kill me? All of you will die, all of you. Just then, arms suddenly grew out of Viet Congson's body. Hundreds of arms grew out, making him look like a caterpillar. This spell. Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes and looked at Avid. Why was it so similar to Lilith's? Just then, every arm on Viet Congson's body began to cast magic. The spells cast by each arm were also different. Chun Zhao was even more surprised. This guy's spell was like a weaker version of Lilith's. However, Avid's form still scared the others. After all, releasing hundreds of different spells at the same time was still very shocking. Chapter 2362. Even Lilith's strengthened version couldn't do anything to Chun Zhao. Not to mention the simplified version. But there were some differences between the two. As for what was different, Chun Zhao couldn't tell. Anyway, he just felt that they were different. In Chun Zhao's eyes, it was a weakened version, but to others, it was boundlessly terrifying. What did it mean to release hundreds of spells at the same time? It was like hundreds of spiritualists attacking at the same time. No matter how confident they were, they didn't think that they could fight against hundreds of spiritualists. Even the lowest level spiritualists. Looking at the innumerable spells that were shining with colorful brilliance, Lin Li was stunned. They were like the most dazzling fireworks in the world. Everyone felt an indescribable pressure. They had been with Avik Kong-san for so long. Even the shortest time was at least 5 years. Robert and Avik Kong-san were like father and son. They didn't know that Avik Kong-san had such power. Or rather, he had such unimaginable spells. Chun Zhao lifted his right arm. The mouth of gluttony. Just then, the mouth of gluttony fell off Chun Zhao's arm again and turned into the glutton beast. But this time, it wasn't as big as last time. Last time, the glutton beast that Chun Zhao's right arm had turned into was almost the same size as Beelzebub's Zophi. Now, Chun Zhao's glutton beast was about the size of a small house. Of course, this was also because he had faced Lilith last time. At that time, Chun Zhao had gone all out. He'd used all his enhancements. This time, he was facing Avik Kong's Senator. The difference in power between the two was more than 1,000 times. Chun Zhao didn't use any enhancements. The glutton behemoth opened its mouth and sucked all the magic into its mouth. The boarhead's expression changed slightly. Of course, he could feel that the glutton beast had the same bloodline as him. However, the glutton beast had a pure glutton bloodline. The boarhead's bloodline had been diluted countless times. It wasn't just the difference in bloodline. In terms of strength, it was unknown how many times weaker they were. Now he finally understood why Chun Zhao wasn't afraid of his special ability. Because they were the same kind. Plus, Chun Zhao surpassed him in all aspects. He was actually naive enough to use a low-level bloodline to try and defeat a higher-level bloodline. It could be said that if he wasn't a spy, he would definitely be devoured by Chun Zhao in the same way. Not only was the wild boar head shocked, but the others were also in disbelief. They didn't have the bloodline of a wild boar, so they didn't know what this magic-devouring behemoth was. However, it was definitely not an ordinary magical creature. Even dragons could not devour magic. However, this gigantic beast could devour magic endlessly. That was terrifying. Of course, Avik Kong-san would not give up without a fight. He frantically unleashed his magic. The gluttony behemoth, on the other hand, was endlessly devouring. It would devour as much as Avik Kong-san released. However, the longer the stalemate, the more terrified Avik Kong became. His magic power was limited. However, this beast was like an endless abyss. He released thousands of spells, but they were not enough to fill the abyss. Actually, Avik Kong didn't know that the glutton behemoth had a limit. However, his strength was not enough to probe the glutton behemoth's limits. Moreover, the glutton behemoth's magic devouring was different from the boarhead's. So much magic energy was brewing in the glutton behemoth's mouth, but it was not being absorbed. The energy became larger and larger. When Avik Kong-san could no longer continue, he stopped releasing magic. The glutton behemoth opened its bloody mouth again. A colorful energy ball appeared in its mouth. When Avik Kong saw the energy ball in the glutton behemoth's mouth, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He turned around and ran. His way of running was also very special. All his arms wriggled on the ground, like a caterpillar. Disgusting. Boom! The energy ball accurately hit Avik Kong's Senator. The energy ball expanded instantly, but it wasn't too exaggerated. It only maintained a diameter of a few meters. This was the maintenance of high-energy. To use a common analogy, it was as stable as the sun. Of course, the energy level of the energy ball couldn't compare to the sun. This constant balance only lasted for less than 10 seconds. When everyone saw that Avik Kong-san had nothing left, they couldn't help but sigh. They knew Avik Kong-san's strength, both before and after he changed his body. But now, he didn't even have a corpse left. The remaining people, including the crippled bot, all stared at Chun Zhao in silence. Finally, the boarhead could not help but say, "Sir, then, you what? You want to leave?" Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes and looked at them. "Before I know who you are, don't even think about leaving." Everyone was secretly annoyed, but they did not dare to retort. The dark magma had already surrounded them, and the glutton behemoth was facing them. If anyone dared to do anything, They wouldn't end up much better than Avit Kong's senator. Moreover, Chun Zhao had already shown his strength to suppress everyone. It wasn't just defeat, it was complete suppression. If they had any chance of winning, they would not accept Chun Zhao's humiliating treatment. Let's start with you. Chun Zhao looked at Bot. You're not someone's spy. You should have no objections if I kill you, right? Of course. Who wouldn't have objections? Bot propped himself up with one hand with difficulty and said unhurriedly, after Huluz was captured by the Celestial Master contacted me through Huluz. I'm also a spy of Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master sect, but only the Celestial Master knows about this. If you want to confirm this, you can only ask the Celestial Master. Bot felt that no matter how strong Chun Zhao was, he would not dare to question Zhang Tianyi. Of course, even if he really did question Zhang Tianyi, he would not be afraid. He was still discussing with Zhang Tianyi, but he had not completely agreed to Zhang Tianyi's request. In order to save his life, going with the flow wasn't something unacceptable. Chun Zhao took out his phone. Everyone saw the number of an old bastard appear on the screen. Hey, old Zhang, it's me. I just killed the president of the Hermit Order. These two said that they were spies sent by you. Tell me if that's true. If they're not, I'll kill these two liars while I'm at it. Chun Zhao, one of them is my daughter. Don't do anything stupid, Zhang Tianyi exclaimed. Daughter? Which one? Chun Zhao pretended to be confused. I saw a furry one. Are you talking about him? Nine Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 2363. Although Chun Zhao was purposely making things difficult for Zhang Tianyi, he had been joking with Zhang Tianyi the whole time. Moreover, he often made fun of his daughter. However, when he remembered that his daughter was still in his hands, he let his daughter go in the end. As for Bot, Zhang Tianyi also gave a positive reply. However, Chun Zhao noticed Bolt's nervous expression before Zhang Tianyi confirmed it. After all, he was a rootless duckweed. No, it should be the meat on the chopping board. On the other hand, Chun Zhao could raise his butcher's knife at any time. This guy killed without batting an eye. Moreover, he and Zhang Tianyi had not come to an agreement before. The main thing was that he wasn't very satisfied with the conditions. If Zhang Tianyi denied it at this time, he would be finished. Fortunately, he still had value. Only then did Zhang Tianyi step forward to protect him. However, in this way, it would be extremely difficult to escape from Zhang Tianyi's hands in the future. Before hanging up the phone, Zhang Tianyi proved it to the druid girl. Although Zhang Tianyi wasn't there, he was able to make a judgment based on Chun Zhao's description. This druid chick was indeed a spy planted by the druid sect around Avit Khan's senator. Then there was Bifla, the 23rd Blood Mary, and Pope John the Elder. They also proved the identities of these spies. Chun Zhao couldn't help but sigh. This Avit Khan was such a failure. Everyone had betrayed him, except for the woman who had her head smashed by Chun Zhao and used lightning. It seemed that all of his trusted aides were spies. This was simply too tragic. Of course, Chun Zhao wasn't sympathizing with Avit Khan. He was gloating. Dad. Zhang Nan looked at her father. Zhang Tianyi closed the Taoist scripture and gently placed it on the tea table beside him. Sit, Zhang Tianyi said lightly. Zhang Nan sat down obediently on the cattail hassock with his back straight. This was a habit that she had developed since she was young, even though she was using a red-tasseled spear. In fact, she was a Taoist nun through and through. He had joined the church when he was 8 years old. She would only call Zhang Tianyi dad when she was alone with him. If they were in the sect, she would also have to call Zhang Tianyi headmaster. Moreover, she did not receive any special care from Zhang Tianyi during her cultivation. His dermic powers were not much higher than his peers. Of course, in her eyes, she was referring to the generation of Zhang Tianyi's disciples. In terms of seniority, those of her generation were all over 80 years old. There were also 1 or 2 eldest senior brothers and eldest senior sisters who were over 100 years old. What did you gain from your training outside the mountain? Zhang Tianyi asked. After hiding in the hermit cultivators for so many years, my Tao heart couldn't calm down, Zhang Nan said. I've seen so many evil deeds, but being in the wolf's den, my will is willing, but my strength is insufficient. Before you left the mountain, your father had made it clear. Zhang Tianyi replied. Joining the Hermit Cultivators Association doesn't depend on how dangerous that place is, but on the tempering of your heart. Zhang Tiany's words weren't fake either. If he wasn't completely confident, he wouldn't have sent his own daughter to the Hermit Order as a spy. Even if she accidentally exposed her identity, even if Zhang Tiany was thousands of miles away, he was confident that he could protect his daughter. The Taoists were particular about doing things without doing anything, and the Tao was natural. Therefore, cultivation was more about cultivating the mind. As long as one's temperament was strong enough and tenacious enough, one's cultivation would be unimpeded. Therefore, the Taoists were more focused on the inner realm than the outer realm. They weren't like Chen Zhao, who increased his cultivation explosively and didn't cultivate his mind at all. Of course, everyone had their own fate. Zhang Nan had been in the sect for close to 20 years, but her innate talent was higher than her comprehension. As Zhang Tiany's daughter, she couldn't say that she surpassed her father, but her innate talent was definitely not bad. However, due to the limitations of Longhu Mountain's Taoist sect, Zhang then had to have a strong state of mind in order for her cultivation to keep up. If her state of mind wasn't there, then no matter how talented she was, she wouldn't be able to improve. In theory, the state of mind was not limited and could be improved infinitely. It could even reach an unimaginable level. However, cultivation was limited by the state of mind. Because of this, Zhang Nan needed to leave the mountain to train. However, there were many things to pay attention to when leaving the mountain. If it was just walking around in the pugilistic world, it wasn't challenging at all for Zhang Nan. Not to mention cultivating her mind. With Zhang Tiany's name, which pugilistic world would dare to make things difficult for Zhang Nan? Even the most ferocious scoundrel would avoid Zhang Nan if they saw her. Because of this, Zhang Nan was able to sneak into the hidden cultivators sect under Zhang Tiany's arrangements. Even Zhang Nan becoming Avit Kong Sen's trusted aide was arranged by Zhang Tiany. Avit Kong Sen thought that he was in control of the hidden cultivators sect, but he didn't know that the hidden cultivators sect had long been corrupted by various forces. And now, Avit Kong Sen had died a horrible death. However, the hidden cultivators sect would still exist, and it would still be under the control of various forces. After a series of internal strife, a new and powerful guild master would appear. This was also the reason why Zhang Tiany dared to arrange for Zhang Nan to infiltrate the hidden cultivators sect. The so-called guild master of the hidden cultivators sect believed that he had obtained his position through his own strength and intelligence. However, he didn't know that these guild masters were merely pawns to be controlled, or even toys. Zhang Nan's experience as a spy in the hidden cultivators sect wasn't much, but it wasn't little either. If it wasn't for Avit Kong Sen's own death wish, he might have been able to live on for a few more years. However, he actually reached out to those talented children or spiritual children. This was a taboo. What a joke! What did the spiritual world rely on to prosper? It didn't rely on old guys like them who were about to be abandoned by the times. It relied on the new generation and the talented children. But Avit Kong Sen had locked his target on the children. Everyone couldn't stand it anymore. That was why he had to die. No one could tolerate this. As the person involved, Chen Zhao couldn't tolerate it, but so could Zhang Tiany. Even the spies like Zhang Nan couldn't tolerate it. Therefore, every spy basically passed information to the organization they were in. Therefore, even if Avit Kong Sen didn't die, he wouldn't live for more than 3 to 5 days. If attacking ordinary people was the bottom line, then attacking children was a taboo. The bottom line was something that could be constantly tested or crossed by others. However, touching something taboo would result in death. Dad, who's that guy? Did you send him? He's also from Dragon Tiger Mountain? Send him? If he hears this, he might not rest until I, your father, am dead. This guy's too murderous. He's even more murderous than Avit Kong Sr. Don't be fooled by his ruthlessness, but he knows life better than anyone else. He also knows his Tao better than anyone else. Otherwise, how do you think you kids could survive from his hands? It's not like we don't have the power to fight back. If we're forced into a corner, we might be able to fight back. My dear daughter, if he wants to kill you, You won't even have the chance to tell him who you are, let alone fight back. Chapter 2364. Where did that person come from? Zhang Nan asked. How come I've never heard of him? Which sect is he from? Zhang Nan asked. He's overseas, Zhang Tianyi said. But it's sad that you guys were born in the same era as him. Zhang Tianyi sighed. Unless his daughter could reach the enchanting state, she would barely have some achievements in Chen Zhao's eyes. This was a very real problem. He hadn't reached the end of his lifespan yet. The 23rd Blood Mary had received the primordial stone from Chen Zhao and forcefully extended her life. But no matter how much they extended their lives, they definitely wouldn't be able to outlive Chen Zhao. In the future, there would be almost no one who could compete with Chen Zhao in the spiritual world. Bifla had some hope. If he successfully transferred his body next time, his cultivation would improve and he would be able to keep up with Chen Zhao's. As for the others, they were too far behind. John Sr. wasn't weak, but he relied on external forces. If his church's divine artifact were taken away, John Sr. would at most be half a step into the enchanting state. Moreover, John Sr. was old too. He probably wouldn't be able to outlive the 23rd Blood Mary. As for the younger generation, Zhang Tianyi didn't think highly of them, unless 10 or more enchanting state experts appeared in the future. Otherwise, Chen Zhao would be the only one. Of course, from the current situation, the next 100 years would be a situation where there were many experts. Chen Zhao was that super expert. After him, there would be a few enchanting state experts. This was the most optimistic estimate. Moreover, as the spiritual qi tide approached, it hadn't completely recovered yet, but the spiritual qi was starting to return. In the next 100 years, it would probably reach its peak. In the era of spiritual qi recovery, the spiritual world would also develop to its limit. There would definitely be more experts than in this era. Of course, the principle of the strong getting stronger also applied in the spiritual world. But there was another possibility. Chen Zhao's cultivation had already reached its limit. Zhang Nan didn't know Chen Zhao. It was her first time seeing him, so she didn't have a deeper impression of him other than his strength. Of course, she didn't think that Chen Zhao was as scary as her father said. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The door isn't locked. A blonde woman with blue eyes walked in. She carried a pile of documents in front of Zhang Tianyi. What's the matter, overseer? Zhang Tianyi asked. The woman in front of him was the former president of the European Supernatural Organization, Overside Lily. But now, she was Zhang Tianyi's in-name disciple and secretary. Master, these are the 12 paranormal incidents that happened in Istanbul between 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. today. There was at least one casualty in every paranormal incident, and every victim's skull was smashed in with a single blow. The culprit is very powerful. Based on the analysis of a few pieces of information, the culprit should be a speed enhancer. Zhang Nan could not help but frown when she heard Overside Riley's words, because the first person she thought of was Chen Zhao. As expected, Zhang Tianyi's expression was calm after hearing Overside Lily's words. Yes, I understand. Record these files. Master, don't we need to send someone to investigate? Overside Lily asked, confused. Zhang Tianyi was one of the main people in charge of the Battle of Holy Glory. He was also in charge of security. But so many malicious paranormal incidents had happened today. Even if Zhang Tianyi was not furious, he should at least send someone to find the culprit. But Zhang Tianyi's reaction was too abnormal. The people who died deserve to die, Zhang Tianyi said calmly. Plus, I'm the one who sent people. If they find me in the end, it'll be awkward. Overside Lily did not expect Zhang Tianyi to be the mastermind behind all this. She also did not expect Zhang Tianyi to say it out loud, as if no one else was around. Overside Lily was the president of the European branch of the Supernatural Organization. She had done some things in the dark before. She could understand Zhang Tianyi's actions. People who looked righteous on the surface might have some dirty tricks up their sleeves. But Zhang Tianyi did not plan to hide it from Overside Lily at all. Zhang Tianyi and Chen Zhao were the same kind of people. They both had their own bottom lines. Of course, their bottom lines were different. Their actions were also different. Zhang Tianyi did not care if his methods were dirty or not. He only cared about right and wrong. He had sent people to assassinate those people. It was not righteous, but he had a clear conscience. So he spoke honestly. Even if the person before him was not his trusted aide or his daughter, he could still answer honestly. Because he had a clear conscience, he was fearless. Then, do we need to do something to suppress this? Overside Lily asked. We don't need to do something superfluous. Zhang Tianyi glanced at the corpses. Stroking his goatee, he said, but that guy is really efficient. Is it him? Zhang Nin asked. Yes, it's him. Zhang Tianyi nodded. Zhang Nin picked up the information Overside Lily had given her and glanced at it. In this list of the deceased, most of them were famous spiritualists. None of them were kind. In fact, they were extremely evil. However, so many villains were wiped out in just a few hours. Was that guy really that powerful? Master, there's one more thing. You better inform your people. What is it? There's an aristocratic club in Istanbul. Many spiritualists are gathered there. It's likely that the series of assassinations triggered some people's nerves. Many people? Yes, very many. At least a few hundred people, and most of them aren't good people. Most of them aren't good people. Zhang Tianyi rubbed his chin. Seems like the remaining few can't sit still anymore. That's true. The identities of the corpses are too obvious. If there were only one or two, it wouldn't attract much attention. But with so many people, they'll definitely be noticed. Zhang Tianyi nodded. Should we contact that person to cancel the operation? No, that bastard won't die. But we still need to contact some idiots so they don't court death, Zhang Tianyi said. Overside Lily didn't quite understand what Zhang Tianyi meant. What did he mean by contacting idiots? Can you find out the identities of all the people gathered in the aristocratic club? Yes, our people are in there. Our people? Tell them to leave immediately after confirming the identities of the people gathered. Chapter 2365. The Celestial Master sent a message. Wang Hai said, he wants us to identify everyone in the venue. Is that necessary? Luo De looked depressed. The spell Rhoda was most proficient in was resonance theory. This spell was specially used to identify people within a certain range. For example, when two people talked, their conversation would reveal their identity. Telepathy would collect this information and analyze the other party's identity. The more the target talked, the more people they talked to, and the easier it was to expose their identity. There were so many people in the venue, and they kept talking to each other. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to collect the identity information of most people. Some people directly called out the other party's name or identity when they talked, and it was easy to get the personal information of such people. There were also some people who didn't talk at all, and it was basically impossible to get the other party's identity. Fortunately, the venue was quite lively, and there were only a few people who came and went alone. Do you have enough magic power? Do you want me to transfer some to you? No need, I have enough. Luo De shook his head and said, there are just a few people whose identities are unknown. Who's unknown? Wang Hai asked. Luo De spun the magic brush in his hand and quickly drew faces on the paper. I know this too. I know this person. Wang Hai recognized most of these people who weren't identified by Luo Da's spell. Wang Hai and Luo De usually teamed up to carry out missions. Luo De relied on telepathy, while Wang Hai didn't have any special skills. If he had to say something, it would be social skills. In the spirit world, most spiritualists weren't good at socializing, or they didn't like it. But Wang Hai was different. He could talk to anyone he met. No matter good or evil, there was nothing he couldn't talk to. Take this venue, for example. He was the one who got the invitation. And there were more than 300 people in the venue, and Wang Hai knew at least 100 of them. And among the dozen people that Luo De couldn't identify with his spell, Wang Hai knew 5 of them. Okay, send this name list to the Celestial Master. The two quickly passed the name list to Zhang Tianyi. Not long after, Zhang Tianyi sent another name list. Wang Hai, the Heavenly Master wants us to send a message to these people. He wants them to leave this place immediately. Then, we'll have to leave as well. What happened? I don't know. Maybe it's dangerous here. There are so many of us here. What danger could there be? Could it be that someone dares to cause trouble here? Wang Hai did not believe it. There aren't many good people here. Look at the people on this list. They're all honest children. I guess something is really going to happen here. Let's not dawdle. Let's finish the good deed and leave quickly. I know this person. I'll go and talk to him. You go and inform the others on the list. Luodo was helpless. He knew that Wang Hai could chat with anyone. Even when he was on a mission, he would take the time to make a few new friends or catch up with old ones. Wang Hai arrived in front of two old acquaintances. Hi, Judith, Acti, long time no see. Wang Hai walked up to a couple. King, it's you. Long time no see. Acti stepped forward and gave Wang Hai a warm hug. Judith, won't you hug me? Judith rolled her eyes. Are you here to participate in the battle of holy glory? No, I'm here to work. What about you? We're here to participate in the battle of holy glory, but we've been eliminated, Acti said regretfully. This year's battle of holy glory is really difficult. What about you? How's your work going? Judith and Acti seemed to know who Wang Hai was. I almost forgot about business. You better leave here quickly. Something might happen here. Something happened? What could happen? Hee hee. Don't tell me that the lightning hunter really dares to come here. What lightning hunter? Wang Hai asked in confusion. He was in the intelligence field, but he had never heard of a lightning hunter. You still don't know? Since this afternoon, there have been many cases of spiritualists being attacked and dying tragically. The attacker is good at using lightning, has an extremely strong physique, and is extremely fast. That's why he's called the lightning hunter. The organizer of this gathering gathered us here to discuss how to deal with the lightning hunter together. Wang Hai frowned. Although he got the invitation, he really didn't know what the theme of this gathering was. Whatever, let's not waste time. I've received orders from the higher-ups to notify some people to leave. You're also on the list, Wang Hai said. Are you serious? Yes, I'm not joking, Wang Hai said. Rhoda has already gone to notify the others. Acti and Judith looked at each other and nodded silently. The three were about to leave when someone appeared on the podium. Everyone, thank you for coming. I believe many of you know me. Of course, if you don't, I'd be happy to reintroduce myself. I'm Immenterico, the leader of the Dark Red Edge. Immenterico said in a loud voice. Is he the leader of the Dark Red Edge? Do you know him? Wang Hai asked. I don't know him, but this guy isn't an ordinary spiritualist. The Dark Red Edge isn't a sect that strives to improve itself, either. Instead, it's an organization that specializes in stealing other people's pets or hunting and selling rare magical creatures. The most famous thing about this guy is that he sold 2 young dragons, Akadi said. I wouldn't have come if I knew he was the one who held a gathering, Judith said. However, his strength is quite outstanding. It is said that he defeated 2 dragon whelps with his own strength and enslaved them. At this moment, Immenterico said, I believe many of you already know that I've gathered you here because someone is hunting down the spiritualists in Istanbul. So far, more than 20 people have died. This person is very powerful. I'm afraid that the Dark Red Edge and I won't be able to defeat this lightning hunter even if we work together. So, I beg you to stay. If we work together, we will definitely be able to defeat or even kill this lightning hunter. I heard that all the people that the lightning hunter killed were experts that could intimidate a region. Can we really defeat him? But we have the advantage in numbers. Even if one of us can't defeat him, we'll go with 2. If 2 can't defeat him, we'll go with 4. I don't believe that the lightning hunter can escape. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 2366. Immenterico looked at the crowd who had been encouraged and could not help but show a smug expression. Of course, his motive was not as honorable as what he said, because he found that most of the people who died today were spiritualists who wandered in the shadows. They were also commonly known as the unclean or the fallen. They all had one thing in common, which was that during the War of the Holy Glory, they had more or less committed some unknown crimes in Istanbul. Because they were all the same kind of people, they were quite familiar with each other. Sometimes, they would even help each other out a little. So, Immenterico roughly knew what they had done. He himself was no exception. On the surface, the Dark Red Edge was a righteous force. In fact, the Dark Red Edge was no less sinful than the other fallen forces. Now that those people were dead, Inman and his kind were very nervous. They were worried that misfortune would befall them soon. Of course, there were also many people who were worried that misfortune would befall them. Most of the people in this hall were not good people. They had more or less done things sneakily. Only a few people did not know what was going on and really thought that this was a gathering to discuss how to catch the lightning hunter. Most of them were simple-minded and did not notice the common characteristics of the dead people. They really thought that the so-called lightning hunter was a butcher who killed without batting an eye. Of course, most of them were smart people. After all, fools could not be bad people. Wang Hai listened to Imman bewitching words from below. He was an intelligence officer, so he knew very well what kind of person Imman was. Of course, he would not really believe Imman words. But many people believed that there was no need to be afraid of the lightning hunter with so many people gathered here. Humans were social animals. The more people there were, the safer they felt. At least with Imman encouragement, everyone seemed to think that a mere lightning hunter was not that scary. As long as the lightning hunter dared to show up here, they would each cast a spell and turn the lightning hunter into a sieve. Nothing the guy says can be trusted. Let's get out of here, Judith said. It was obvious that Judith hated Imman very much. Wang Hai even felt that Judith didn't just reject Imman. Judith seemed to hate man Tarek. Hey, isn't that Judith? Imman, who was standing on the podium, noticed Judith in the crowd. Let's go. Judith's face darkened as she turned around to leave. At this time, Imman stepped forward and blocked their way. Judith, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Why are you leaving as soon as we meet? Imman gently lifted Judith's hair and sniffed it. What an intoxicating smell. Let go of me. Akadi shouted and slapped Imman hand away. Judith was his girlfriend, and the current one was here. Imman, the ex, was actually flirting with his girlfriend as if no one else was around. No man could tolerate this kind of thing. Imman smiled frivolously and looked down at Aktai. Is this your current boyfriend? He looks so weak. Judith, it seems that after we broke up, your eyesight is getting worse. What did you say? You bastard. Aktai flew into a rage. If Judith hadn't stopped him, he would probably have had a full-on fight. Judith hugged Aktai tightly. Calm down, Aktai. They're all his people. Let's go. Wang Hai also grabbed Aktai's arm. If you want to take revenge, you can do it any time. There's no hurry. Although Aktai was still furious, he managed to stay rational. In the end, he suppressed his anger and left. Looking at their backs, Imman whispered to his men, Go to the garage and stop them. Yes, President. Let's get out of here quickly. Trico is not a good person. Judith knew Imman very well. The three arrived at the garage and hurriedly found their cars. Just then, a car stopped in the parking space next to them. The three couldn't help but stop because they saw that the person in the car was wearing a mask. The man in the mask also noticed the three people in the car next to them. The man in the mask picked up a list and looked at it. It was not the target on the list. The three were all dumbfounded. Who was this guy? A spiritualist? Why did he look more like a bank robber? The man in the mask was, of course, Chen Zhao. Because of his previous experience, Chen Zhao changed his face scarf and wore a hood instead. This way, he wouldn't have to pull it off during the fight. Chen Zhao didn't care about the three's gazes. He got out of the car, as if there was no one else around. Just then, more than 20 people rushed out from the various entrances. Is this a trap? Chen Zhao muttered to himself. However, when he saw the people surrounding him, he still took out the list and looked at it again. Perfect. One of them is a target. Chen Zhao looked at a bearded man. You're lying, King Goulet? Chen Zhao asked. Goulet looked at Chen Zhao. Who are you? Are you their accomplice? Them? Chen Zhao looked back at Wang Hai, Aktai, and Judith. I don't know them. I don't care if you know them or not. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. Are you going to surrender, or do I have to tie you up myself? Tie me up? Why me? The president told me to do it. Chen Zhao picked up the list and looked at it again. President? Your president is the head of poachers called Imman, right? Perfect. I need him for something too. You know the president? No, but I need him for something, Chen Zhao said. Who do you think you are? You can see whoever you want. Plus, your background is unknown. If you want to see the president, tie yourself up first. Sure. Why don't you come over and help me tie myself up? Chen Zhao stretched out his wrists, showing his sincerity. For a moment, Goulet was confused too. Did this guy really need the president for something? Actai, Judith, and Wang Hai were also confused. They weren't surprised by Goulet's intentions. They were just confused by Chen Zhao. No matter how much they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out what this guy was here for. Tie himself up to prove his innocence? Chapter 2367. Wang Hai, Acti, and Judith try to resist, but their strength could only be described as barely passable. Goulet didn't even move. In fact, only 4 or 5 of the dozen people he'd brought did. In no time at all, the 3 of them were tied up tightly. Chen Zhao's hands were already tied up. He looked back at the 3. Puffed. So pitiful. Hearing Chen Zhao's gloating tone, the 3 of them were furious. You're not much better than us. I did it willingly. The 3 rolled their eyes. Just then, one of Goulet's subordinates walked over and tried to pull off Chen Zhao's mask. Don't, Chen Zhao said, dodging the man's hand. This is my style. The man hesitated and looked back at Goulet. Send them to the president. He'll decide. Then the 3 of them, the president asked for them. Send them to him too, Goulet said. Goulet said, search their bodies. No matter what it is, don't let them carry it on them. Then the 4 were sent to a spacious and luxurious office. Chen Zhao sat down on the sofa. The 3 looked at Chen Zhao. This guy was really friendly. He didn't treat them like outsiders at all. Aren't you going to sit? This sofa is pretty comfortable. It's made of leopard skin, Judith said. It's that guy's favorite collection. Really? No wonder it's so comfortable. Immenterico isn't a good person. Me neither, Chen Zhao replied. As for Immenterico's subordinates, they didn't care. They also didn't care about Chen Zhao's unbridled attitude. In their eyes, the more Chen Zhao didn't care, the worse he'd die later. Just then, Immenterico and Goulet pushed open the door and entered. When they saw Chen Zhao sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, they couldn't help but be stunned. Immenterico squinted at Chen Zhao. You're Immenterico? You know the answer. Immenterico snorted. You better tell me why you're here. Otherwise, I won't let this go. I don't care what your attitude is. I'm here to kill anyway. Chen Zhao shrugged. You and your subordinate, Goulet, are both on my list. Immenterico opened his eyes abruptly, but he wasn't too surprised. Just now, Goulet had already found the name list on his body. When Immenterico saw the name on the list and the name that was crossed off, he was sure that the masked man was the lightning hunter they were looking for. So, they played along and brought Chen Zhao to this room. At this moment, a large number of spiritualists were stationed outside the room. As soon as Immenterico gave the order, the spiritualists would swarm in at once. List? Are you talking about this list? Inman sneered as he took out the list. Chen Zhao glanced at Immenterico. Looks like you already know who I am and why I'm here. After all, no one would brazenly hide the name list on their body. I didn't expect to capture the Lightning Hunter so easily. Lightning Hunter? Are you talking about me? Chen Zhao glanced at Immenterico and Goulet. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but if I wasn't willing to be bound, do you really think you can capture me? But you still fell into my hands, Immenterico said proudly. Fell into your hands? Aren't you overestimating yourself, or overestimating the rope that binds my hands? Huh, you can try. Maybe you can break the rope even if you break your hands. Magic rope. Chen Zhao tested it and found that the rope was indeed very tough. However, the so-called toughness seemed to only apply to ordinary people. It's indeed tough, but it's not enough. Bang. Chen Zhao exerted a bit of strength, and the ropes binding his hands snapped. Immenterico and Goulet immediately took a step back. Wang Hai, Acti, and Judith stared at Chen Zhao in shock. This guy was the lightning hunter? How could he be a lightning hunter? Was there a mistake? I've indeed underestimated you. Immenterico sneered. But you don't think that everything will be fine after breaking free from the magic rope, do you? What other trump cards do you have? Or are those guys lying in ambush outside your trump cards? Not enough. Not enough. I still have a long way to go. Exposing an assassin in front of so many people already means that you've failed. Do you think you still have a chance to turn the tables? Chen Zhao raised his head and stared at Inman Turiko in shock. You seem to be mistaken. I accepted the mission to kill the people on the list, but I'm not an assassin. At least, I'm not a professional. Chen Zhao stood up from the sofa. As for accepting this mission, it's partly because I owe you a favor, but mostly because I'm curious. I want to see how an assassin kills. Curiosity kills. I'll say the same thing back to you. Chen Zhao raised his right arm and pointed 2 fingers at Inman Turiko. Instantly, 1,000,000 volts of electricity shot out from his fingers and shot toward Inman Turiko. But Inman Turiko took out a magic staff. The 1,000,000-volt electricity was blocked by the staff. The 1,000,000 volts of electricity also disappeared in an instant. Inman Turiko held his staff and scathed. This staff is called Thunder's Fury. It can control the power of lightning in the world. Inman Turiko looked at Chen Zhao proudly. Why do you think I'm standing before you so confidently? It's because I know that you're a speed enhancer and proficient in lightning. You're strong, but as long as I have this staff, your advantage will be gone. In Inman Turiko's opinion, since Chen Zhao's abilities were countered by the staff, he didn't have to be afraid of Chen Zhao anymore. Looking at the people who had died earlier, most of them were stronger than Inman Turiko. However, Inman Turiko realized that most of them had been killed by lightning directly in the head. As long as he had something or someone that could counter lightning, he would be able to win. Is that so? Does this staff have a limit? Chen Zhao asked, intrigued. Inman Turiko suddenly waved the staff and pointed at Chen Zhao. A bolt of lightning shot toward Chen Zhao. Boom! The lightning exploded on Chen Zhao's body, but Chen Zhao stood where he was, not moving at all. Inman Turiko couldn't help but frown. Not bad, but you want to use my attack against me? Aren't you being a little too whimsical? 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor. Chapter 2368. Inman Turiko was surprised by Chen Zhao's strength, but he still believed that he was on the winning side. Everything Chen Zhao did was just a futile struggle, but he also felt that he was too close to Chen Zhao. It was too dangerous. Chen Zhao was fighting a spiritualist who specialized in speed. It was a taboo to get too close. Inman Turiko took a step back, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. Suddenly, glass walls fell around Chen Zhao, trapping him inside. Aren't you being too naive? Chen Zhao looked at Inman Turiko in surprise. Do you really think this thing can trap me? As soon as Chen Zhao finished speaking, a large amount of gas suddenly sprayed out from the 4 corners of the glass wall. Oh no! It's mana paralysis, cough, cough. Wang Hai, Acti, and Judith felt very uncomfortable. They were also trapped in the glass wall. This kind of poisonous gas was very dangerous for spiritualists. If they accidentally breathed in this gas, their bodies would be seriously malfunctioning once they circulated their mana. In order to deal with the lightning hunter in front of him, Inman Turiko had put in a lot of effort and made ample preparations. Instantly, the entire glass wall was filled with smoke. Inman Turiko looked very pleased. It seemed that victory was already in his grasp. But the next moment, the poisonous gas in the glass wall disappeared at an extremely fast speed. Chen Zhao's vision quickly returned to the glass wall. Inman Turiko stared at the glass in astonishment. Wang Hai, Acti, and Judith were either lying down or half kneeling. The 3 of them were obviously affected by the mana paralysis gas. But the lightning hunter was still standing in the same spot. Chen Zhao took a deep breath and then burped. Tastes good. A smile appeared on Chen Zhao's face. Outside the glass wall, Chen Zhao's expression changed instantly. Game over. Chen Zhao suddenly raised his right arm and smashed it heavily on the glass wall. Boom! The ground shook violently, but the glass wall was undamaged. Oh, such a hard glass wall. Which company made it? Inman Turiko couldn't help but laugh. This is magic glass that contains barrier magic and is specially made. Before Inman Turiko could finish, Chen Zhao raised his arm and punched again. Bang! The earth shook and the mountains shook. The ceiling and the ground connected to the glass dome cracked. Inman Turiko stared at Chen Zhao in shock. Panicking, he said to Galay, "Call everyone in." When the spiritualists outside rushed in, Chen Zhao had already thrown his 3rd punch. The glass shield shattered instantly, and Inman stepped back in fear. While smoking, Goulet suddenly felt a terrifying pressure surging towards him. Goulet wanted to retreat, but a hand reached out from the smoke and grabbed Goulet's wrist. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, Goulet's arm was broken. At the same time, Chun Zhao snatched the name list from his hands. Chun Zhao couldn't help but frown. The list was damaged and blurred by Goulet's blood sacrifice. He's the lightning hunter. Go kill him. Goulet yelled hysterically. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao. Just then, someone attacked Chun Zhao out of nowhere. Chun Zhao was looking at the list at the moment. He casually attacked the person who had ambushed him. A 1,000,000-volt electric current penetrated the spiritualist's head. Old Generation Ritter. Chun Zhao read out a name and found his target in the crowd. Then he read, Wild Sect Raoul Tony, Old God Shoal. Chun Zhao read out the names one by one. And this Mary, which faction is she from? Just then, Wang Hai said from the ground, Sir, I can help you identify them, but you have to guarantee our safety. Wang Hai had no choice. They were in the center of the conflict. The three of them had been poisoned again. They couldn't even stand up, let alone protect themselves. Once a full-scale conflict broke out, they would be the first to bear the brunt. Thus, he had to find protection. Of course, no problem. Chun Zhao agreed readily and handed the list to Wang Hai. Wang Hai looked at the names on the list. Mary Duope, from the Nile Goddess sect. That's the woman. Dunizin, from the Thai Deathly Silence sect. That's the one. This is too much. Imman yelled. Let's go together. If this continued, these people would definitely be divided. Those not on the list would definitely not be willing to attack. Instantly, a dozen spiritualists attacked Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao also threw a dozen punches. Thud, thud, thud. The dozen spiritualists were instantly knocked down. Chun Zhao didn't kill them, but the spiritualists were all strong and weak, so their injuries varied. There are 12 in total, Wang Hai said. 9 are here. Okay, those whose names are called stay. The rest can scram. Everyone at the scene looked at Chun Zhao with fear. However, more people were dissatisfied with his arrogant and disdainful attitude. There's so many of us. Why should we be afraid of him? Are we just going to watch him kill our companions? One had to admit that Inman wasn't strong, but he was extremely good at bewitching people. Those who'd been wavering and retreating firmed their resolve again. There were so many of them, and Chun Zhao was just one person. What was there to be afraid of? Looks like most people aren't afraid of death. Chun Zhao's gaze swept across everyone present. Wang Hai, Acti, and Judith became even more nervous. After all, they weren't the people involved. They'd even wanted to leave. In the end, they were sucked into the vortex by accident. No matter what choice they made now, they wouldn't have a good ending. As for following Chun Zhao didn't seem to have any chance of winning. He might be very strong, but he was just one person. There were 300 to 400 spiritualists present. It was impossible for them to fail. Kid, you're the one who's going to die, an old man called out. He was also on the list, so he was especially proactive. I'll control him. You guys are in charge of pouring magic on him, a muscular man called out. Chun Zhao looked at the man. Judging from his build, he should be an enhancer. An enhancer to control him? Chun Zhao was curious. The burly man shouted, Unquenchable hatred! A wave of magic enveloped Chun Zhao. Instantly, Chun Zhao felt that the man before him was very annoying. Very, very annoying. He hated, and disliked him for no reason. Chapter 2369. Kill him. Kill him. Even though Chun Zhao realized that there was a problem, he couldn't help it. However, he still couldn't help but attack the strong man. At the same time, the others took the chance to attack Chun Zhao. The burly man was very confident. He was an enhancer, and he was best at taking a beating. No one could beat him in 10 minutes. 10 minutes was enough for all the spiritualists in the surroundings to kill this scoundrel who was hiding in front of them. Just then, Chun Zhao revealed a fierce look. In an instant, he appeared in front of the muscular man. The muscular man's body immediately turned into a metal statue. Bang! The burly man felt a pain in his chest and looked down. Chun Zhao's fist had already penetrated his chest. The metal body couldn't block Chun Zhao's punch either. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, countless spells landed on him. Chun Zhao was swallowed by countless spells. Suddenly, a figure flew out from the wave of magic. Everyone thought that Chun Zhao was trying to escape, but upon closer inspection, they realized that it was the burly man's corpse. At this moment, a figure moved as fast as lightning. In an instant, a spiritualist's neck was broken. After Chun Zhao charged into the crowd, he was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. The crowd instantly fell into chaos. "Don't panic! Don't panic!" Inman yelled, but his command had no effect. It was as messy as it should be. In just a few minutes, more than 20 spiritualists had died. The others were even more afraid of Chun Zhao, although they had the advantage in numbers. However, their advantage in numbers did not seem to have the desired effect. Run! Inman Teriko saw that he couldn't hold the situation any longer. Therefore, he planned to make the scene even more chaotic. Since he couldn't get everyone to work together, he would make everyone lose their will to fight. He didn't believe that Chun Zhao could stop everyone. Inman Teriko's words made the situation even more chaotic. Some people still wanted to continue fighting him, but more people fled in panic. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that a black substance was spreading outside the window. The black substance was covering the outer walls of the venue. The crowd gasped in horror. They suddenly realized that there was no way out. The entire venue was completely covered by the black substance. Inman Trick's expression changed drastically again. He won't give us a way out, so we can only fight him. One had to admit that Inman Teriko knew how to make use of the situation. Seeing that their escape route was gone, their fighting spirit immediately rose again. Moreover, when people are in a desperate situation, they can always burst forth with even greater strength. Freeze! A spiritualist waved his arms, and dozens of light swords shot out in the air. The light swords pierced through Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao was shocked by the sword's power and penetrating power. His defense actually couldn't block this light sword. The next moment, Chun Zhao realized that the light swords weren't lethal at all. But when the light swords penetrated his body, they formed a wave of coldness that seeped into his body and spread. It actually showed signs of sealing his celestial power. "Hurry up, attack him while he's locked down by me." However, this seal did not last long. Chun Zhao's immortal power suddenly activated, shattering dozens of light swords at the same time. The spiritualist spat out a mouthful of blood. It was too fast. His ultimate move could only trap this guy for a few seconds. In the past, he'd used this move almost every time. Just then, the ground suddenly split open and a huge hand grabbed Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao pushed with his arms, and the hand disintegrated immediately. Wang Hai, Acti, and Judith were all dumbfounded. There were 300 to 400 spiritualists present, but they couldn't do anything to this guy. Spiritualists died under Chun Zhao's fists one after another. As long as Chun Zhao got close to them, there was almost no chance of survival. Calling a battlefield was no longer enough to describe the tragedy in the hall. This was simply an Azura field. No matter how vicious and arrogant they had been in the past, they were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Now, they were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The spells landed on Chun Zhao, but they didn't cause any damage. In fact, most spells couldn't even get within 3 feet of Chun Zhao. This was an extremely hopeless situation. The spells they were so proud of had no effect at all. On the other hand, every attack from Chun Zhao could take away a person's life. No one understood where this guy had come from. He was a demon that had crawled out of hell. No, he was even scarier than a demon from hell. There were a few spiritualists with demonic spells at the scene. They had even used forbidden summoning to summon a terrifying demon. But Chun Zhao was teaching them how to tear a demon apart. Chun Zhao used extreme terror to dominate everyone. Inman Teriko's heart grew heavier and heavier. Hundreds of people he'd gathered had died. But this person didn't tire. He was like a perpetual motion machine. He killed tirelessly. He suddenly realized how stupid he'd been. He'd received information about the people who'd died earlier and thought that he'd taken them seriously enough. But he still had a sliver of hope. He thought that he could deal with them. He didn't think about running away or hiding. Now, he finally came to his senses, but was all too late. Chen Zhao wasn't a hunter at all. He was a butcher. He wasn't facing a group of prey, but a group of lambs. Goulet was right in front of him. He tore it apart. It was also at this moment that he realized that when a person's power reached a certain level, all schemes would seem so stupid. Finally, no one attacked Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao walked up to Immenterico. Immenterico felt a chill down his spine. Even though Chen Zhao was wearing a mask, Immenterico could feel that the man before him was smiling. There was also a mocking look in his eyes, as if all the killing was to prove his stupidity. Chen Zhao lifted his blood-dripping hand. Suddenly, Immenterico's body shook, and he turned into a huge dragon. Chen Zhao arched an eyebrow. Mixed blood? No, this guy only had the appearance of a huge dragon. This was just a transformation spell. He didn't turn into a real dragon. Still, Immenterico's dragon transformation gave everyone confidence and courage. They seemed to think that Immenterico could counterattack. After all, no matter how strong the lightning hunter was, he couldn't be stronger than a dragon. One had to admit that Immenterico's dragon transformation was indeed shocking. Although he wasn't a real dragon, the transformed Immenterico had improved his abilities in all aspects. He had strength, speed, and even dragon breath. Chapter 2370. Wang Hai, Acti, and Judith sucked in a cold breath. Immenterico had arrived with the aura of a king. He seemed to be the strongest factor that could turn the situation around. This made everyone at the scene wild with joy. Even the butcher didn't seem so scary anymore. We won, great. I didn't expect Mr. Inman to have such a trump card. So what if that lightning hunter is strong? Can he be stronger than a dragon? Compared to the spiritualists on Immenterico's side, Wang Hai, Acti, and Judith looked gloomy. In the current situation, they were clearly on Chen Zhao's side. If Chen Zhao lost, they could imagine what would happen to them. They wouldn't even be appeased if they didn't kill them. Moreover, they were worried that Chen Zhao wouldn't be able to fight after such an intense battle. Although Chen Zhao had killed many people, he was covered in blood at the moment. He did look miserable. They didn't know how much of his blood was Chen Zhao's and how much was his. Immenterico's huge claw slammed heavily on the ground, and the whole hall shook violently from the impact. He didn't use his trump card at the beginning because his transformation spell couldn't last long. If he used it at the beginning, Chen Zhao might run away. As long as Chen Zhao survived the transformation period, he would be at his weakest. That was why Immenterico chose to use the transformation spell at the most appropriate time. By now, Chen Zhao must have been greatly weakened, and he was still in his peak state. Everyone felt a violent shock, but it also made them even happier and more excited. The stronger Immenterico was, the happier they were. Mr. Inman, kill him. Let him experience the feeling of despair. Chen Zhao raised his head silently and looked at Immenterico. Immenterico wanted to say a few more harsh words, but when he met Chen Zhao's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. In that instant, Immenterico felt an indescribable fear. A cold glint flashed across Chen Zhao's eyes. He threw a punch at Immenterico's huge body. Bang! Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Everyone's excited cheers came to an abrupt stop. Everyone's voice was stuck in their throats. Not a single sound could be heard. Everything happened too suddenly. It was so sudden that no one could accept it. Only half of Immenterico's body was left, and he collapsed to the ground. Wang Hai, Acti, and Judith's eyes almost popped out. Isn't this too exaggerated? It was completely different from what they had imagined. One strike, just one strike, everything returned to peace. At this moment, everyone felt a suffocating pressure. That silent fear lingered in everyone's heart. Could an enhancement-type spiritualist really be this terrifying? In the spirit world, it wasn't that there weren't any powerful enhancement-type spiritualists, but top-notch enhancement-type spiritualists were extremely rare. This was because ordinary spiritualists paid more attention to their own mana. Spiritualists not only needed a large amount of mana, but they also needed to constantly strengthen their physique. However, there was a limit to the human body. Therefore, enhancer spiritualists were basically the kind of people who couldn't make it. Even if there were a few outstanding ones, their strength was actually quite limited. Currently, the enhancement type in the spirit world was in a situation where there were experts but no strong ones. But today they had witnessed a terrifying enhancement type with their own eyes. If killing a dragon with one strike wasn't considered strong, then they didn't know what standard a strong person should use. Could flesh and blood really reach such a terrifying level? At any time, being able to defeat a dragon was something to be proud of. However, at this moment, everyone felt that this person seemed to have done something insignificant. He seemed to be used to it. Slaying a dragon seemed to be a very normal thing. Chen Zhao turned around and looked at Wang Hai. Wang Hai's heart skipped a beat. Even though they weren't enemies right now, being stared at by those eyes still made Wang Hai feel uneasy. How many more? Chen Zhao asked. Wang Hai shuddered and turned to look at the crowd. There were many people, but they were all squeezed into a group. Everyone shrank their heads, not daring to meet Wang Hai's gaze. They knew very well that if Wang Hai pointed out their names, there was no chance of survival. No more. Those on the list and in this venue are all dead. Fine. Chen Zhao shrugged and glanced at the crowd. Everyone lowered their heads, afraid to make eye contact with Chen Zhao. You're lucky. I wanted to kill a few more people. Just then, the dark lava covering the outer walls of the venue gradually retreated. Under the bright moonlight, there was a trace of scarlet. But just then, everyone's gazes toward Chen Zhao changed. Could it be that his magic power has been used up? It's very possible. Maybe that strike just now was his last bit of power. His voice isn't as loud as before. The spiritualists whispered among themselves. Chen Zhao was somewhat confused. These people had been afraid of him just a moment ago. Why did this suddenly happen? Chen Zhao heard their whispers. Now, the spiritualists no longer looked at Chen Zhao with fear in their eyes. There was a trace of eagerness in their eyes. There was also a trace of red. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. Some mysterious power was driving them. It suppressed their fear to the lowest level and magnified their emotions at the same time. Finally, someone stood up and pointed at Chen Zhao, shouting, "You stop!" Chen Zhao stopped and looked at the spiritualists. He realized that not all of the 200 or so spiritualists had been bewitched. However, there seemed to be only a few who were rational. What? Do you still want to fight? Do you want to leave just like that? You killed so many people. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Explanation? To you? To who? Chen Zhao walked toward the person. I think you're at the end of your rope. Most of us are still in our best condition. We're not afraid of you anymore. Now, Chen Zhao was completely sure that these people were being manipulated by someone. He didn't know if they'd lost their fear or their ability to think normally. If they were normal people, they definitely wouldn't cause trouble for Chen Zhao now. They had no reason to continue fighting. However, they provoked Chen Zhao at the most inappropriate time. Chapter 2371. A few spiritualists didn't understand why these people, who'd been so afraid of Chen Zhao just a moment ago, were suddenly so brave. These people's reactions were too abnormal. It was like they'd taken the wrong medicine. But they were very excited. The fear from before was like an act. It wasn't just a few people either. Most people reacted this way. When everyone looked at Chen Zhao, their eyes flashed with the urge to try. The few spiritualists who hadn't been bewitched couldn't help but wonder if this killer was really exhausted. However, when they saw the scene of blood flowing like a river and the gigantic dragon corpse, they immediately sobered up. They couldn't offend that guy. They really couldn't. What a joke. He wasn't really exhausted right now. Even if they were really exhausted, could a flock of sheep do anything to a lion? The few spiritualists who were still rational and clear-headed immediately realized there was something unusual about these abnormal people. This wasn't a normal method. It could make hundreds of spiritualists lose their minds at the same time. They were also fearlessly provoking and attacking a terrifying guy. This method was simply unimaginable. Bewitchment spells were more commonly known as enhanced hypnosis. Mind spells were also mental spells. Mental spells weren't omnipotent either, because people have a sense of self-safety. For example, controlling an ordinary person and making them move and speak normally was the most basic operation. It would be difficult to make the person lie or deceive someone close to him. It would be very difficult to make the person take out his bank card and password. The human subconscious would reject such requests. Simply put, the more ridiculous the request, the more difficult it would be. It was almost impossible to make someone commit suicide. But now, there were more than 200 spiritualists here. They were doing the same thing as committing suicide. This caused a few spiritualists to feel a chill down their spines. Soon, they attacked Chen Zhao. Their blood-red eyes showed that they were behaving abnormally at this moment. However, Chen Zhao was never someone who would reason with others, especially when the other party took the initiative to attack him. Die. Chen Zhao used his clones, and 36 clones appeared. Each clone had the same power as the original body. Wang Hai, Judith, and Arkti widened their eyes. Was this guy really an enhanced spiritualist? This was clearly a cloning spell. However, they soon discovered how terrifying these clones were. His strength was on par with his main body. How long would it take for the battle of over 200 spiritualists to settle down? Chen Zhao gave him the answer. Just 1 minute. The atmosphere in the hall became even more intense. Within a minute, more than 200 spiritualists were killed. There were only a few conscious spiritualists. Their hands and feet were cold, and they stood where they were. The spiritualist, who had been brimming with fighting spirit a moment ago, had now become a cold corpse. Only now did they realize that no matter how intense the battle had been, Chen Zhao hadn't used his true power. The so-called exhaustion was just a conjecture on their side. The 36 clones retracted, but the smell of blood on Chen Zhao's body was even thicker. When Chen Zhao's gaze landed on the remaining people, they were already trembling in fear. They couldn't stop at all. Of course, they wouldn't be like those crazy spiritualists who naively thought that they had a chance of winning. He wouldn't be so naive as to think that Chen Zhao was exhausted. The person in front of him couldn't be judged by common sense. Don't you feel anything special? Like you want to kill me? Try to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle? Everyone's faces darkened. Try what? What's there to try with you? None of the people who were still alive had a problem with their brains. They were all smart people. It was still a question whether the person before them had even used 30% of his strength. Just then, Chen Zhao took off his mask. Everyone covered their eyes at the same time and lowered their heads. No one dared to look at Chen Zhao's face. They were afraid of death. Even Wang Hai, Judith, and Arkti did the same. Chen Zhao had been wearing a mask the entire time. He clearly didn't want to expose his identity. When he took off his mask in front of everyone, it was probably the time to kill everyone present. The wet and bloody mask fell to the ground. But Chen Zhao's gaze wasn't on the survivors. Instead, he looked at an inconspicuous corner. Come out. There's no point in hiding anymore. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. They could vaguely guess who Chen Zhao was talking to. Chen Zhao's words were directed at whoever had sent those spiritualists to their deaths. The person hiding in the shadows and the person who'd massacred the entire place were both unbelievably powerful. Now that the two were about to meet, who was stronger? They couldn't help but be curious. Some were even looking forward to it. However, when the person hiding in the shadows walked out, everyone's jaws dropped, their faces filled with astonishment. It wasn't anyone else but Zhang Tianyi. Chen Zhao looked at Zhang Tianyi and rubbed his chin. Let me guess what you're going to say next. Your mission is over, but you know too much. Don't worry. I'll take good care of your daughter. Zhang Tianyi's face twitched. You're too dramatic. Why did you do that? Chen Zhao stopped joking and suddenly became serious. None of the dead are good people. Is there any difference between killing one bad person and 100 bad people for you? What about them? Don't tell me they're immune to your spells. They're good people, Zhang Tianyi said seriously. They're just stupid. I can't bear for them to die in your hands. Wang Hai was from Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Masters sect. Of course, he knew what Zhang Tianyi meant. This was a trap. Those who would foolishly come here were either vicious villains or fools with water in their heads. For example, Judith and Akti beside him. When they'd left, Wang Hai had been worried that something would happen to them if they stayed here. That was why he'd actively looked for them and reminded them to leave. In the end, he was still one step too late. However, He didn't know if they were lucky or unlucky to be involved in this terrifying massacre. I'm tired, Chen Zhao said. I lost the list too. I don't care about the rest. Fine. Zhang Tianyi also knew that he'd used Chen Zhao to kill so many people this time. Most of them weren't on the list too. He was a bit embarrassed. Chen Zhao was giving him a hard time. Where's the thing I want? Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 2372. I don't have the manual. Take the pills first. With that, Zhang Tianyi tossed over a transparent porcelain bottle. Inside the porcelain bottle were more than 10 pills that shone with a golden light. I heard that Taoists often eat their own pills and end up eating themselves to death. These aren't poisonous, right? Chen Zhao asked suspiciously, looking at the shining metallic color of the pills. Zhang Tianyi was so angry that he spat out blood. He pointed at Chen Zhao. You're pissing me off. If you don't want them, give them back to me. I don't have enough for my disciples. You really didn't put any heavy metals in it? Chen Zhao questioned mercilessly. You really didn't put any heavy metals in it. I don't want to talk to a blind bastard like you. Zhang Tianyi turned and left angrily. Before he left, he took Wang Hai and the others, as well as the survivors. When Wang Hai and the others left, they felt the gaze on their backs. They all shivered. They wished they could grow another pair of legs to escape from that gaze. Sect leader, that person is really fierce. Wang Hai, who was following beside Zhang Tianyi, mumbled in a low voice. Fierce? What did you see just now count as? Zhang Tianyi snorted. Tell them to watch their mouths. Don't go around spouting nonsense, or they'll get into trouble. If that bastard really wants to kill people, even I can't stop him. Sect leader, that person is so fierce. If he has bad intentions, all right, don't say anything else. Don't say it again. Be careful of the words that come out of your mouth. At their level and realm, there is no such thing as having bad intentions. The decisions they made were the ones that were most beneficial to them. The way they looked at things was that they were looking down from above. Thus, they decided that most of the time, they didn't need to rely on bad intentions to obtain benefits. They even had absolute priority in the ownership of certain things. They even had the right to occupy them. Since ancient times, bad intentions were just an excuse to attack those who didn't agree with them. Take the current disputes between countries, for example. They were still using this excuse. Zhang Tianyi was a smart person. Of course, he knew what his subordinate meant by this. However, he didn't have any conflicts of interest with Chen Zhao. After all, Chen Zhao was rooted abroad, while Zhang Tianyi's interests were in the country. The way they interacted with each other was quite natural. He didn't want their relationship to change too much. Don't think that the two of them didn't give each other any face. Always scheming against each other. In reality, this kind of scheme was harmless. He could trust Chen Zhao, and Chen Zhao could also trust him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used Chen Zhao's hands to kill so many spiritualists. Chen Zhao should have turned against him long ago. This was also why Chen Zhao allowed his daughter to stay by his side without worry. If there was no trust between them, it would be impossible for them to let the other party take care of their loved ones. They hadn't gone far when a violent explosion came from behind, followed by a towering flame. The flames almost lit up the night sky. After half an hour, the fire truck finally arrived. West, how are Gaia, Hallease, and Elite? After today's match, the three of them seemed to have been enlightened. They're suddenly not nervous anymore, West said over the phone. Yes, are you all at the hotel? Yes, guild leader. Are you coming over? I'll send some things over. I just extorted them, Chen Zhao said. Then we'll wait for you at the hotel. Chen Zhao arrived at the hotel where the supernatural organization team was staying. The three of them were sparring within the barrier of the underground garage, while the others were watching from outside the barrier. In a sparring situation, Hallease was undoubtedly the weakest. The two people she faced were opponents of two extremes. It could be said that Gaia and Elite were a weaker version of Chen Zhao when they were together. Gaia had dragon blood. Her power was second only to Chen Zhao in the supernatural organization. Angelite's speed was second only to Chen Zhao's in the supernatural organization. Her strongest trump card was the Abyss Demon, but she couldn't summon it so easily. For one, Summoning and maintaining it required a huge amount of magic power. Even she found it difficult. Moreover, the Abyss Demon was powerful. It was used to deal with enemies. It wasn't used during sparring. Of course, Unelite and Gaia couldn't use their trump cards during sparring either. Even so, Hallie still lost first. Unelite and Gaia were left fighting in the barrier. However, in the following sparring session, neither Gaia nor Unelite could do anything to the other. Basically, if they didn't use their trump cards, they wouldn't be able to decide the winner. Even if they used their trump cards, both of them would probably be heavily injured. Plus, it was the second match tomorrow. So, they still had a sense of propriety when sparring. Come, let's split the candies. One for each. Chen Zhao took out the pills he'd extorted. Gaia, Hallie's, and Unelite were obviously the first to get the pills. They urgently needed to improve. But improving their power wasn't something that could be done in a day. The refreshing cleansing pill wasn't a pill that could directly improve one's power. It was equivalent to cleansing one's tendons and meridians. It could increase one's sensitivity to the spiritual qi in the world. When using magic, it could be released faster and could also release more power. But the improvement wouldn't be too obvious. It would just be a silent nourishment. It couldn't be said that there was no help to them in the second match, but the improvement was very limited. After the three of them took the elixir, the intensity of their reactions varied. Hallie's reaction was the strongest. She even showed signs of drowsiness. She was immediately sent back to her room to rest. Gaia and Angelite's reactions were weaker. The next day, the second match began. The three didn't receive any special treatment in this match. After drawing lots, it was a real battle. Unlike the first match, everyone had hidden their power in trump cards. The second match was basically the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their abilities. Whatever trump cards and moves he had, he was going to use them in this match. Because from now on, every time they won a match, they would improve greatly. The glory they could obtain would also multiply. So, everyone gave it their all. Some of the matches even used big moves. Among the three, Hallie's was the first to enter the ring. But what was unexpected was that Horus defeated her opponent easily, like how the autumn wind swept away the fallen leaves. Chen Zhao, who was below the ring, suspected that he'd received special treatment again. But Gaia and Angelite's match wasn't so easy. Gaia was actually the first to be eliminated. Demon is beside me, demon is beside me. Chapter 2373. Everyone was surprised by this loss, but it was reasonable. This battle in the arena was extremely brutal. Both Gaia and her opponent had their own strengths. Gaia lost, but her opponent wasn't much better than her. It was almost certain that she would be eliminated in the next round. Gaia was carried off the stage. Of course, Chen Zhao had checked Gaia. Her injuries were serious, but they weren't life-threatening. Unelite had to be more careful in the following matches. Perhaps he had learned from Gaia's defeat. This time, Unelite didn't hold back. He used all his big moves. The opponent was stunned by Angelite's attack. Unelite didn't give his opponent any time to react. Of the 3 arena battles, Unelite won the most easily. Of course, there were many factors that contributed to his win. It wasn't something that could be summed up with just one word: strength. From the magic characteristics of both sides to the psychological state of each other, everything was the key to the final outcome. Even if Gaia lost and Unelite and Hellai's won, it didn't mean that there was a difference in their strength. After this round of arena battles, there were 256 participants left. The next day, the third round began. Helith was eliminated in this round. Chen Zhao knew the person who eliminated Hellai's. It was Matthew from the church. Of course, he lost in such a fair competition. Even Chen Zhao didn't plan on teaching Matthew a lesson. Unelite advanced with difficulty. In this battle, Unelite used the same old trick again, but his opponent was prepared. Unelite won the battle purely with his strength. There were 128 participants left, and the victor received a new piece of news. The next match wasn't a one-on-one. It was a 4-person mixed battle. Out of the 4 of them, only one could advance. Unelite was well prepared, but he didn't have any advantage in this battle. So, he lost without any surprise. but it was already a good result to get this ranking. Although they belonged to the 128th, they were now collectively known as the Holy Glory's Top 100. An elite also represented the supernatural organization. So, his achievement was one of the few honors of the organization. An elite had even created a historical record. He was the first person in North America to receive the honor of the Holy Glory Top 100. The last one was held in the real world. This time, it was no longer a one-on-one tournament. Instead, 32 people would be thrown into a forest with complex terrain. Let these 32 people fight each other. There were no other rules other than not being allowed to kill. Until the last 10 people were decided. These 10 people were the 10 people of Holy Glory. In the spirit world, this was practically the highest honor. Chun Zhao brought the people from the supernatural organization to watch the final battle. What do you think? How do you feel? They are clearly stronger than anyone in our team. It's not just the 10 people who won in the end, it's the 32 people who are stronger than us. Wes was very emotional. Only after seeing it for himself could he understand the difference between them. Not only was there a gap in strength, but there was also a gap in experience and combat awareness. It wasn't that they weren't good enough, but that the other party was better. However, this did not discourage West. After all, the supernatural organization used to be the lowest and most unorthodox supernatural organization. Over the past year or so, they had managed to achieve their current ranking. It could be said that they were growing at an extremely fast speed. Of course, not including Chun Zhao, they were already at the middle level now. Moreover, the supernatural organization had an advantage that most other organizations did not have. Most of the members were very young. Even Gaia was only 32 this year. Moreover, Gaia had not been in contact with the spirit world for long. How much more could Gaia grow in the next 10 years? Wes believed that the next 10 years would be when the supernatural organization would truly grow. The Battle of the Holy Glory this time had opened a new door for them. Chun Zhao, when are you leaving? Bifla asked. Tomorrow, Chun Zhao said. Have you investigated Udal Loken? Bifla shook his head. The information is very limited. We only have Udal Loken's identity, and most of it was provided by Celestial Master Zhang. There are basically no valuable clues. I have some information here, but I'm not sure if it'll be useful to you, Chun Zhao said. I know a couple. Not long ago, they were chased by Shiva's sect. Then, the Holy Knights got involved and took the couple away. Udal Loken seems to be targeting something from Shiva's sect. Maybe there's a connection between the two. If you have any connections in the Holy Knights, you can investigate in this direction. Bifla nodded. Last time, I obtained the immortal bird's flesh from you. I've researched something here, but I haven't sorted it out yet. Once I've sorted out the information, I'll send someone to Los Angeles for you. This was what he and Chun Zhao had agreed to. Chun Zhao would give him the Red Eagle's flesh. Bifla would be in charge of research and sharing the results. Chun Zhao did not expect Bifla to find something so quickly. Oh, you have a lot of connections, Chun Zhao said. See if you can collect Nirvana magic. No problem. Chun Zhao had been in Istanbul for so long. If he had to talk about gains, it was that his relationship with Bifla grew stronger day by day. Bifla usually looked arrogant, but he actually had a lot in common with Chun Zhao. If there's nothing else, I'm going to work, Chun Zhao said. What? Do you need help? Bifla saw Chun Zhao's troubled expression. It seemed to be something troublesome. Buying gifts for my kids, Chun Zhao said helplessly. I can't help. Goodbye. Chun Zhao had a headache too. He could not ask someone else to do this. Of course, a headache was just a headache. Most of the time, problems that could be solved with money weren't problems at all. This time, whatever the supernatural organization wanted to buy, Chun Zhao would pay for it. After the Battle of the Holy Glory, everyone was very relaxed. So, they were very relaxed when shopping. Without the pressure of the trial and competition, everyone was free both physically and mentally. For this, Chun Zhao even rented a plane, which saved him most of the trouble of traveling. After relaxing for an entire day, everyone finally set foot on their way back. Before leaving, Bifla even sent Chun Zhao and the others off at the airport. Although everyone was eager to return home, they still couldn't skip the 20-hour flight. 9 Heaven's Divine King. Chapter 2374. Portia was waiting at the airport. She watched as Chun Zhao's group walked out of the arrival gate with bags of all sizes. She'd received Chun Zhao's notice to arrive at 1 in the afternoon, but it was already 5 in the afternoon. Clearly, she'd been tricked by Chun Zhao again. Actually, Portia had already expected that Chun Zhao would trick her, so she delayed it for an hour. In the end, she'd underestimated Chun Zhao's shamelessness. After waiting for more than an hour, Chun Zhao was still nowhere to be seen. She wanted to just leave, but considering that she still had a large bill to pay, she endured it in the end. When she saw Chun Zhao's luggage, Portia cursed inwardly, evil capitalist. Smiling, Portia walked up. Boss. She opened her arms, wanting to help Chun Zhao carry Jerlin. No need. You're in charge of the cart. Portia's face darkened. This asterisk shoal has the nerve to make a weak girl, like me, carry so much luggage? Luckily, Gaia and the others helped Portia. Gaia, what happened to you? You didn't go overseas to fight, did you? Portia saw that Gaia's left arm was in a cast, and there was a band-aid on her brow. That's right, Gaia admitted readily. Really? What level of competition was it? Was it on TV? Can you find the recording online? Ha! I'm afraid not. It was an underground boxing match, Gaia said, chuckling. Ah, what a pity. Portia knew that Chun Zhao subordinates were all good fighters, especially Gaia. Apparently, Gaia had a gym. It was also the most famous gym in America. Last time, Chun Zhao had talked to Gaia and heard that a venture capital firm wanted to invest in Gaia's gym. But Gaia didn't seem to agree, so the matter was left unsettled. After moving everything into the RV, Chun Zhao said goodbye to the supernatural organization. His family was obviously happy that he'd returned. Of course, they were even happier about the gifts Chun Zhao had brought back. Fei Lai already knew that Jerlin was fine, but after seeing the lively Jerlin with her own eyes, she was still very excited. When he got home, he felt much more relaxed, but there were more things waiting for him. Forget about the brewery. That day, Denver came to find Chun Zhao with a pile of documents. In short, it was a mess. Most of them were troublesome. Even things like donations needed Chun Zhao's signature. The next day, he went to the Supernatural Organization's headquarters. The members of the association all knew the result of the Battle of Holy Glory. Originally, many members thought that with their powerful strength, they would definitely be able to obtain a very good ranking. He had even obtained the title of Holy Glory and even obtained the title of first place in the Holy Glory. However, the result disappointed most of them. Even an elite, who had the best results, only managed to get into the top 100 of Holy Glory. After all, most members did not know what Holy Glory represented. He also didn't know what kind of enemies Gaia and the others would face in this battle of Holy Glory. What's more, they didn't know was that most of the individuals and forces participating in the Holy Glory battle had the goal of entering the top 100. Apart from a few top-notch religions and factions, there are almost no small organizations that thought of seizing the title of Holy Glory. In the Supernatural Organization, only Wes could see it clearly. In the end, the Supernatural Organization's foundation was too weak. Right now, it was a top-notch organization in North America. But on a global scale, the Supernatural Organization was nothing. And they were participating in the Battle of Holy Glory, a top-notch event. It was like the Olympic Games. No one could expect a small country to be in the top 10 of the medal table in their first Olympic Games. That was simply impossible. Of course, the members' disappointment also became the driving force that motivated them. The 10 people who had participated in the Battle of Holy Glory didn't say anything. When Chun Zhao came to the headquarters, he brought gifts for everyone. He even brought special gifts for the evil spirit groups. Just then, a car stopped in front of the headquarters. Aduz had informed Chun Zhao that he was here for him. When Chun Zhao arrived, he saw that it was Felwood Cisco. Hey, Felwood. Long time no see. Hello, Mr. Chun. Hi, Felwood. How did you know that I'm back in Los Angeles? Chun Zhao remembered that he hadn't told Felwood. Mr. Denver told me about it. Felwood Cisco had once undertaken the construction of a brewery, so he was still connected to Denver. He'd also found out from Denver that Chun Zhao was back in Los Angeles. Today, He'd gone to Mirror Lake Manor to visit Chen Zhao. But after hearing that Chen Zhao was out, he came here. The new headquarters of the supernatural organization was also built by Felwood's company. So, Felwood was no stranger to this place. Mr. Chun, I wanted to tell you a few days ago, but I heard that you were on vacation, so I didn't disturb you. Your private airport has already started construction. It's less than 1 kilometer from here, but it's still under construction. If you're interested, you can go there and take a look. Oh, okay. Chen Zhao nodded. At the same time, he thought of something else. Oh, I told you last time that I have a big project to do. You said that you need to hire more construction workers. How's it going? Felwood Cisco had actually come to find Chen Zhao today because he wanted to probe Chen Zhao's thoughts on this matter. He was indeed expanding the construction team, but the number of people was limited. He'd only hired less than 150 construction workers. It was mainly because they hadn't signed a contract yet. Moreover, this project was only a verbal promise from Chen Zhao. He hadn't even seen the shadow of it yet. Therefore, he didn't dare to hire too many people, lest the company collapse. He didn't expect Chen Zhao to ask this question. Mr. Chun, the company has hired about 2 more construction teams, but because the company's cash flow is a bit tight, we can only hire this many people for now. Also, you haven't taken me to see the construction site, so I'm not sure how many people we need. Yes, that's my problem. But don't worry. This project will take about a month. I'll let you know when it's done. Okay, I'll continue hiring. Felwood now treated Chen Zhao as the god of fortune. More than half of the company's business was done by Chen Zhao or introduced by him. For example, Stephen's Hilltop Manor. Chapter 2375. Chen Zhao hadn't paid attention to Sardinia's Starry Night Shadow, which was the current location of Nanchi Island. However, he still knew the rough location. After all, when Chen Zhao had landed on Nanchi Island, he'd found Sardinia's heart and injected dark magma into it. Therefore, he could sense his rough location. Furthermore, it was approaching the sea area that he had purchased, where Little Nine and Amon were currently lurking. Amon's body was a bit too big now, so he couldn't enter Mirror Lake from the river. Little Nine's body was also catching up. Although he wasn't as big as Amon, he wasn't that far off. Now, they were basically moving around Moon Beach and the personal sea area Chen Zhao had bought. Ever since Chen Zhao had bought that sea area, the American Bureau of Land Management had been asking about him every few days. They were wondering if Chen Zhao would buy more empty sea areas. Nanchi Island was only 100 kilometers away from Chen Zhao's sea area. Based on Sardinia's speed, it would probably take them about a month to reach the private sea area. When Chen Zhao saw the Bureau of Land Management call, he immediately hung up. Felwood's caution was understandable. After all, it was impossible for Felwood to hire a large number of construction workers with just his 2 lips. However, under the circumstances where he didn't even have the shadow of a contract, he first recruited more than 100 workers. This was a sign of trust in Chen Zhao. After Felwood left, Chen Zhao continued to stay at the headquarters. They'd been gone for almost 20 days. There were many things piled up in the association. Most of them could be solved by the remaining members. However, there were still some things that the remaining members couldn't solve. President Todabelster secretly sent you a letter a while ago. He wants you to meet him when you come back. Huh? How's he doing in the psionic team? Has his identity been exposed? No, Wes said. It seems like the people in the psionic team treat him as a hidden expert. It was funny. A liar was actually treated as an expert by a supernatural organization. But it was understandable. After all, the psionic team's foundation was too weak. They were much weaker than the supernatural organization. Not to mention the existence of a super expert like Chen Zhao. Even the normal members were several levels weaker than the supernatural organization. Right now, the Mana Users team didn't rely on inheritances or fame. It was purely a lure of money. Therefore, the level and strength of the spiritualists that could be recruited varied. There were 1 or 2 experts, but the vast majority of them were trash, trying to fish in troubled waters. Of course, they wouldn't be considered trash. In fact, there were still some who had a certain level of strength and fame in North America. However, if placed in the entire spirit world, he would basically be at the bottom of the barrel. In North America, there was basically no control over magic. Aside from Los Angeles and the surrounding areas, there were the Supernatural Organization and the Psionic Team. In the other regions, there were only a small number of mediocre spiritualists. A small number of cities were occupied by powerful evil forces. Some supernatural organizations that broke the law loved to do evil in North America, because no one here could control them, and no one dared to. Even if they were exposed, they had ways to escape. Compared to other countries and regions, which strictly controlled executives and high risks, it was different. There was basically no need to worry about these issues in North America. Chun Zhao and West had never taken the Psionic Team seriously, apart from the difference in strength. More importantly, it was the difference in outlook. Even after participating in the Battle of Holy Glory, even before participating in the Battle of Holy Glory, their outlook was more than one level lower. To the Supernatural Organization, the Psionic Team was like a country bumpkin. The reason why they hadn't killed the Psionic Team was because they needed an opponent. They weren't there to motivate the Supernatural Organization. They were there to block the lightning. If the Psionic Team was destroyed, a new team would definitely appear to fight against the Supernatural Organization. Therefore, Chun Zhao and West decided to keep the Psionic Team. The Psionic Team might be growing with abundant funds. The number of people in the Psionic Team continued to expand. In fact, sending Gaia, an elite, and Hell AIs could directly destroy the Psionic Team. With such strength, how could Chun Zhao and West take them seriously? Underestimating the enemy? That didn't exist. In the spirit world, there were also many ants that could bite an elephant to death. But how many people did that have to be? Excluding other factors, the greater the difference in power between spiritualists, the greater the difference in combat power. Where did Bayers ask me to meet? South Coast, West said. Can't he just call me if he needs anything? The supporter behind the Psionic Team is the security department. It's too easy to check their communication. Does Todabelster dare to call you? If he does, he'll be dead on the streets tomorrow. One had to admit that this liar was very cautious. If he used a paper letter, the security department and the Psionic Team wouldn't be able to find out no matter how powerful they were. The American Intelligence Department was very powerful, but they weren't omnipotent. As long as one was careful, even a normal person could avoid being noticed. In the past month, Todabelster hadn't improved in other areas. However, his anti-detection abilities were improving day by day. It couldn't be helped. He was in the tiger's den now. Fortunately, everyone in the Psionic Team treated him as an otherworldly master. No one dared to be disrespectful to him, and no one dared to test him. After all, he'd helped the Psionic Team solve a few big problems in the past month. These big problems were actually solved by the Supernatural Organization in the dark. Then, they put the credit on his head. It wasn't that Todabelster hadn't thought about joining the enemy. But after a month of observation, he could roughly see the difference in power between the Psionic Team and the Supernatural Organization, especially when he'd seen Chun Zhao fight. It was indescribably terrifying. If the Psionic Team and the Supernatural Organization really started an all-out war one day, then the Psionic Team would definitely lose. Because Chun Zhao had left too deep an impression on him. He'd seen many spiritualists and magicians in the past month, but he really couldn't compare to Chun Zhao. They weren't on the same level at all. So, Todabelster gave up on the idea of being a double agent. After all, the risk was too high. If he wasn't careful, he could die on the streets. Chapter 2376. Toddy Belster was wearing traditional Chinese martial arts attire. Those who didn't understand his personality would think that he was an otherworldly master. Chun Zhao saw Toddy Belster. He was standing under the shade of a tree along the shore. This place could block most people's vision, and there was no one around. With Chun Zhao's senses, there were basically no watchers. President Toddy Belster greeted him. This was also his way of expressing his identity and stance. Regardless of whether Chun Zhao suspected him or not, calling him president did feel good. Yes, thank you, Chun Zhao said calmly. How does it feel to be a spy in the Psionic Team? Is it dangerous? After all, being a spy was a high-risk job. Chun Zhao had to show some care. It's okay, but Toddy stuttered. his eyes flashing as he looked at Chen Zhao. But what? There are always people testing me every now and then, Toddy said, troubled. I always get away with it, so I'm worried that I'll be exposed one day. Actually, at the beginning, the psionic team had indeed been testing him. But after the sparring, they acknowledged Toddy Belster's strength. They felt that sparring with a master could improve themselves. However, Toddy would always find all sorts of excuses to reject them. This request still gave him quite a bit of pressure. Chen Zhao rubbed his chin. I see. This did indeed put Toddy Belster under great pressure and danger. At the end of the day, Toddy Belster was just an ordinary person. It wasn't easy for him to mix with a bunch of spiritualists without exposing his identity. I'll help you think of something when I get back, Chen Zhao said. But for now, Chen Zhao didn't have any good ideas. Chen Zhao was sure that there wasn't any in this world, just like in movies. At least, he hadn't heard of such a method. Imparting spiritual power to a spiritualist could temporarily increase their magic power, but would gradually disappear over time. If he were to impart his cultivation technique to an ordinary person, it would be a problem for him to not even have 1% of his immortal force left in a few days. Basically, 99% of the immortal power would disappear, and the remaining 1% would disappear over a few days. The reason why ordinary people were ordinary people was because they had no way to preserve the spiritual energy and magic power of the world. You haven't gone to Bermuda yet? Chen Zhao asked. We haven't set off yet. We should have set off a week ago, but we were delayed by other matters. Toddy Belster said. According to Yang at the time, it seemed that a very special geographical environment was discovered in the Mexican border area. In Yang's words, it was called a dangerous place. Then someone did something there, so the psionic team went there to deal with the problem. At that time, Vestana wanted me to go too, but I used my injuries as an excuse to reject her request. At that time, Vestana brought 30 people with her, but when she came back, only 10 were left. Almost all of them were injured, but because of the urgency from above, they are now preparing for the expedition to Bermuda. Above? Anti-Terrorism Security Department? No, it's from the higher-ups. It said that a fleet from the military went missing near Bermuda. Of course, the military has to take responsibility for it, and the psionic team is the main party responsible. The higher-ups have ordered that the Bermuda incident must be resolved within a month. An entire fleet went missing? Yes, the fleet cruising in the Atlantic Ocean. Why did that fleet go to Bermuda for no reason? Do you want to die? Chen Zhao frowned. That's because 2 more cruise ships have disappeared in the nearby waters recently, and their nautical coordinates were in the vicinity before they disappeared. The number of missing people is more than 1,000, and the disappearance of these 2 cruise ships has been publicized on the internet. Under pressure, the government could only send a fleet to Bermuda to investigate, but this time, even the entire fleet disappeared. Chen Zhao frowned. He had a rough idea of what was occupying the waters of Bermuda. If the psionic team went, they would probably die too. How many people does Vestana plan to bring this time? All of them, Toddy Belster said. President, do you know what's going on there? A little, not much, Chen Zhao said. But with the psionic team's strength, if they go there, it won't be an expedition. It'll be sending sheep to the tiger's mouth. Then won't I be in danger? Toddy Belster panicked. At the end of the day, he was just a liar. Not to mention going to such a dangerous place. Even a small evil spirit could kill him. Hearing Chen Zhao talk about the dangers of Bermuda, he was even more unsure. The entire psionic team would be sending sheep to the tiger's mouth. How could a defenseless liar like him be any better? Can you think of a way to reject it? I can't. I've already rejected a few missions before, Toddy Belster said, troubled. Do you have a specific time? No, but I think I'll need half a month to prepare. Okay, hold on for half a month, Chen Zhao said. I'll think of a way in that time. Anyway, I won't let you die. Even if I can't think of a way in the end, you can just tell me. I'll come and pick you up. No matter what, Toddy Belster had no obligation to die for Chen Zhao. The most Chen Zhao could do to restrain him was to kill him. Chen Zhao didn't plan on killing him after he was dead. Since he was willing to risk his life for him, Chen Zhao had to at least arrange a backup plan for him. Take this check. Toddy Belster took a deep breath when she saw the number on the check. I'll do what I promised you. I'll also think of a way to ensure your safety, Chun Zhao said. After this is over, you can take the money and go wherever you want. Toddy Belster was a normal person. Chun Zhao couldn't let him join the supernatural organization. One of dues was enough for the supernatural organization. They didn't need another. Toddy wasn't free yet. After all, he was a spy now. If he left for too long, people would definitely remember him. So, after a few hurried words, they separated temporarily. Chun Zhao, on the other hand, was thinking about how to keep Toddy Belster's secret. Telling the psionic team was definitely the last choice. Unless it was absolutely necessary. Chun Zhao didn't want Toddy to tell the psionic team either.